The goblet has spoken. Now, the real tests begin. As the Triwizard Tournament kicks off in this gripping alternate universe, champions must face more than just dragons and mazes. They must face each other and themselves. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks, where magic meets imagination. Today we continue Champions by Thor's Shadow, with Part 2, where the first tasks begin, and with them, alliances are forged, enemies revealed, and destinies rewritten. Disclaimer: this audiobook is a fan-made adaptation of Champions by Thor's Shadow, based on characters and settings from the Harry Potter universe. Original rights belong to J.K. Rowling. This work is shared for entertainment and to celebrate the transformative power of fanfiction. In this segment, you'll see just how different this tournament is, not just in difficulty, but in how deeply it challenges the champions' morals, values, and even their trust in those around them. If you're enjoying this immersive retelling of the Triwizard Tournament, consider subscribing, liking the video, or joining the Wizard Army. Your support helps us keep sharing epic fanfictions like this one. Let's return to the arena of champions. This is Part 2 of Champions by Thor's Shadow. Chapter 21. The Announcement. Monday dawned dark and drizzly in stark contrast to Harry's mood. The chill caused Fleur to draw him closer as they trudged toward the castle, and he took significant comfort from her warmth. They were still riding high on the events of the weekend, incredibly pleased that the wedding had gone so smoothly. The night that followed was a bit less than perfect, but in retrospect, that was to be expected. While the boys in the Gryffindor dormitory often had crude conversations about girls, they always seemed to speak in some kind of code. Harry had, of course, heard of sex and the various crass colloquialisms that referred to it, but he honestly had no clue what the word actually meant. There were no adults in his life who would explain such things to him, and he was too embarrassed about it to ask anyone. That left Fleur to do the honors, and he could honestly say that it was the most embarrassing conversation that he had ever endured. She caught him totally off guard when she tried to undress him, and his sudden panic clued her in that he had no idea why she would do such a thing. She was patient with him, though, and while she was equally embarrassed, they somehow got through it. He likely would have run were she anyone else. They would rather have waited a while before having such an intimate encounter, but they could do nothing about it. Consummation of their marriage was required for the repayment of the life debt, so they had no choice. That said, he could not deny that he enjoyed the experience immensely, and while he was still a bit hesitant about intimate contact, he was looking forward to the next time. And in the end, it was good for their relationship. Fleur was a remarkably gentle woman, a far cry from his impression of her when they first met, and the way she handled the matter earned his complete trust. There were few important secrets remaining between them, none that he could actually think of, in fact, and between that and the knowledge that she would always be there for him, he felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. But that only lasted until they entered the Great Hall. They were a bit late in arriving for breakfast because Sebastian had some last-minute things to discuss with them before they returned to Hogwarts, and the silence that fell at their appearance made it clear that the morning paper had already arrived. An involuntary blush suffused Harry's cheeks at the scrutiny, and Fleur didn't fare much better. He wasn't looking forward to the next few days. Urgent whispers erupted throughout the hall as they made their way to their usual place at the Gryffindor table. Hundreds of curious, jealous, or hateful gazes burned into him, and it was all he could do not to turn around and head for the kitchens, so they could eat in peace. Sure, he knew it was coming, but that did not make the scrutiny any easier to bear. By the time they sat down, the whispers had escalated into a cacophony of shouting voices, most of them female. He noticed. A number of students even stood up to get a better view of the happy couple. With a heavy sigh, Harry let his head fall to the table before he even had a chance to take in the sympathetic expressions most of his friends were wearing. Fleur gently rubbed his back in a silent offering of comfort, for what little good it did. "Cheer up, Harry," said Hermione softly. "They'll get over it eventually, just like they always do." Harry picked his head up and speared her with a dark glare. "Easy for you to say," he groused. "You're not the one who has to deal with it." Hermione rolled her eyes and tossed her copy of the Daily Prophet across the table at him. "At least the article is good," she shrugged. "Could have been a whole lot worse." "I can't believe you're doing press releases now," grumbled Ron. "What's next? Autograph pictures?" "Oh, honestly," snapped Hermione. "What were they supposed to do? Ronald? We all know how accurate Skeeter's version would have been." Ron huffed, shook his head, and went back to stuffing his face with wild abandon. Harry was surprised that he was being so restrained. He had honestly expected him to blow up before now. While he still held out a modicum of hope that their friendship could be salvaged, it was really only a matter of time before Ron finally lost control, and something deep in his gut told him that there would be no coming back from it. While Harry was distracted, Fleur snatched up the paper and unfolded it to read the headline story. Morbidly curious, he leaned up against her so he could follow along. "Boy Who Lived Weds Vila in Private Ceremony" by Jean-Claude Laurent. Reprinted with permission from Le Journal Magique. Translation by Lolita Wood. In a joint press release with Sebastian Alexander Delacour, Director of Foreign Affairs for the French Ministry of Magic, Harry James Potter today announced his unexpected marriage. On Saturday, March 20th, Mr. Potter was joined in the eyes of magic to Fleur Annalise Delacour, who is currently competing against him in the world-famous Triwizard Tournament. This shocking announcement has taken the world by surprise. Why was Potter, who is decidedly underage, allowed to marry a woman 3 years older, who he has only just met? While some may decry this union for just that reason, it is quite clear that the intentions of all parties are indisputably honorable. The release states that Mr. Potter's appearance with an unconscious Fleur Delacour at the end of the second task was not the coincidence that most believed it to be. Indeed, Miss Delacour was attacked by Grindylows and would have been killed were it not for his timely intervention. Because of this selfless action, a life debt formed, owed to Mr. Potter. The catch: the Beauxbatons champion is of Vila ancestry. As our more astute readers already know, Vila magic would have eventually called the debt due. This would have stripped her of her magic and resulted in her untimely demise. The only way to repay the debt was through marriage, and in Mr. Potter's own words, there was no other choice. He therefore chose to sacrifice his future in order to preserve her life. He is a truly remarkable hero in our eyes. But while many will fear for his future, there is a brighter side to the story. Several officials from the British and French Ministries of Magic were present at the event, and we spoke briefly with Madame Amelia Bones, Director of Magical Law Enforcement for Britain, who presided over the ceremony. She had this to say: "I've seen Merlin's blessing before, but never as powerful as it was between those two. It was the most amazing thing I have ever witnessed, and I can honestly say they have a bright future together. I've met with them on several occasions, and this is not a loveless marriage by any stretch of the imagination." Yes, you read that correctly. the couple was granted magic's rare blessing for their union, which is said to bring good fortune to the recipients. Others who were present indicated that while Mr. and Mrs. Potter are still getting to know each other, they are remarkably close and very happy together. Mr. Potter's longtime friend Hermione Granger, who was recently slandered in Britain's Daily Prophet for allegedly toying with his affections, said, "Harry is completely immune to Fleur's allure, and I've never seen him as happy as when he's with her. I honestly think it's a match made in heaven. They have my full support. We at Le Journal Magique, Ed, and the Daily Prophet call upon our readers to also throw their full support behind Mr. and Mrs. Potter. They have all the makings of one of the most influential couples in recent history, and we wish them the best. Ed, the Potters have asked that the public refrain from sending gifts. As an alternative, Mr. Potter suggests donating in their name to the children's charity of your choice." Harry had to admit that the article was amazingly good. Given their treatment of the tournament in general, he would have expected the prophet to take pot shots at Fleur, at the very least. But as they read through the rest of the paper, which included a surprisingly accurate article about the Vila Life Dead issue, there was nary a negative word to be found. Before he could say as much, however, the relative peace at the table was interrupted by the last voice Harry wanted to hear. "Will you join me in my office, Harry?" The request was accompanied by Dumbledore's hand coming to rest on his shoulder, and he stiffened at the unwelcome contact. A surge of anger bubbled up within at the memory of what the man had done, and he had to close his eyes for a moment to fight it down. Even so, he did not miss Hermione's poorly hidden look of concern. They knew this was coming. The headmaster wasn't likely to ignore it, but that didn't make it any less annoying. Fortunately, Sebastian had spent much of Sunday evening coaching them on how to handle the situation. It was time for Harry to play his part, as hard as that was going to be. When he finally opened his eyes and rose from the table, he was aware of the scrutiny not only of his fellow students, but also of much of the staff as well. McGonagall, in particular, was watching through narrowed eyes, and that actually made him feel a bit better. She knew the situation in regards to his wife, and he was hopeful that she would come to his aid if need be. Concern flooded Fleur's eyes as he leaned over to kiss her cheek. She knew that this would not be a pleasant encounter, but still remained silent, hiding her feelings as best she could. They couldn't afford for Dumbledore to find out that they were aware of the extent his manipulations, and it was going to be very hard to conceal it. According to Sebastian, Dumbledore was a master legilimens. "See you at lunch, belle femme," he offered quietly. "I will be heir," she smiled. Harry smiled back, and then turned to the headmaster, taking care to keep his eyes averted. Direct eye contact was the key to legilimency, and he did not want his thoughts read. There was no telling what would happen if the bastard figured out how much he knew. It wasn't a risk worth taking. Dumbledore turned and set off at an unhurried pace, and Harry trailed his hand across Fleur's shoulders as he reluctantly followed. Sebastian had taught him some very basic mental exercises in preparation for learning occlumency, and he made a point of employing them now. They would relax his mind and help to control his emotions. He could in no way afford to let on how angry he already was. With luck, he wouldn't need to act after this meeting. It wasn't likely that the outcome would be in his favor, which would give him plenty of apparent reason to be mad at the old goat. To Harry, the silence was thick and oppressive as they rode the staircase to the headmaster's office, but he did his best to ignore it. As he entered, his eyes were immediately drawn to the beautiful phoenix on its perch at the side of the room. Ever since that first encounter, Harry had been quite fascinated with the creatures. Ignoring the headmaster for the moment, he made his way over. "Hello, Fox," he offered softly as he reached out to smooth the beautiful crimson feathers on the bird's back. Fox trilled a bright note of welcome and cocked his head, examining Harry closely. Between the mental exercises and the calming presence of the phoenix, however, he was in for quite a surprise when he met the bird's curious gaze. It was subtle, almost undetectable, but he was certain that he felt a foreign presence slipping into his mind. They locked gazes for a long moment before the presence receded. Where a mental intrusion would have been thoroughly unwelcome from another human being, Harry didn't mind it so much from Fox. Phoenixes were purely light creatures, and he suspected that no phoenix would ever approve of what Dumbledore had done. Really, he wondered why Fox stayed with the man. Fox chirped brightly and held out a talon to him. And realizing what he wanted, Harry smiled and offered an arm in return. Sure enough, the phoenix happily hopped aboard, letting out another pleased trill. Then he leaned forward and nuzzled Harry's cheek with obvious affection. "Please have a seat, Harry," offered Dumbledore in a calm, grandfatherly tone. Harry didn't bother to put Fox back on his perch. He was the perfect excuse not to make eye contact with the headmaster, but he complied, moving to sit in the uncomfortable straight-back chair in front of the headmaster's desk. He suspected that it was uncomfortable on purpose. An uncomfortable student was more likely to slip and reveal something. Dumbledore watched impassively as Harry turned his attention back to the phoenix on his arm. Fox seemed to enjoy having the back of his neck scratched, occasionally turning one way or the other to offer a different spot. It made Harry smile a genuine smile. It was hard to be angry, sad, or depressed in the presence of a phoenix. This went on for a few minutes before Dumbledore finally broke the silence. "I was quite surprised that you had no reaction to the morning paper," he mused simply. Harry merely shrugged in response. Sebastian had advised him not to respond to open-ended statements. It was best to wait for an actual question, and only speak otherwise when necessary. The crash course he received from his father-in-law on handling Albus Dumbledore was surprising, mostly because Harry could identify all of the various tactics in their previous encounters. Sebastian's pensive saw quite a bit of use that evening as they reviewed them all. Leading statements like that one, and the long silence before it, were Dumbledore's favorite methods of gaining information. But now that Harry was aware of it, and his memories had borne it out, he had no intention of falling for it ever again. Sebastian had drilled it into his head that he had no reason to worry, so it was therefore better to wait for a direct question, even if it might seem disrespectful. And besides, he had absolutely no reason to discuss anything at all with the old goat. Albus Dumbledore was not his guardian, and had no right whatsoever to pry into his personal business. In point of fact, his interest in Harry's life was highly inappropriate for a man in any of the positions he held. His lack of response elicited a frown from Dumbledore that only deepened as the silence stretched. It would have been uncomfortable if not for Fox, but as it was, Harry was suitably entertained. Fox was in a playful mood, and obviously enjoyed the attention he was receiving. Finally, though, after nearly a full minute of silence, Dumbledore gave up and spoke. "I will contact the Daily Prophet for you this afternoon," he offered. "I'm certain they will be willing to retract the story, which should help you avoid the kind of attention you received this morning." Harry's narrowed his eyes at his presumption, but forced himself to remain polite. "That won't be necessary, sir, but thank you anyway," he replied. Dumbledore blinked in obvious surprise. "You plan to contact them yourself?" he asked, skeptically. "You must be extremely cautious in your approach, or they will only slander you further. I would very much prefer that you allow me to handle this for you given my experience in these matters." Harry sighed internally and prepared himself for what was to come. It was impossible to tell if Dumbledore believed the article or was merely acting. Regardless, this was the beginning of what was sure to be a downward spiral for this meeting if his assessment of the man was correct. That said, at least for the moment, he needed to play the part of not having anything against his headmaster, at least until Dumbledore started pressing for information he wasn't entitled to. Only then would he be able to show some of his irritation with the man. It would be only natural as far as Dumbledore was concerned. "I think you misunderstood me, Professor," he replied calmly. "I don't need to contact them because I don't have a problem with what they printed." Frowning slightly, he added, "I'm not exactly thrilled about announcing something we consider personal, but it was either that or risk having Skeeter get hold of it." Dumbledore's eyes widened fractionally in surprise at his words, leading Harry to believe that he'd thought it just another flight of fancy on the part of the Daily Prophet. It was suddenly hard to keep a smirk off his face. The man was not so all-knowing as he would like to have everyone believe. He mentally scored a point for himself as he went back to petting Fawkes and waiting for the inevitable reaction. It took a long moment for the headmaster to recover, and then, "I'm sorry," he said slowly, "but are you implying that you did indeed marry Miss Delacour?" "Everything they printed was the truth, sir," shrugged Harry. "I see," he said. But then his look turned calculating, which was cause for significant concern. "And where did the wedding take place?" he asked carefully. Harry sighed and did his best to look regretful. "Sorry, sir," he said with a shake of his head. "Fleur and I agreed to only talk about what was in the press release." Dumbledore frowned deeply at his response, and Harry quickly realized that this was where things would get ugly. Ignoring the silence that fell once again, the man was either slow or hadn't figured out yet that the tactic would no longer work on him. He refocused on Fawkes and ran a finger along the crest atop his head. Fawkes closed his eyes at the gentle contact, clearly enjoying it. "Harry, please look at me," requested Dumbledore quietly. But Harry just shook his head again. He wasn't about to fall for that. "Sorry, sir," he said again. "I mean no disrespect, but I know you're a legilimens and I'm not comfortable with it until I can protect myself. I'm not real big on the idea of having someone else in my head after what happened to Ginny with the diary." Dumbledore's grandfatherly mask actually cracked at his honest statement, and anger flashed in his eyes, though it was quickly hidden. Harry had no doubt now that the Git had used it on him in the past, which was very disturbing. Exactly how much did he know about what they got up to in previous years? How much did he know about the Dursleys? He'd gone through many scenarios for neutralizing Dumbledore's legitimacy with Sebastian. It would be a while before he would have sufficient skill to block an ant, let alone the most powerful wizard in the world, and in the end they decided on simply admitting that he was aware of it. Sebastian figured that the diary issue would deflect suspicion, and Harry agreed. While Dumbledore was a perceptive man, it was also readily apparent that he didn't truly understand the workings of a teenage mind. The aging headmaster steepled his fingers under his chin and nodded sagely, but Harry knew it was an act. The anger that broke through for that brief instant said it all. He had just lost one of his most useful weapons, and he was likely to be rather unhappy about it, regardless of how it appeared. "I suppose that is understandable," he allowed quietly. "I must, however, insist on having the details of the situation." Harry sighed deeply. "With all due respect, sir, it's not the school's business," he reminded him bluntly. "Our marriage is very personal to us, and we've already said far more than we ever wanted to say about it." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, and his voice took on a stern edge. "You are underage, Mr. Potter," he said with surprising directness. "You cannot legally enter into marriage without permission from your guardians, and we both know that the Dursleys would never agree to it." "I'm aware of the requirements, sir," said Harry simply. "I give you my word that our marriage is completely legal." Silence descended once again in the wake of his statement, and Harry took to scratching Fawkes' belly while he waited for the next move. It was the truth, though, and all the man had to do to see it was look up their marriage license at the Ministry of Magic. Amelia had filed all the appropriate documents for them, so it was completely and perfectly legal, and besides, it couldn't be changed anyway due to the nature of marriage in the magical world. The bond was permanent once formed. Nearly 2 minutes passed before the headmaster finally straightened in his chair, clearly perturbed that his efforts hadn't elicited the response he expected. And as he straightened, the grandfatherly image fell away, and Harry felt a small magical eddy emanating from him. He was apparently going to try intimidation now. "I require your cooperation, Mr. Potter," he said sternly, drawing a surprised sort of look from Fawkes. "I cannot take the chance of inappropriate behavior occurring between yourself and Miss Delacour." Harry's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and this time he didn't bother masking it. The man wouldn't take no for an answer, and that was cause enough to be annoyed with him. It was hard to have confidence in the face of someone so magically and politically powerful, but he gathered every last bit he had to his name. Powerful or not, the man was a criminal as far as he was concerned. "Her name is Fleur Potter, headmaster," he retorted, "and with all due respect, our marriage is none of your business. I won't answer questions about it." Dumbledore's eyes likewise narrowed, and he leaned forward across the desk, still staring at Harry's ear. "Then I'm afraid I will have to restrict your movements," he warned. Harry said nothing, and simply waited for the hammer to fall. The man had no authority over him as far as his relationship with Fleur went, and if he actually tried to enforce such a punishment, it would bring far too much attention to his interference in Harry's life. It was likely an idle threat, and Harry had no intention of letting him win this particular battle. After another full minute of silence, the headmaster finally shook his head. "Very well, you leave me no choice," he said. "With the exception of class time, you are restricted to your dormitory, and you may not have visitors. Dobby will provide your meals." To say that Harry was surprised at this declaration was an understatement, but it only delayed his anger for the briefest of moments. That was about as heavy-handed as he could possibly get. His entire argument about inappropriate behavior was flimsy, too, considering that Fleur wasn't even a Hogwarts student and didn't live in Gryffindor Tower. He couldn't help the color that rose in his cheeks, but he somehow managed to bite back his initial response, turning once again to his mental exercises. Eyes closed, he focused on the feel of Fawkes' feathers for a long moment as he forced his anger back. He needed to think rationally. There was no possible way he would put up with this. And besides, the punishment couldn't be enforced without drawing attention. Could it? In fact, no, sir, he said firmly. He opened his eyes to find that Fawkes was giving Dumbledore a dirty look and had to suppress a morbidly amused snort. He'd never known that a bird was capable of that, but Fawkes' expression was beyond description. It was clear that he did not approve, but either Dumbledore didn't see it or he completely ignored it. "Excuse me, Mr. Potter," he asked with a dangerous edge to his voice. "I don't believe I heard you correctly." "You heard me perfectly, Headmaster," Harry countered without missing a beat. "My private business is exactly that, and I won't accept punishment for keeping it that way." It came out more harshly than he intended, but he really didn't care. Dumbledore was pushing him quite hard, probably because there was very little he could actually do. A letter to the Board of Governors would have him in a world of hurt for a stunt like that. And from the look on the man's face, it seemed that Harry's sudden rebellion caught him completely off guard. Never before had Harry blatantly refused one of his requests, let alone an order, and he apparently had no idea what to do about it. It was interesting to watch. But Harry was shocked when Dumbledore chose to play his trump card. "Then I'm afraid that I will have to expel you," he said quietly. "I cannot have a student in this school who will not submit to my authority." Harry couldn't help it this time. He snorted loudly. That was an empty threat if he'd ever heard one. The boy who lived, expelled from Hogwarts for no good reason? It would be a huge scandal. On top of that, there was no way the man would ever willingly let him leave. He needed him there so he could control him. It was a great mystery why that was so, but Harry had no doubt that it was true. All that time spent in the Pensieve with the Delacours going over his school career bore it out. The man wanted to be in charge of his life for some strange reason. Maybe because of the mysterious prophecy, and he wasn't about to let it continue. In a moment of inspiration, Harry decided that turnabout might just be fair play in this instance, and he pushed abruptly to his feet before he could lose his nerve. It was an extreme gamble, but he had confidence in his estimate of the situation. The worst that could happen is that he would have to pay for private tutors, which would by no means be a problem. "You know what?" he said conversationally. "You go right ahead, sir. I think I'll go find Madame Maxime. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to have me as a student." And with that, he turned and headed for the door, totally missing the look of abject horror that crossed Dumbledore's face. By the time the man recovered, he was already gone. Chapter 22. Contingency. In the wake of the confrontation, Harry left the castle as quickly as possible, barely maintaining control. Part of him was horrified by what he'd just done. He strode purposefully through the empty halls, desperate to escape. Anger and fear warred within, and he wouldn't be able to suppress them for much longer. Fawkes rode out the trip unnoticed on his arm, swaying to and fro like some sort of avian surfer. Harry was shaking uncontrollably by the time he reached the entrance hall. He paused just inside the enormous doors and leaned up against the wall, closing his eyes against a torrent of raging emotion. He did his best to stifle it, but his efforts didn't come to much. He was as shocked by his own actions as he was by the headmaster's. Sebastian's coaching had allowed him a modicum of confidence, but not one of them had predicted that the man might go so far as to threaten expulsion. Idle or not, the threat worried him greatly. If Dumbledore was willing to go so far with his threats, What else was he willing to do? Had they underestimated him? Looking back, however, he could not see any other way he could have responded without giving in and revealing something. Planned or not, it was the right course of action near as he could tell, and now he had to deal with the consequences. It wasn't likely that the headmaster would go through with it. They could ruin him if he did, but he still couldn't take the chance. That meant he needed a contingency plan, and he berated himself for not thinking of it sooner. A transfer to Beau's batons would have quite a few advantages, not least of which was the constant presence of his wife. When added to the fact that it would remove him from Dumbledore's control, he was surprised that none of them thought to consider it. There was, of course, the language barrier to deal with, but that could be overcome with time. But now he had to move quickly, and that meant he needed to get himself under control. It was much easier to hold his emotions at bay when faced with an active confrontation than it was to do so after the fact. He was almost certain that the encounter would add a new nightmare to his rather large collection. Confronting Albus Dumbledore in any way was a terrifying prospect at best. Closing his eyes, he did his best to focus on a single thought, an image of Fleur's beautiful face. He focused on it as best he could, but it failed to block out the rising tide of fear over his future. Perhaps it wasn't the best choice of image, given that his newest and most powerful fear was that his wife might be taken from him. Just as he started getting frustrated with his inability to calm himself, however, a soft, soothing trill sounded, bringing him abruptly back to the present. Harry opened his eyes, only to have them fall on Fawkes, and he immediately paled. He was so distracted when he left the office that he didn't even think to return the phoenix to its perch. While he was aware that humans couldn't command such creatures, he somehow doubted that Dumbledore would see it that way. As though aware of his thoughts, Fawkes trilled soothingly once more, and then broke into full quiet song. Harry's heart swelled at the amazing sound, and it assuaged his frayed nerves in that way that only the music of a phoenix could manage. It went on for several minutes, and he was much calmer and more collected when the creature finally fell silent again. "Thanks, Fawkes," he whispered, reaching up to caress the bird's beautiful head. Fawkes chirped happily at him and affectionately nuzzled his cheek. Harry absently scratched the back of his friend's neck as he contemplated the situation. Going back to the headmaster's office was the last thing he wanted to do, but he really hadn't the right to take the phoenix from his chosen domain. Then again, Fawkes could leave at any time, he supposed. "Sorry about that," he said eventually, drawing the bird's curious gaze. "Guess I should have asked if you wanted to come with me?" Fawkes ruffled his feathers as though to shrug it off, and then promptly flipped his head over and butted it up against Harry's hand. He couldn't help but smile at the creature's antics. It was certainly a pleasant distraction. Unfortunately, though, he had things to do, and he'd already wasted considerable time. "I have to talk to Madame Maxime," he sighed as he tickled Fawkes beneath his chin. "You can come with me if you want, though. I like having you around." Fawkes paused to look into his eyes again, and Harry had the distinct sense that he was being examined from the inside out. His feelings were still too chaotic at the moment to detect a foreign presence like he had earlier, but he suspected it was there nevertheless. The idea that phoenixes used a subtle form of legilimency was a common myth, and after today, Harry believed it to be true. Their staring match lasted only briefly from an outside perspective, and then Fawkes broke away and chirped brightly at him. Harry watched with a bemused smile as the bird proceeded to climb cautiously up his arm to take up a position on his shoulder. He couldn't help but lean his cheek against the creature's warm feathers. It was remarkably comforting. Right then, he sighed, finally pushing off the wall and setting course for the Beauxbatons accommodations. "I really hope you're not offended by all this, Fawkes," he offered quietly, "but I honestly don't know why you stay with him. I never thought I'd see the day I would threaten to leave Hogwarts." Fawkes trilled sadly, but Harry detected a note of question there and shrugged noncommittally. "I'll tell you about it later," he offered, hoping he was interpreting the sound correctly. "It's a really long story." The phoenix bumped his head against Harry's cheek and then settled down, leaning into him slightly and falling silent. For his part, Harry turned his attention to his next task and once again did his best to go through his mental exercises. Fawkes had a remarkable ability to keep him calm, but he couldn't afford to slip on the off chance that Maxime was just as bad as Dumbledore. He knew nothing about her beyond what Fleur told him, and her comments were noncommittal at best. The woman had more or less tricked her into the tournament, not unlike Dumbledore, albeit Fleur actually had a choice, and it gave him pause. That said, it was the only negative thing she had to say about her, so she might not be so bad. He knocked on the carriage door when they arrived, and it was opened by an older boy whose eyes widened when he caught sight of Fawkes. For once, Harry's fame was not the first thing on someone's mind. "Is the headmistress available?" he asked politely. "I need to speak with her." The boy's eyes narrowed, but then he shrugged and gestured for Harry to enter. His demeanor was not terribly friendly, but that wasn't surprising. The one thing he would probably dislike, if he actually had to go through with it, was that the Beauxbatons students liked him about as much as they liked Fleur, and maybe less. It was a sobering thought. Maxime's office was at the very end of a long hall, and the door opened to reveal the woman herself sitting behind an enormous oak desk. Even given the size of it, however, she still dwarfed it. He thought she might be a bit bigger even than Hagrid, which was saying something. Used to Hagrid's bulk. However, Harry didn't find it all that intimidating. She looked up and went wide-eyed when she caught sight of him. "Monsieur Potter?" she queried. "What can I do for you?" Harry glanced briefly at the boy who was still standing beside him, unabashedly eavesdropping. "Could we talk privately, ma'am?" he requested politely. "I have something I need to discuss with you." Her gaze turned speculative, and she nodded at him before turning to his guide. "That will be all, Olivier," she told him sternly. Then she turned back to Harry and added, "Please come in and close the door." The boy, now looking rather disgruntled, turned and headed back the way he came, and Harry followed Maxime's instructions. The office was sparsely furnished, but he supposed it wasn't that surprising since it was only a temporary accommodation. It was tasteful in any event, and not nearly as cluttered as Dumbledore's was. He was aware of the woman's scrutiny falling on Fawkes as he surveyed his surroundings, but decided to ignore it. His nerves were kicking up again. He needed to handle this conversation carefully. A lot was riding on it. "Please, have a seat," she offered finally. Harry did so, and she studied him curiously for a moment before asking, "What is this about?" Harry took the opportunity to study her in return. She seemed friendly enough, and was definitely curious as to what he had to say. He harbored no illusions that she would be completely altruistic. However, while he wasn't big on his fame, he was aware that he was something of a prize to most people. Her brow furrowed in concern at his continued silence, and finally he spoke up. "I mean no disrespect, ma'am," he said slowly, "but will you give me your word that this will stay between us? It's a bit sensitive." One bushy eyebrow went up, but it didn't take her long to decide. "Oui," she agreed. "I think that is reasonable. You have my word, Monsieur Potter." Harry smiled faintly. "Thank you," he said simply. Shifting in his seat, Harry took a moment more to order his thoughts. She would doubtless be curious as to why he wanted this, and while he could easily use Fleur as an excuse, he didn't think it was a wise idea. She needed to be aware that she might have to fight Dumbledore for it. Otherwise, it could catch her off guard and ruin everything if it came to that. Apparently sensing the gravity of his mood, she waited patiently for him to speak. Finally, having decided on a course of action, he sighed and met her gaze directly. "The headmaster just threatened to expel me," he told her bluntly, causing a look of shock to roll over her features. "If you have a pensieve, it would probably be best if I just show you the conversation. It'll explain quite a bit. I'm hoping it's a bluff, but if it isn't, then with your permission, I'd like to apply at Beaux Batons." Stunned by his statement, Maxime stared at him for a long moment, clearly at a loss for words. Harry couldn't blame her. Absent what he now knew about Albus Dumbledore, he would probably feel the same way. The man's true nature was extremely well hidden most of the time. "I will need to retrieve one," she said after a moment. "If you will wait, Eyre." "Yes, ma'am." Still reeling, Maxime stood and moved to the fireplace, threw a pinch of powder in, and disappeared into the flames. It was a promising start. She was at least willing to listen, but Harry was still apprehensive. What would she think of his handling of the headmaster? Shaking himself out of those thoughts, he offered his arm to Fawkes, and the Phoenix happily accepted. For the next 10 minutes, he showered the bird with attention. It was very relaxing and kept him calm. That Fawkes so obviously enjoyed it was just a bonus. "I meant to thank you earlier," he mused quietly after a while. "You really helped me in Dumbledore's office." Fawkes disengaged from his human scratching post for a moment, looked up at him, chirped happily, and promptly went back to enjoying himself. Harry chuckled quietly. Hedwig didn't allow him to do this sort of thing. She was a rather vain owl, and he was surprised at how much he enjoyed it. It almost made him want another pet, but no mere pet could come close to Fawkes. Maxime returned after nearly 20 minutes, much of which was probably travel time based on Harry's few experiences with international flu connections. She was carrying a round bowl with markings that were very similar to the ones on Sebastian's rectangular one. Harry was quite curious about these devices. They appeared to be somewhat rare, but common for people in powerful positions. She set it gingerly on the desk and retook her seat. "This should do, Nan?" she asked pleasantly. "Yes, ma'am," he nodded. Drawing his wand, he added, "May I?" The headmistress just motioned for him to get on with it, which he did. He drew the memory, beginning in the Great Hall with Dumbledore's arrival. That would show her that she hadn't missed anything. After dropping it in the bowl, however, he paused for a moment. Mind if I sit this out?" he asked tentatively. "I was really angry when I left, and I'd rather not see it again right now." Maxime studied him for a long moment before nodding. "I will return shortly," she finally said. She then stuck her finger into the bowl, and her body stilled as she viewed the memory. Patience wasn't a problem for Harry. Spending days at a time in a dark cupboard made this look trivial by comparison, but nerves, on the other hand, were. It was only Fawkes' continued attention that allowed him to get through it without getting up and pacing. And when the headmistress finally came back to herself, Harry cringed away from the anger emblazoned on her features. He watched her warily as she closed her eyes and reined herself in, and it was a nerve-wracking experience for him. Sure, she was probably angry with Dumbledore. He'd very clearly crossed a line, but it was also possible that she was angry with him. His past would not allow him to discount that possibility so easily. Fawkes' head swiveled back and forth between them a few times, and then he let out a single liquid note that calmed them both considerably. "I see your predicament, Monsieur Potter," she scowled after a moment. There was no excuse for such punishment. Harry winced and nodded his agreement. "Yes, ma'am," he said quietly. "He's always had an interest in me, and I can only guess at why. I don't think he likes being in the dark." Her enormous head turned away from him, and she stared off into the distance for a long moment. For his part, Harry internally sighed in relief. At least her anger was directed where he wanted it. "You are fourth form?" she asked distractedly. "Yes, ma'am," he nodded. "I'm not sure how that compares with what you teach, though, and our defense instruction hasn't been very good." Maxime looked back at him and frowned. "How so?" she wondered. Harry couldn't help his snort. "Our first-year professor was possessed by Voldemort," he deadpanned. "Second year was Gilderoy Lockhart, and he was just useless. It's only the last 2 years we've had decent professors, and Moody's okay, but I don't think he's teaching what we're supposed to learn this year." Maxime's eyes widened when he mentioned the Dark Lord by name, but she showed no other sign of concern. She slowly nodded as she digested it, and Harry crossed his fingers under the desk. As he waited for her to continue, though, he pondered the thought of hiring a defense tutor. Merlin only knew how useful it would be given the trouble he so often found himself in. Finally, after a long moment of silence, the woman reached into a drawer and drew out a piece of parchment. Snatching up a quill from her desk, she read down it, writing things in as she went. Harry could only deduce that it was some kind of form. When she put the quill down, she finally focused in on him, her expression serious. "You understand that we do not teach classes in English?" she warned. "Yes, ma'am," he nodded. "I don't know a lot of French right now, but I'm learning. I figure if I have to take classes in it, I'll pick it up right quick." For the first time, he saw a glimmer of amusement on the woman's face. "Your wife is teaching you?" she asked with a knowing smile. But Harry just chuckled and shook his head at her. "She thinks I'm learning terms of endearment," he confided with a wry smile. "My friend Hermione is almost fluent, though, and I figure I'll pick the rest up from my family." Maxime let out a laugh at this. "Fleur will be pleased," she smiled, and then she sobered again and slid the parchment over to him. "I am more than willing to offer you a position in Beaux Batons," she informed him. "This is your acceptance letter. If Albus is truly so foolish as to expel you, then you must only come. I will arrange the exams at that time." "Thank you, ma'am," he breathed. "I really appreciate this." "You are married to one of my favorite students, Monsieur Potter," she smiled. "I could do no less. Will Fleur be joining you in the castle? Until then—" Harry blushed when he understood what she was asking. "We haven't talked about it yet," he frowned. "I don't think Dumbledore would allow it, though. Then you will stay in her suite," she declared. "It is only proper, and there is plenty of room." "Thank you again, ma'am," he said with honest appreciation. "Fleur will be thrilled, I think." The woman smiled at him, and then she finally got around to asking him about Fawkes. That led to a viewing of the Chamber of Secrets incident. Like everyone else who saw it, Maxime was appalled that it happened in a school, and from there they went into a number of other aspects of Harry's life at Hogwarts. The conversation lasted for another hour, and was actually quite enjoyable. By the time Harry left her office, he was much less concerned about the future. He had options now, and Dumbledore had little to no control over him. Part of him was tempted to take her up on the transfer right away, but he resisted the impulse. He at least needed to learn the language first, and he really did like Hogwarts as a whole. But if push came to shove, he had a fallback plan, and he would sleep a lot better for it. Chapter 23. New Digs. It didn't take long for Harry to realize just how badly Dumbledore had miscalculated with his threat, and to say that he was pleased would be an understatement. All he had to do now was say the word, and he would be out from under the old man's thumb, the tournament notwithstanding. Everything else was merely timing. Barring active magic, Dumbledore could no longer legally hurt him. By the time he made his way to Fleur's suite, he was smiling widely. He knocked on the door, and to his surprise was greeted by Hermione when it opened. The girls stared in shock at Fawkes, having never seen a phoenix before. Harry, for his part, was feeling bold enough that he actually reached out and gave her a brief hug, which shocked her even more thoroughly. Fleur rose gracefully to her feet when she saw him, and her eyes bulged when they landed on Fawkes. "Is that," she breathed, "is that a phoenix?" "Yup," grinned Harry, enjoying her reaction. "Fleur, meet Fawkes." "Fawkes, allow me to introduce my beautiful wife, Fleur. And this is my best friend, Hermione Granger." Fawkes trilled happily at Hermione, making her smile, and then made the brief flight to Fleur's shoulder. He craned his neck to stare into her eyes for a very long moment. She stared back wide-eyed, before finally letting out another cheerful trill and nuzzling her the same way he liked to do to Harry. A smile slowly spread on her features, and she reached up to gently scratch him. "Magnifique. Je suis tellement heureux de vous rencontrer, Fawkes." Hermione smiled at her reaction, and moved to give Fawkes a scratch as well, just as awed by him. How could one not be? The bird exuded warmth, comfort, and a sense of utter rightness, and between that and his happy disposition, it was impossible not to like him. "I take it the meeting went better than you thought?" asked Hermione, hopefully. Harry shook himself out of his vain attempt to translate Fleur's French, and his expression dimmed. "Worse, actually," he corrected. "I just forgot I had Fawkes with me when I stormed out. I reckon he can stay if he wants. I think he was bored up there." Fawkes suddenly flapped his wings and trilled a victorious trill at the statement, almost as though he was thrilled that someone had finally noticed. Harry's smile rapidly reappeared. It was hard to be angry or sad in Fawkes' presence for too terribly long. "Well, you're always welcome, Fawkes," he grinned. "And if we're not around, there's always our friends, like Hermione here. I doubt they'll refuse you, and they're pretty fun." Fawkes trilled another cheerful trill, gracefully lifted off from Fleur's shoulder with a great flap of his wings, and in a flash of fire, he was gone. Harry blinked. Did I misinterpret him? He wondered. Then I did as well, frowned Fleur with a shake of her head. "Maybe the headmaster called him back," suggested Hermione. But then there was another, much larger flash, and Harry's eyes bugged out at what he saw. Fawkes was back, carrying his perch. He stared as the bird flew to a conveniently empty corner and carefully deposited it before settling down and sending a questioning trill to Harry. He was stunned by this behavior and had no idea what to think. "Air, it's fine, Fawkes," he said faintly. "I'm just surprised is all." Fawkes trilled happily and adopted what Harry could swear was a smug expression. Harry's smile returned, and it was growing by the second. Not only was he genuinely thrilled to have Fawkes around, but Dumbledore would go spare. This would drive him up the proverbial wall. The silence continued for a long moment while everyone stared at the overly cheerful Phoenix. And then, "Okay, tell us what happened, Harry," urged Hermione suddenly. Harry abruptly lost his smile, and a wave of mental exhaustion hit him, though it quickly passed. He rubbed his face, his irritation with the old man bubbling to the surface again. Finally, he motioned everyone over to the couch. This was going to take a while, and he supposed he might as well get the worst out of the way up front. "He decided to expel me," he said darkly once they were all seated. Hermione's eyes grew to the size of tennis balls, and she bounced back to her feet in obvious alarm. "What?" she screeched. Fleur, on the other hand, eyed him critically for a moment, and though she was clearly concerned, she did not initially react. Then, suddenly, she stood and moved to the shelf where they'd left her father's pensive after the twins were done collecting memories for use against Snape. She brought it back to the table and set it down and turned a solemn look on him. "Show us," she ordered. And so he did. And the girls were roaring with laughter by the time the memory ended. "Oh, Harry," breathed Hermione, wiping a tear from her eye. "That was priceless. Your reaction was so perfect." "Oui," grinned Fleur. "I do not think he expected you to be so unafraid." Harry chuckled along with them. Seeing it from that perspective, it was quite amusing. True, he was still worried about what might happen now, but their good humor was infectious, and he couldn't help but share in it. "It gets better," he smirked after a moment. "I talked to the headmistress on my way here, and I have a place at Beauxbatons if I want it." And then he paused hesitantly and looked up at Fleur with his heart in his eyes. "And I can live here now if you'll have me," he added softly. Fleur's eyes bulged, and then she graced him with a blinding smile, but he only caught a brief glimpse of it before she suddenly engulfed him in a warm, heartfelt hug. "I am so happy," she breathed. "Of course I will ave you." Harry relished her reaction. It was amazing having people who actually loved him and who wanted him around like this. Hermione was only a distant second in that respect. He had no doubt that she cared deeply for him, but it wasn't the same as the way Fleur and her family felt. Otherwise, she would have visited him on Privet Drive long ago. He wasn't angry about that. He hadn't exactly told anyone the truth about the place, but the fact remained. Life debt or no, the Delacours had gone out of their way not just to welcome him, but to help him through his immense number of problems. He doubted that he could ever truly repay them. Finally, Fleur pulled away again, and her expression turned more serious. "We must tell Pop of this," she mused. "He must know how far that Batard is willing to go." Harry nodded his agreement. "He'll get a kick out of the memory," he shrugged. "I just hope I haven't tipped our hand too much." "But what will you do about school?" fretted Hermione. "He didn't actually expel you. He just told you he would." Harry shrugged, having thought of that already. Simply put, he asked, I'll move in here and keep going to class in the castle until he kicks me out. He won't dare, though, and like the headmistress said, he can't afford to say anything about my living arrangements for the same reason. I just transfer, and he can't stop it from happening. The conversation continued for hours as they discussed plans and possible repercussions. Harry was surprised that Hermione was taking it as well as she was. In retrospect, he would have expected that she would explode when he mentioned the possibility of transferring. Then again, she would probably just join him. She would adore the opportunity to get an education abroad. When they arrived for dinner that night, Dumbledore was nowhere to be found, which was something of a relief. Fawkes, however, had elected to join them, and he drew incredulous stares from almost every student in the hall. Harry put it down to fact that they'd probably never seen a real phoenix before. Until, way to make an entrance, Harrykins, gushed Fred. Couldn't have done it better ourselves, agreed George. First the Vila, and now a phoenix? Don't forget the other girl, Fred. Right, and Hermione, too? 3 birds at once. And they're all hot. Way to go, they chorused. Harry snorted at their antics and tried to ignore the way Ron's expression dimmed, his jealousy flaring once more. For someone who had so recently used Harry's fame to bolster his own, he was awfully intolerant when Harry got more attention. Worse, it wasn't like he actually tried for it, let alone liked it. He was famous before he could even speak. But alas, there was nothing he could do about his friend's discontent unless he wanted to fight, which he didn't. He had too many other problems that were far more important. Ron was just going to have to deal, so Harry ignored him. Everyone, this is Fawkes, he smiled instead. Then he turned to the Phoenix. Fawkes, meet Susan Bones, Neville Longbottom, Fred and George Weasley, and of course you already know Ron Weasley. Ron scowled at the introduction for some reason, and Fawkes clattered around on the tabletop to greet everyone while Harry and Fleur watched with open amusement. But then Fawkes spotted the twins. Apparently, they'd spent some time in the headmaster's office because he clearly knew who they were. Harry was surprised when he hopped up between them, putting one foot on each of their shoulders. The twins were equally as surprised as everyone else, and they grinned at his antics. He could barely balance and was swaying almost drunkenly, but Harry saw him doing something with his talons. And then, quite suddenly, he burst into flame and vanished. Harry stared in astonishment as the great hall erupted in laughter. Fawkes had grabbed their shirts and flamed away with them. A slow smile spread across his face as he stared at their stunned, bare-chested forms, and a moment later, Fawkes reappeared on Fleur's shoulder, snickering quietly to himself. And then Fleur started in. Not bad, I suppose, she frowned. But I thinks that I like Aries' chess much better. Harry blushed, and everyone had a good laugh at that. Deciding to avoid that conversation entirely, though, he turned to Fawkes instead. So, marauding Phoenix, he asked bemusedly. Fawkes chirped brightly at him. Harry smirked evilly. Remind me later, he chuckled. We'll get Padfoot and Moony. Fawkes sat up a bit straighter, an interested gleam appearing in his inky black eyes. It was only then that Harry realized that Fawkes had ignored Ron when he made the rounds, and now would not so much as look at him. That was a bad sign, but Harry put it along with Ron's continued grumbling from his mind for the moment. His attitude was becoming supremely annoying, but Harry truly didn't want to deal with it right now. Soon everyone settled down, and as the conversation continued, Fawkes wandered the table and kibitzed with Harry's friends in his own unique way. Eventually, though, as everyone started to load their plates, he seemingly decided that his job was done. He hopped up on Fleur's shoulder and settled in to beg grapes from whoever happened to have one in their hand at the time. Harry was actually surprised that the bird was so social. He had been holed up in Dumbledore's office for who knew how long. And so far as Harry was aware, they were until now at least the only students to ever meet him. He certainly wasn't well known in Hogwarts, which was odd when one thought about it given that he was thought to be the headmaster's familiar. Harry supposed it was really no wonder that Fawkes wanted out of that boring tower, now that he considered it. Halfway through dinner, Madame Maxime caught his eye, winked at him, and inclined her head slightly at the door. Harry nodded back. If he understood correctly, then Dumbledore had just entered the hall. This was going to be interesting. And sure enough, not 30 seconds later, "Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore in one of his sterner tones, "I think it time that you return Fawkes to my office." Fawkes, who was still sitting calmly on Fleur's shoulder, turned and stared neutrally back at the headmaster, while Harry quirked an eyebrow. It was awfully presumptuous on Dumbledore's part. He didn't know if the man had ever truly been good, but if he had, then he'd forgotten an awful lot, especially about phoenixes. Harry reached around Fleur to gently stroke the bird's neck, which drew his attention to him. "Do you want to go back, Fawkes?" he asked quietly. Fawkes squawked and shook his head vehemently, and Dumbledore paled at the gesture. Harry, meanwhile, turned to look in the old man's general direction, but made sure to keep his eyes averted. "Sorry, Professor," he shrugged. "I think Fawkes goes where he wants, and as my friend, he's welcome here any time he likes." Dumbledore stared at him for a moment, and then, "Why are you doing this, Harry?" he asked in a pained voice. He sounded deeply hurt and disappointed, but he couldn't keep his anger out of his eyes, obvious for all who knew to look. Harry's defiance, along with Fawkes' apparent abandonment of him, was getting under his skin. If things kept up this way, it probably wouldn't be long before the man's composure gave out, which would probably be a good thing in the long run, albeit initially painful. And with that thought in mind, Harry purposefully misinterpreted the question. "It's Fawkes' choice, sir, not mine," he shrugged. Dumbledore stared for a moment before apparently realizing that Harry had a point. "Very well," he scowled. And then he tossed a betrayed look at the beautiful phoenix and stalked off to the teacher's table, where Maxime awaited him with a broad smirk. Harry rather thought he looked like a petulant child. Chapter 24. Point/counterpoint. Fleur woke the following morning to the wonderful warmth of Harry's body pressed up against her. They were facing each other, his head pillowed against her chest as he slept, their arms wrapped around each other, and their legs tangled up together. All told, she felt like she had lost a Muggle game of Twister. As she looked upon his face, she noted the lack of worry he exhibited as he slept. He was almost always tense during the day either because he was nervous by default in social settings, or because something important was preying on his mind, but right now he was completely at peace. It reminded her pleasantly of the morning after her father told him of his predicament. Harry did not know it yet, but the photo of him and Gabrielle sleeping on the couch together was already perched on the mantel at home. A warm smile came over her as she continued to observe him, and she could not resist the urge to pet. His hair, though permanently messy as they found out during the wedding preparations, was soft as silk, and she loved the feel of it. Even better, he loved it when she played with it. So it worked out perfectly for both of them. It was only unfortunate that he was not yet comfortable enough in their relationship that he would do the same to her. She felt that it would come eventually, but it would take time. He had many deep-seated fears to work through first, and hopefully seeing a mind healer over the summer would help somewhat with that. He shifted slightly under her hand a few minutes later, and his eyes finally fluttered open. She could see his confusion. This was his first night with her at school, and he was quite surprised to find himself there. It cleared quickly enough, though, and her favorite smile appeared. "Morning," he rasped. "Bonjour," she smiled, kissing his forehead. Harry stared up into her eyes for a long moment before his hand found its way to her face, the tips of his fingers cautiously probing, lightly touching her cheek. Morning time, before he was completely awake, was the most vulnerable she had ever seen him, or probably ever would. He had not yet had time to raise his usual barriers, and with nothing to interrupt and force them up, he was an open book. "I could get used to this," he whispered quietly, his voice still gravelly with sleep. "I think," he paused and swallowed thickly, and in a quieter whisper, he added, "I think I'm falling in love with you." Fleur's breath caught. That was no small admission, and it came straight from his heart. True, he was still half in dreamland, and barely aware of what he was saying, but that he said it at all was astounding. He was not one to be loose with his emotions, or to speak such profound words when he did not mean them. A happy tear came to her eye, and she smiled warmly down at him. "Je t'aime aussi, ma chérie," she whispered back. Fleur scooted down and kissed him, and as he woke more fully, it soon devolved into tender, tentative lovemaking. He was still very nervous about physical intimacy he would not initiate, and she doubted that he would for a long while yet, but she would take what he gave. And what he gave was so full of emotion that she really couldn't care less if it never changed. They rested for perhaps half an hour after that, but unfortunately they had school today, and both had skipped the previous day in the wake of Dumbledore's interference in their lives. They needed to get up, but she did not want to move. His presence was a comfort that she could easily grow accustomed to. "It's time," he finally sighed. "I really wish we didn't have to go." "We," she replied in a husky voice, "but there is always tonight, mon amour." Harry blushed at the suggestion it was easy to make him do, and his smile pleased her. Fawkes was once again collected on the way out the door, and they drew jealous stares as they passed through the gaggle of Beauxbatons students who stood awaiting their headmistress. Fleur had long since stopped doing this, a simple request of Maxime, and she was free to come and go as she pleased. She wondered idly why the others didn't think of it. No sooner had they entered the great hall, however, than did she know it was going to be another long morning. Dumbledore was riding his throne as always, and his hawk-like gaze locked onto them as soon as they entered. She had known that the wedding would get his attention, but really, this was ridiculous. He simply couldn't leave Harry alone, and the calculating expression they were receiving from him did not bode well for what would come of the day. But as there was nothing they could do about it, they merely sat down and began to eat. Fleur soon saw why Harry liked Fawkes so much. The Phoenix was a rare joy, and even just watching him hop from plate to plate and steal bits of food was a true pleasure. He was never in the way, but nor did he hesitate to make a nuisance of himself if he wanted something. And usually that something was to distract someone from their thoughts, or simply to bring a smile to their face. and had nothing to do with whatever he actually took. But she, too, noticed that he avoided the youngest, Weasley male like the plague. She quickly forgot about him, though, when a different Weasley approached them. The anger had disappeared from Ginny's eyes since the wedding, and her jealousy was muted to bearable levels, but Fleur wasn't sure what would happen. The girl's presence made her nervous, not because she was afraid of her, but because she didn't want her good morning ruined yet. "Mind if I join you?" she asked. Harry shrugged agreeably, as was his way. "Sure," he nodded. It soon became apparent why she'd chosen today to join them. Without a second thought, she looked to the Phoenix, who was having a tug-of-war with Fred over a rasher of bacon. "Hello, Fawkes," she said with a smile. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Fawkes abruptly let go of the bacon upon hearing her voice, causing Fred to pout, and hopped a little closer to Ginny. Fleur watched carefully as he studied her. Phoenixes were excellent judges of character. Nobody knew for certain, but it was widely believed that they employed a form of legilimency and could essentially read a person's intentions. Finally, he chirped a welcome and nuzzled her outstretched hand, to Fleur's relief. Ginny smiled. "No more secret chambers for me," she told him as she reached out and scratched his neck, "but you can come visit any time you want." Fawkes gave her a friendly nudge with his beak and abruptly turned to glare at George, who was about to grab a tail feather. The twins, as odd as it was, were getting on famously with the Firebird. They teased each other mercilessly, and it was quite fun to watch. She doubted that Dumbledore even knew of Fawkes' love of minor pranks. Finally, sensing her attention on him, he clattered back over to Fleur. She smiled and scratched him under the chin in the way he liked, earning her a pleased trill and a surprised look from Ginny. She ignored the latter. While she was annoyed by the girl's attitude at the wedding, it could not be denied that Harry would likely always have at least one Weasley in his life. It made no sense to make an enemy of her, but the girl had some ground to cover if she wanted to be a friend. "Are you having fun?" she asked Fawkes curiously. He straightened up and nodded at her, causing her to grin. "I am glad, Fawkes," she smiled. "You do much to brighten our morning." "He does, doesn't he?" mused Harry thoughtfully. "Oui, mon amour," she said softly, eyes still on the Phoenix, who was now using her as his personal scratching post. "I am glad he chose to stay with us." "He's staying with you?" asked a shocked Ginny. "We're not sure for how long," shrugged Harry. "He came with me when I left Dumbledore's office yesterday. He was bored up there, and I guess we're more interesting." Fawkes turned around and nodded emphatically. "Personally, I like it," grinned Fred. "It's like one big prank on the headmaster," agreed George. "You stole his Phoenix," they chortled. Fleur smirked at them, agreeing completely, and then went back to her food, sharing it liberally with Fawkes. That the Phoenix preferred their company was obvious. Surprisingly enough, though, while Ron was very obviously jealous over it, Ginny didn't seem to mind. Breakfast continued pleasantly enough, and Fleur quickly learned that Hermione and Ginny were friends, which gave her a modicum of hope on that front. Harry fell into a quiet conversation with Neville about a subject that she could not discern. She and Susan ate silently, simply observing. And since the twins followed suit, it was clear that they were up to something, as usual. But just when she thought they might escape the hall intact, "Mr. Potter," came Dumbledore's unwelcome voice from somewhere behind them. "Please come to my office after breakfast." Harry turned to stare blankly at him, and Fleur did likewise. It was hard to tell what the man was thinking. He had impressive emotional control, but whatever it was, she was fairly certain that it would not be good for them. And given her suspicions of his motives, she decided to make herself heard, cutting Harry off just as he was opening his mouth to automatically acknowledge the order. "Is this about our marriage again, Headmaster Dumbledore?" she asked directly, not troubling to keep her voice down. His eyes glittered with irritation when his gaze shifted to her, and behind him, McGonagall wandered up the aisle, apparently drawn in by the conversation. She didn't comment, instead coming to a stop just behind Dumbledore, out of his range of vision. Fleur did not miss that she was listening intently as it unfolded. "It is among the topics at hand, yes," admitted Dumbledore with a frown. Fleur was only slightly surprised when she felt his mental probe. Apparently, he thought to use his answer as a trigger for whatever memories he was searching for. Unfortunately for him, though, her father had trained her in occlumency from a young age, and she smacked it away with a mild amount of heat. Dumbledore flinched violently as a result. "Do you always employ legilimency without consent?" she scowled. "I do not tolerate such intrusions." McGonagall paled at the accusation, and Dumbledore lost some color as well at the public nature of it. To her disappointment, though, he recovered admirably and pasted an apologetic expression on his face. "My apologies, Miss Delacour. It is—" "Madam Potter," she interrupted, "and I will thank you to remember that in the future." His anger escaped his control for a moment and shone on his face, but as seemed to be par for the course, he mastered it quickly. "I'm afraid that your marriage is not legally recognized, Miss Delacour," he said, slightly emphasizing his use of her maiden name. "That is part of our discussion, and your presence will not be necessary." Unruffled, Fleur arched an eyebrow. "I think you will find that it is quite legal, Albus," she said pointedly. "And I did not ask you if it was necessary. I am telling you that I will be there. This is a meeting with legal officials, Miss Delacour." He shot back. "Your presence is not required, nor will it be allowed." Fleur stared at him for a moment as she weighed her options. So he was going to go the legal route. That they could handle, while the heat currently radiating from her husband might be a problem if he didn't have time to cool off. First, the man was making him angry. She could deal with it. But if it was going to be a legal discussion, then they were going to play it her way. She drew her wand, causing Dumbledore to twitch nervously, and conjured quill and parchment. His eyes narrowed at her as she scribbled a short note and rolled it up before turning to give it to Fawkes, who was watching the altercation intently. The Phoenix did not look pleased with his former companion. "Fawkes," she said softly, "if you are willing, would you please take this to my father and return with him? It is important." "That will not be necessary," Fawkes countered the headmaster quietly. Fleur had to suppress a snort when the Phoenix turned toward him and stuck his tiny pink tongue out for a moment. Then he turned back, grabbed the note in his beak, and vanished in a burst of flame. The morbidly amused smirk that appeared briefly on Harry's face was visible from a mile away. Apparently giving up on arguing with her, and probably not ready to deal with the fallout from her note, Dumbledore turned to Harry again. "My office, after breakfast, Mr. Potter," he said simply, and then he turned and stalked out of the hall, leaving a flabbergasted audience behind. McGonagall stood stock still with an utterly flummoxed expression on her face. Harry, on the other hand, stared at the floor, seething in anger. It was him that she was most concerned about. These awful happenings were designed to control him, and she wasn't about to let it happen. The rest of the table was awed, all staring incredulously at her. Apparently, they thought she was insane for standing up to the so-called most powerful wizard in Britain. To her, though, he was little more than a conniving old man. "You are bloody brave," breathed one of the twins. For once, the other had nothing to say, and merely nodded his agreement. Flames erupted beside McGonagall before anyone could get their feet under them again, and Fawkes deposited her father lightly on the floor. The Phoenix then headed for Fleur, who offered an arm. As soon as he landed, she gently stroked his neck and whispered quiet thanks for his services. Fawkes leaned up and nuzzled her, bringing a smile to her face, and then she let him off on Susan's shoulder, startling the girl. She and Harry both rose then, and Fleur moved to hug her father. "Thank you for coming, Papa," she smiled. "We may have a problem with the headmaster. He is trying to interfere." "Do not worry, Sherry," he soothed. "I will always come when you call." Then he let her go and pulled a surprised but pleased Harry in as well. "We will make sure nothing appends to you," he assured him. When he finally let Harry go, he turned to the Phoenix, who was still perched on Susan's shoulder, again watching intently. "You are Fawkes?" he asked curiously. The Phoenix bobbed his head in confirmation. "Then I must thank you for saving Airy so long ago," he smiled. "And for today as well." Fawkes chirped happily, apparently having decided that he liked Sebastian. In the background, McGonagall cleared her throat. "May I accompany you, Mr. Potter?" she requested with a frown. "I would like to know what this is about since it involves one of my students." Harry's expression had cleared a bit, helped along, no doubt, by Fleur's gentle touch, and he looked up at her and scrutinized her closely. Fleur did not know much about the staff of Hogwarts, but from what she had seen, especially in light of what happened during the interview with Director Bones McGonagall, at least was honorable, if perhaps a bit naive. And Harry seemed to agree. "Sure, Professor," he nodded after a moment. "I think it's time you knew the truth." Their appetites ruined by the confrontation, Harry and Fleur paused only long enough for Harry to collect Fawkes. The entire hall was once again watching them. It sent a shiver down her spine, but there was little to be done about it. That Dumbledore had made a public spectacle was his own problem, and would do him no favors in the long run. She explained the situation to her father as they walked, and he was incensed that the man had dared to invade her mind. Not that she disagreed. Like her father, she felt that legitimacy was a personal violation akin to rape, if not worse in some ways, and did not like when it was used against her. That said, while she had always thought her a clemency practice a waste of time, now she was eminently glad of it. And Harry would need to learn it soon as well. The headmaster was not alone when they arrived in his office. He, of course, was sitting pompously behind his desk. She could no longer think of him as regal, and in a seat to the side was a squirrely-looking sort. He was perhaps 5.5 feet, wire-thin, with a craggy face and oily brown hair. Harry did not appear to recognize him. "I believe I stated that this was not a public meeting, Mr. Potter," frowned Dumbledore as he eyed the others in the room, his irritation showing through once more. Harry, who had turned his attention to Fawkes just as he had the last time he was in this office, tensed up when he heard the man's voice. The pressure was getting to him, which was not good. He was already under too much, and he would likely only be able to take so much more before he broke. Even so, The anger that was so obvious to Fleur did not come through in his quiet voice when he responded. "And I believe my wife stated that she would be here, headmaster." He returned simply, "If this is about our marriage, then it's her business too." A scowl flickered on Dumbledore's face, and his ice-cold eyes scanned the array of visitors with veiled impatience. "I must ask you all to leave," he said commandingly. "This is a private legal matter, and may not be discussed in your presence." "And what matter would that be, Albus?" asked her father. "Your attempts to exclude Fleur do not make sense, and Airy is entitled to whatever representation and witnesses he wishes to ave." The old man dithered for a moment as his gaze landed on Sebastian Delacour, who he knew quite well from the International Confederation of Wizards. Sebastian Delacour often attended those meetings as one of the French representatives, and was just as well respected by the Confederation as he was by the people in his home country. Fleur watched with interest as Dumbledore came to the conclusion that he could not easily avoid the question. "It is an issue regarding the legality of his recent marriage announcement," he said finally. "As such, it only concerns Mr. Potter and his guardians." "Then why exactly are you involved, sir?" asked Harry pointedly. The oily wizard blanched at the question. Interestingly enough, but Dumbledore didn't flinch. "It is my duty to ensure the safety of my students, Mr. Potter," he replied patronizingly as he looked down his nose at Harry. "With all due respect, headmaster," replied Harry quietly, "that doesn't make it your business." "Your guardians did not give you permission to wed, Harry," sighed Dumbledore tiredly. "You know this, and as they are not present, it falls to me to deal with the issue. Now, please ask your friends to leave, so that we may proceed." "I already told you, sir," growled Harry, no longer able to hide his anger completely. "They did give me permission, not that it's any of your business. You're the headmaster, not my—" "Enough," interrupted Dumbledore, momentarily losing control of himself. And before he could regain his footing, "Really, Albus," breathed McGonagall, completely scandalized by what was happening. Madame Bones herself presided over the ceremony, and she is a stickler for the law. "Minerva," groaned Dumbledore, "you do not understand what is happening. Please leave this to me." "No, Albus," scowled McGonagall. "You are harassing my student, and I will know why." The silence spiraled for a long moment as McGonagall's words sank in for Dumbledore. He now knew that his treatment of Harry had caught her attention, and that she was suspicious, which clearly unnerved him. Meanwhile, Fleur eyed the oily wizard for a moment. He appeared to have lost track of the conversation in favor of leering at her when he thought she wasn't looking, and she reached for Harry's hand, both in silent support and for her own comfort. And then her father piped up again, which made her smile. She had no doubt that he was waiting for just the right moment to say his piece. He was an excellent politician, and now he'd found it. It also interested her that Harry relaxed somewhat upon hearing his voice. She considered it a good sign where their relationship was concerned. "You will be better served to lay your cards on the table, Albus," said Sebastian firmly. "With the exception of Professor McGonagall, who we have invited as a witness, we are all involved. Or are you trying to hide something?" Dumbledore turned and tried to stare him down, but the attempt met with abject failure. Fleur's father had been in politics for a very long time. Not as long as Dumbledore, true, but unlike the old man, he had earned his political power rather than having it handed to him for the defeat of a dark wizard. And as a former master Auror and a present-day masterful politician. He was extremely difficult to intimidate. It was no contest, really. Finally, Dumbledore gave in. "Very well," he sighed. "I can see you will make this difficult, Sebastian. This is Jerome, Hal. He is Mr. Potter's legal representative and is here to inform his client of the full nature of his situation." Harry quirked an eyebrow. "I don't have a legal representative, Professor." He scowled, apparently taking that as his cue. The oily wizard finally stopped staring at Fleur and rose to his feet. After straightening his ugly brown sport coat, really was atrocious, he turned a condescending and dismissive expression on Harry. Fleur blinked at that. Did he have no idea of the things that her husband had done in his life? The scene was almost laughable even before the man spoke. Hal gave off the aura of a coward, and she had no doubt that half the Beauxbatons third-form students could probably scare the life out of the man just by drawing a wand. He obviously had no clue who he was dealing with. "Headmaster Dumbledore has engaged my services on your behalf, Mr. Potter," he oozed. "It seems that you do not understand your legal situation, and he has asked me to explain it to you, as well as the consequences should you persist in this charade." For his part, Harry closed his eyes and sighed, prompting Fawkes to lean forward and bump the top of his head against his chin. That brought the slightest of smiles to his face, though it did not affect the sarcasm audible in his voice when he replied. "Oh, do tell," he snorted morbidly. Fawkes snickered, and that brought a slight smile even to Fleur's lips. "It is illegal for a minor to wed absent the permission of a parent or guardian." The man simpered, completely oblivious to their opinions of him. Quite tactlessly, he pressed on with, "Since you have no parents, your guardians would be required to provide the necessary permission, which they have not done, and your marriage is therefore invalid. If it is found that Miss Delacour has interacted with you sexually, she will be held over for trial on a charge of statutory rape. You can also be held personally liable for the damage to her family for the erroneous claim of marriage." Fleur snorted at the idea that she might be arrested. That would be the day. Not only would it never stick in court he was her husband, and that could be proven both legally and magically, but it would create an international incident. They wouldn't dare. But still, "Airy, as told the headmaster repeatedly, said his guardians gave Zir permission." She growled. "What part of this do you not understand?" Shaking her head disgustedly, she added, "This is a waste of time." But apparently, that just wasn't good enough. "I will not allow one of my students to be taken advantage of, Miss Delacour." Dumbledore growled back. "We will be pressing charges against you shortly. You should not even be present in this meeting." Harry and Fleur snorted simultaneously in morbid amusement. "Really, Albus?" asked Sebastian, not nearly so amused. "Then good luck to you. I do not think you will like the fallout when you are proven to be illegally harassing both my family and the boy who lived, but it is your funeral." "The case is solid, Sebastian," retorted Dumbledore confidently. "As I said, Mr. Potter's guardians did not give their permission. I know Vernon and Petunia well, and I assure you that they would not do so." Three faces darkened ominously at those words, and Fleur did not need legilimency to know that her father and Harry were thinking much the same as she was. Those words indicated that he knew what was going on in Harry's home life, that he had purposely left him there to face the abuse. To say that she was angry was an understatement, and she had to clamp down hard on it as quickly as she could to avoid transforming and incinerating the bastard on the spot. It was only Harry's hand and hers, along with a quiet song from Fawkes, that allowed her to keep control and to keep most of it off her face. McGonagall was eyeing them warily, though. She'd noticed. Sadly for him. However, Dumbledore took their reactions completely the wrong way and adopted a satisfied look. Little did he know. And then, "Do you now?" asked her father dangerously. "You do not know as much as you think you do. You always were overconfident. There is no getting around the issue of permission," retorted Dumbledore smugly. "I am truly sorry that it has come to this, but Mr. Potter has only himself to blame." Sebastian studied Dumbledore for a long moment, and then, "First of all, Albus," he said slowly, his voice turning deadly serious, "OO gave you permission to hire legal representation for Harry? As I said, Sebastian, it is my duty." "I did not ask after your duty," he interrupted. "I asked after the legal basis, and your position at Hogwarts is not a valid legal basis. Try again." Dumbledore blanched, and silence reigned for a moment because he was apparently at a loss for words. In the background, McGonagall's face drained of color, and her eyes narrowed as she looked upon her boss. She was very clearly unhappy with the man. "Albus," she hissed, "you didn't." Dumbledore sighed. "I assure you, Minerva, as Chief Warlock, it is within my rights. Even the Chief Warlock cannot hire representation for an individual outside of a criminal case against that individual," countered Sebastian. "And you cannot initiate any action on his behalf." With a grim smile, he added, "Do not forget that I am versed in British law. Albus, I add to clear the bar ere to qualify for my position." "You are mistaken, Sebastian," said Dumbledore weakly. "No, I am not, as you are well aware," growled Sebastian. And then he straightened and fixed Albus with an impressive glare and hissed, "In my position as Z Director of Foreign Affairs for Magical France, I am now officially notifying you that you are risking a serious diplomatic incident. With his marriage to my daughter, which, by the way, is recognized in France as Larry maintains dual citizenship. And we take the safety of our citizens very, very seriously." Dumbledore abruptly paled, and his eyes widened at the seriousness of the words that had just been spoken. Fleur smirked at him, unable to keep from rubbing it in just a little. She wasn't sure which part of the statement truly got him, but suspected it was that the marriage was recognized in France. Her father could tear him apart, and he knew it. McGonagall remained silent as she stared wide-eyed at the scene. Finally, Dumbledore recovered enough to make a weak attempt at counterpoint. For that to be true, the marriage would have to have taken place in France, he reminded them. "Which it did," said Sebastian simply. "Madame Bones maintains French credentials, Albus, just as I do British ones." Short, dark, and oily in the corner was watching the back and forth with something akin to fear. He was almost cowering. Clearly, the situation was out of his league, which Fleur was only too happy about. At least he'd stopped staring. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "Impossible," he said flatly. "I assure you, Albus, it is most certainly true," countered an incensed McGonagall, to Dumbledore's obvious shock. "I was there, and I can tell you beyond doubt that it took place in France." Everyone watched as Dumbledore floundered. Even had they not had permission, the British had no ability to bring charges in France unless they wanted an enormous public spectacle, which would backfire on them horribly. The silence thickened until Sebastian finally cleared his throat. "I believe we are done, heir," he said flatly. "Do not press this, Albus, or you will surely regret it. Aerie is family, and I do not tolerate threats to my family." "One other thing," said Harry in a soft, dangerous tone that utterly intimidated even Fleur. "I did not hire Mr. Howe. I hope you're planning on paying him headmaster, because I certainly won't. But—" Harry silenced the oncoming tirade with a glare that Fleur had never seen from him before. He was beyond angry. She was going to have to calm him down soon, and would probably need Fawkes' help to do so. And she knew that most of his anger was still centered on Dumbledore's admission that he knew the Dursleys. It was an admission of guilt of the worst possible kind, given what those people had done. Even Fleur was angry about it, but she was trying not to focus on it for her husband's sake. And she didn't need to grow feathers right now. "Listen to him, Albus," said Sebastian softly, "because I will back him with my full political power. Do not test me, and do not harass Aerie or Fleur further on this or any other issue." With that, Sebastian beckoned sharply to Harry and Fleur, neither of whom hesitated to follow. Fleur was not surprised to see McGonagall trailing along after them. If the expression on her face was any indication, she had just had a very rude awakening. And then, just as they were mounting the stairs to ride them down, Fleur had an epiphany. "Per APS, we should call Madame Bones, Papa," she opined in a ringing tone. He was already instructed to ave minimal contact with Aerie. It was unfortunate for her that she didn't get to see the look of profound horror on Dumbledore's face when her words drifted back through his still-open door. Chapter 25. Curiosity and the Cat. Minerva McGonagall was not an easy woman to shock, but when she left the headmaster's office, her head was spinning. She had never known Albus to stoop to such a level. And why would he try to stand in the way of the marriage? Anyway, it made no sense. Minerva liked the side of the Beauxbatons champion that she'd seen since that dreadful task and wholeheartedly approved of their relationship given the circumstances. She was bringing out a playful side in Potter that hadn't been there before, and it was a breath of fresh air. He was more confident, too, as his recent interactions with Albus were showing, and she could only see it as a good thing. Her curiosity over the situation was burning within. The only valid point that Albus made, and it was a major one, to be sure, was the issue of the Dursleys. She had railed against those awful people for years, and she had no doubt that they would be fully capable of leaving the girl to her fate. So, how had they managed to get permission? "Would one of you mind telling me what is going on?" she asked in a hushed tone as they made their way down the corridor. Sebastian Delacour was an intimidating man when he wanted to be, but the glance he gave her at the question was more speculative than anything. Before he could say anything, though, Harry spoke up, sounding inordinately tired and angry. And it was no wonder if this was what he was dealing with. "Will you fill her in, please, sir?" he requested quietly of his father-in-law. "I don't think I can handle it right now." Fleur wrapped her arms around him from behind and squeezed him gently. It was another thing she had done for him. Minerva had seen his reactions to physical contact and been disturbed by them, but didn't know what it meant or how to fix it. But this young lady had somehow broken through that barrier, and she suspected it was more important than she knew. Sebastian moved forward to where Harry had stopped and exchanged a concerned look with his daughter before leaning down to look him in the eye. "I will. Aerie, he said gently. May I tell her? As your EAD of ooze, she should know, but I won't if you strongly object. Minerva's brow furrowed at the vague question. Her curiosity piqued, but she remained silent. Harry turned and met her gaze with one of startling intensity, searching for something nameless, before he finally turned back to Sebastian and wordlessly nodded. Sebastian then placed a hand on his shoulder, which he actually accepted, to Minerva's shock, and squeezed gently as his gaze shifted to his daughter. Take care of him, Sherry, he urged. You know that I will, Papa, she returned softly. And then she whispered something to Fawkes, and all three vanished in a puff of flame. Even though she'd seen Fawkes do that many times over the years, it was still an impressive sight. I suggest you make arrangements for your classes, madam, said Sebastian seriously. This will take some time. Minerva was not about to pass up the opportunity. She quickly agreed to meet him at Chateau Delacour and ran to talk to Phileas. The sprightly charms professor was a good friend and would not betray her trust, even to Dumbledore. Her classes settled, she then fled out to her destination. She arrived in the entryway of the chateau to find Madame Delacour waiting for her. Bonjour, Professor McGonagall, she greeted with a concerned frown. Please call me Minerva, said McGonagall. She wanted to smile at the kind woman, but she couldn't bring herself to do so given the serious nature of the situation. Then Ariane and Sebastian will do, offered Ariane, as she beckoned for Minerva to follow. Sebastian has just arrived, and he is getting what he needs to show you. Show me. It will take some time, she sighed. This is a very complicated situation. Minerva frowned as she followed the woman through the halls of the enormous castle. She had guessed that they had something on the Dursleys, but this sounded like it was far more than that. She wanted to know so she could help her favorite student, not that she would ever admit that she had a favorite student, but she was beginning to suspect that she had stepped into something big. Ariane led her to a comfortable living room and set about making tea. Sebastian returned with a pensive of all things while she was preparing it, and he smiled at her, but it did not reach his eyes. She could see the strain on his features, the strain of someone who knew something terrible and was revisiting it in his memories. Ere you are, Minerva, offered Ariane, handing her a cup. Do not be alarmed. There is a mild calming draught in the tea. You will need it. I am not going to like this, am I? She wondered. No, you are not, inserted Sebastian seriously. Minerva studied him as he sat down across from her. There was a glimmer of anger in his eyes, undoubtedly left over from the confrontation, just past, but there was also something else, sadness. In his eyes was a deep, sympathetic pain, and she had no doubt that it was aimed at Harry. He allowed her scrutiny without comment, and gave her a few moments before speaking. Before we begin, he said softly, I would like to ask you a question, if I may. She nodded her assent. Has Harry recently shown any notable improvements in your class? Minerva blinked. Yes, she admitted. In the last few weeks, he's been performing beyond even Miss Granger, and she was at the top of the class. I have yet to determine what changed beyond your daughter's presence in his life. Sebastian sighed. Alas, Fleur has nothing to do with it, he replied. The reason he did poorly in the past is much less pleasant, I am afraid. You see, Minerva, he was deliberately holding back. He is doing well now because one of our ooze rules is that he will do his best in school. Minerva paled at the implications. The improvements had started roughly a month ago. They were so sudden and drastic that she knew almost exactly when, but why would Harry be following Delacour house rules? That didn't make much sense. Unless— "What are we talking about here?" she asked faintly. Sebastian did not answer immediately, instead rifling through a stack of documents and pulling out what appeared to be a Muggle file folder. He held it in his hands as he spoke, painting the picture of the last month. And as she listened, horror began to creep in at where the conversation was going. "I am a cautious man, Minerva," he began heavily. "When the issue came up with Fleur, I investigated Harry thoroughly before approaching him, and what I found disturbed me greatly. Did you know that there have been no social services visits to the Dursleys, either by wizards or Muggles?" Minerva frowned deeply. "But there should have been," she said. "He's an orphan, and it's required for that type of placement, at least for the first 5 years. "Correct," nodded Sebastian. "But nevertheless, there were no inspections, and when I found nothing in the wizarding records, I turned to the Muggles and came across this." He handed the folder to her and explained it contains Harry's medical records for the period of time before he attended Hogwarts. Minerva's breath caught as she stared at the folder. It was huge. She wasted no time in opening it, suddenly feeling a desperate need to know what was inside. And as she read entry after entry, the color slowly drained from her cheeks. It was absolutely, utterly appalling. And Minerva was angry. There was no longer any doubt in her mind about whether or not Harry was receiving proper care from the Dursleys. "I told Albus," she hissed. "I told him. They were the worst sort of Muggles." "And therein lies the problem, Minerva," said Sebastian heavily. "Even a few of those documents would be enough to ave the Muggles looking into the situation in that ooze, but no one ever did. I believe that Albus was well aware of what was going on, and that he was interfering to maintain the situation." Minerva stared blankly at him, unable to believe her ears. "You have proof of this?" she whispered faintly. "No," said Sebastian. "That is just speculation, but I have proof of other issues. But let us get back to my investigation." Minerva nodded absently and took a sip of her tea, letting the calming potion do its job. She really was going to need it. "Yes, let's," she agreed. "I decided after investigating that measures may be needed to protect his best interests," he admitted. "I had several contingencies planned and ended up using one of the most drastic after meeting those Cochon. Our first trip into the Pensive will be that memory, so you can see exactly what I have done and why." Minerva wasn't sure what she should think when he mentioned contingencies in certain circles, especially high government ones. That word had some very negative connotations, but she could not stop her curiosity. Harry was her student, and it was her job to protect him. She had to know. And so she closed her eyes for a moment and took a deep breath, and then nodded and reached forward to dip her hand into the bowl, already well familiar with the device. She fell onto the front porch of a very familiar house, where Sebastian was just knocking on the door. The Dursley's initial reaction to his news did not surprise her in the least. They were awful people, but what happened after that simply blew her mind. How could they? They had simply signed him away, and from the way Sebastian had been talking to them, they thought they were signing his death warrant. It was horrifying. She was white with rage by the time she exited the Pensive, and had to close her eyes and forcibly rein in her temper. Sebastian watched her impassively, allowing her the time she needed. "As you can see, He continued after a while. They are, as you say, the worst sort of muggles. Mind you, they are now being ELD over for trial. I recorded that memory with a muggle device, and with the assistance of MI5, we were able to charge them with conspiracy to commit murder. Good, she spat. Unfortunately, it does not end there. Minerva, said Sebastian quietly. Not by a long shot. As Aerie is nominally in your care, I want you to know the true extent of how he was treated. But I will warn you, this is highly disturbing. Minerva lost what little color she had left when she realized the implications of this offer. Was he saying what she thought he was saying? Child abuse of a physical nature was almost unheard of in wizarding society. It happened on extremely rare occasion, but not like with the Muggles. Magical blood was so rare that even the darkest of wizards valued their children. But then Sebastian motioned her into the pensive, and she learned the truth about Harry Potter. Horrified, she watched the same memory that Sebastian had once shown Molly Weasley, and as horrifying as that memory was, and as sick as it made her feel, it explained so much that it was almost painful. How had she not seen this? Everything from his aversion to touch, to the way he sometimes flinched away from loud or angry voices. It all made sick, horrifying sense. And yet he was such a sweet and unassuming young man. How could anyone have treated him that way? How had Harry even survived it? It was no wonder the boy didn't want to be involved in this discussion. She could not even imagine how he must feel about it all. I apologize for the distress this brings you, said Sebastian quietly, drawing her out of her inner turmoil. But I imagine his personality makes more sense to you now. Minerva nodded faintly. Yes, she whispered. Oh, Merlin, what have we done to him? You have done nothing wrong, Minerva, said Ariane sadly. Albus had everyone fooled. Minerva swallowed thickly and nodded her thanks to Ariane, and then took another large swig of tea and allowed it to do its job. It was the only thing keeping her sane at the moment. She wanted to scream and rage, but what good would it do? Only that subtle calming draft kept her sensate enough to manage. Unfortunately, that was but one of the memories I took from the Dursleys, sighed Sebastian after a while, leaning back on the couch. There are many more where that came from. Too many. It will take many years for him to recover from this, if it is even possible. Fleur has done well with him so far, but he is far from healed. Sebastian paused then and rubbed his face for a moment. I could not leave him there, he said in a quiet, pain-filled voice. And Aerie, he has been so good about the old thing. He has never once complained about anything. I honestly do not understand how that boy has survived this long. Ariane sighed and leaned forward, and Minerva was startled to see a tear rolling down her cheek, never realizing that her own cheeks were just as wet. The revelation had moved her deeply, and she didn't yet know what to do about it. She couldn't think clearly enough to make that leap just yet. Ariane spoke in a near whisper, her pain equal to her husband's. Fleur accidentally terrified him on Zir, wedding night. Minerva, she admitted distantly. She said that Aerie did not even know his own body. She did not want to pressure him, but they had no choice because of the debt. She had to explain everything to him herself. Ariane shook her head in sudden exhaustion, and Sebastian reached out to put a gentle hand on her back as she continued. I will never know how she earns that much trust from him. she said faintly. "E trusts, or with all that E is from what we have seen. I don't think E even realizes it." Minerva swallowed thickly, as equally horrified by that revelation as the others. Harry had never had a single person to turn to, and as she looked back over the years, she could not agree with Ariane. She had done something wrong. She had ignored all the signs and had not offered him the kind of guidance that he so desperately had needed. She could not help but wonder how it was that Harry had managed for this long without having someone to teach him the things he needed to know, let alone how to tell right from wrong. Minerva scarcely noticed the tears that were now flowing freely down her cheeks. He had essentially been tortured for almost his entire life. And then, on top of it all, Albus let Severus rush out over him. It was absolutely appalling, and if not for the tea, she might have run from the room. "Merlin," she whispered again. "Why would Albus allow this to happen?" "He did not allow it to happen, Minerva," said Sebastian heavily. "I think he made it happen." Minerva's gaze snapped back to him, and her eyes went wide. "What?" she breathed. Sebastian leaned forward again, and the anger returned to his eyes as he met her gaze directly. "Aerie was unaware of his inheritance," he explained. "Albus kept all but the smallest vault from him. I already suspected something was wrong there. And then the goblins approached him on a visit to the bank. An audit showed that Albus has embezzled over 80 million galleons from the Potter estate that we know about so far, funding an organization called the Order of the Phoenix." Her eyes went impossibly wide upon hearing this, and a blazing anger welled up within her. "He's stealing from Harry to fund the Order," she roared, completely incensed by this new information. "Yes," frowned Sebastian, his eyes narrowing. "Do you know what this Order is?" She closed her eyes for a long moment to contain her anger before answering. "It was established in the last war," she explained, "for the purpose of fighting you-know-who. It hasn't been active in a long time, but Albus was the leader." The Delacours exchanged a troubled look. "There is an active prophecy in the Department of Mysteries regarding Aerie," noted Sebastian. "We have not yet accessed it, and I hesitate to do so. Prophecy is perilous, and I believe that is the trap that Albus has fallen into. I believe he knows what it says." Minerva was wide-eyed at this revelation. "It's active, you say?" she whispered. "Yes, why?" frowned Sebastian. "Because that's why you-know-who went after the Potters," she said absently, staring off into space. "It wasn't well known at the time, and I believed it fulfilled when he failed to kill Harry. But if it's still active, then that is why Albus is so interested in Harry Potter," finished Sebastian, though he didn't look the slightest bit surprised. Silence fell, and Minerva did her best to process what she knew. It was a lot to take in, and it was horrifying. Albus had purposely kept Harry in a supremely abusive home, so he could be tortured for some reason, and had stolen massive amounts of money from his family estate, and kept him in the dark the whole time. It was appalling. She did not have the words. But why try to stop the marriage? She wondered aloud. That doesn't make any sense. I can understand keeping him with those people if he was trying to keep his inheritance for the Order. But the marriage— "Control, Minerva," said Ariane quietly. "With Florenzi picture, Aerie will never be loyal solely to Albus." "Everything is about control," agreed Sebastian. Aerie was so desperate to be free of the Dursleys that he would trust anyone who came along, and that man was Dumbledore. But Albus made a crucial mistake in not recognizing the life debt before I found out about it. I intend to unravel the entire thing, and I will take him down. E is a criminal now. Minerva, nothing more. Minerva stared blankly at a nearby wall for a long while, her mind nearly buckling under the weight the knowledge she now possessed. She had absolutely no reason to doubt the deal cores. Not only was Sebastian internationally respected, but Harry was no fool. He might get himself into situations, but he always got himself out again, and he had made no effort whatsoever to do so in this instance, which meant that Harry trusted them completely, not to mention it was too easily verified simply by talking to the boy. No, they were on the level, and that meant that a man who she had greatly respected until now had somehow strayed from the light. For what light wizard would ever even consider subjecting a child to that torture? It was no longer surprising that Fawkes left him for Harry and Fleur. Albus was incredibly angry about that, but by Merlin, he deserved it. "What do I do?" she asked finally, trying desperately to pull herself back together. "Nothing at this time," advised Sebastian. "This has to be, and led carefully, and Severus Snape is the first step. We ave to show a pattern and get Albus out of his positions of power. Otherwise, we will be impotent to stop him, and I will be forced to bring Harry to France permanently. Prophecy be damned." He already spoke with Madame Maxime when Dumbledore threatened to expel him, and as her approval to transfer if he wishes. "What?" yelped Minerva. "When did Albus threaten to expel him?" "Yesterday," smirked Ariane. "Zay memory is worth watching. Harry, and let it quite well." Sebastian chuckled in genuine amusement. "I didn't think he added in him, but it was quite masterful," he smirked. Minerva snorted in morbid amusement. "Perhaps in a moment," she nodded. "I think I would like to see that. First, though, are you absolutely certain that your guardianship will hold up?" "Positive," nodded Sebastian. "It was signed with a blood quill and sealed by magic. It cannot be undone. And for the record, I did offer him the chance to select someone else, and he declined." Minerva wasn't surprised by this. They had done something truly remarkable for him, and it was no surprise that he would be grateful. "I think you'll be good for him," she decided, "and I'm certain that Fleur is. I've never seen him so relaxed and happy." Sebastian smiled. "They are a wonderful match," he agreed. Fleur, as had that obnoxious attitude of hers ever since her allure started causing her problems, and this is the first time she has willingly dropped it for someone. I don't think it is going to change. She likes who she really is, and he allows her to show it. And she sees him only for, he is not for his fame," smiled Ariane. "One of very few who do, I think." "I only know of one other," agreed Minerva. "To be honest, I thought he would end up with Miss Granger." Sebastian laughed. Fleur talked to her about that, he admitted. "She thinks of him as a brother. Minerva, it would never work." Minerva wasn't sure she agreed with that sentiment, and from the look on Ariane's face, neither was she convinced. It wasn't worth pursuing. However, there were weightier matters afoot. Sitting back, she took a moment to reflect on the conversation so far. She was going to have to blow off some serious steam before she saw Albus again, but she thought she could handle it. He had gone round the twist, and now it was time to change allegiance. It saddened her that it took a French wizard to notice the problem, but at least it was noticed. I'll do whatever I can to help him, she decided. So tell me how I can help, and I will do it. For now, just keep an eye out for him, said Sebastian. I am doing a lot of digging to figure out how to discredit Albus irreversibly. I almost wish he had taken the marriage to court because I could have gutted him. Ari would never have forgiven me, though, since it would mean letting is passed out. Yes, that would certainly do it, wouldn't it? Mused Minerva. We will find something, promised Sebastian. The theft is almost good enough on its own, so we should not need too much more. Then he switched to a quieter tone. And please do not attempt to discuss his past with him unless he approaches you, Minerva, he warned softly. It will only do harm. We have already made arrangements for someone to help him over the summer. Minerva nodded her agreement. While she would like to at least apologize to him, she could see where it needed to wait. Based on their comments, she was guessing that his new wife was aware of all of this, so she would have to do for right now. That was probably the one advantage to their age difference. She had some additional life experience, and that would help him greatly. Now all she had to do was figure out how she was going to respond to Dumbledore the next time she saw him. Chapter 26. The Trial of Severus Snape. In the 2 weeks that followed, life settled into some semblance of normalcy for Fleur and Harry. Having been verbally eviscerated by Sebastian, Dumbledore didn't dare approach them, which was quite a relief for both. Fawkes remained in their company, and even attended school with one or the other, depending on the day. The latter drew a large amount of attention and speculation, but they ignored it. Harry continued to stay in the Beauxbatons carriage, and that gave them the opportunity to further explore their relationship with each other. It was slow-going. Harry was exceptionally shy in spite of the front he maintained most of the time, and Fleur privately felt that she would not know a fraction of what she did about him if not for her father's investigation. Her knowledge of his past had given her a lever to use in prying into his inner self. Fleur enjoyed that time and was looking forward to the summer more and more. Chateau Delacour was positioned outside an idyllic little town, and she relished the idea of spending time with Harry in that quaint little world. It was a peaceful place, and if there was one thing that Harry needed, it was peace and quiet. His life was a madhouse, and that was demonstrated clearly by their current situation. April 2nd had rolled around, and it was time for the trial of Severus Snape. To their chagrin, they found that their arrival at the Ministry building was anticipated, and the next 30 minutes were spent dodging reporters and trying to get to where they needed to be. She still wasn't sure how they managed to avoid answering questions. Harry made his way to the witness waiting room, and Fleur had taken a seat in the spectator gallery. The courtroom itself was like something out of a medieval story, an enormous stone room lit with guttering torches, a long, imposing raised section where the judges sat, a huge, throne-like stone chair with chains embedded to restrain the accused, and incongruously, a wood-paneled witness box that looked like something from a Muggle television show. Some old crone was presiding over the trial, as Madame Bones had recused herself to prosecute. And to her shock, when he entered the courtroom, Dumbledore himself was defending. She had to wonder if the man had lost his mind. Tying himself to Snape's fate would only gain him derision and loathing when the man was convicted. And convicted he would be, if the witnesses so far were any indication. They were using an enormous pensieve to project the memories to the court and spectators, and so far the evidence was damning. Even Fleur, who knew the story, was absolutely outraged. To see children treated in such a way was appalling. Memory after memory of insults, abuse, and injury were shown. The man treated children like they were dirt on his shoes and regularly frightened them into failing their lessons. How could one learn like that? And worse, when a child was injured, often he would ignore them or just berate them further unless they were wearing green and silver. How the man had been allowed to continue teaching was anyone's guess. And Dumbledore watched impassively. It was as though he was impervious to the man's crimes, and he did his best to tease out causation from the victims, as though they had somehow antagonized the man, as though anything they might have done could have justified it. Madame Bones, livid as she was, kept a cool head and presented her case methodically, repeatedly objecting to Dumbledore's questioning of the students as though they were on trial themselves. They could not stop the answers from coming because of the Veritasrum, but fortunately, he had yet to find anything substantive. Still, he tried to pin the blame on the students rather than the teacher, and it was hard to listen to. The rest of the spectators and even the members of the Wisengamot panel were visibly angered by what they saw. Most of those sitting in judgment were ancient and had never had Snape as a teacher, and their shock and anger were written clearly on their faces. Several reporters were scribbling furiously, and Fleur suspected that this would be highly damaging to Dumbledore and Hogwarts in the days to come. And then, finally, the prosecution calls Harry James Potter to the stand, called Bones in a ringing voice. The courtroom instantly fell into a hush. Fleur was apprehensive about this. They had not known that Dumbledore would be questioning him while he was under Veritasrum, and that was a problem. Worse, she saw the twinkle in Dumbledore's eye, and it meant that he was up to no good. She could not object, could not warn Harry, and had no idea what to do. Her father stiffened beside her, but then he leaned over to whisper in her ear. "It'll be okay, Fleur," he whispered in French. "The worst that can happen is we have to move our timetable forward. We have enough evidence now to keep him from wiggling out of it." "Are you sure of that, Papa?" she asked worriedly. "Nothing is ever certain, Sherry, but I don't think it will be a problem." Fleur nodded her understanding and clung to the statement. As far as she was concerned, both of the men on the defense side should be in prison. But as much as she did not like the situation, what could she really do? She was not a part of the proceedings. The murmurs that started when Harry's name was announced reached deafening levels, and as he walked in, she could tell that he, too, saw the problem. His eyes darkened when he spotted his headmaster, and his brow furrowed. He exchanged a look of concern with Amelia. She apparently had not known either, but otherwise remained impassive as he approached the witness box. The presiding judge finally shot sparks from her wand to quiet the courtroom. "Silence!" she shouted. "Mr. Potter, thank you for coming. Prosecution, please proceed." "Thank you, Madame Rosen," said Amelia into the sudden silence. "Mr. Potter, we will now display the memories that you have provided us. Please watch closely, and you will be questioned on the content when we are finished." Harry nodded his understanding, and Amelia played the first memory, Harry's first ever potions lesson. Even seeing it a second time, Fleur was angered by it and the sounds of outrage from the spectators, and even some of the judges told her that she was not alone. Watching any 11-year-old being mercilessly bullied by an adult was hard to take, and this one was a hero in every sense of the word. As the memories continued, The outrage only grew. Fleur had to wonder why they thought it was so much worse when Harry was involved, but it was as though his presence and his victimization by Snape had galvanized them in a way that none of the other witnesses or their recollections could. Harry himself continued to sit impassively, though outwardly unaffected. When the last one was played, Madame Bones nodded up at the judge, who turned to Harry and spoke. "Mr. Potter, counsel would like to question you regarding the memories you provided. Will you consent to the use of Veritasserum?" And that was when Dumbledore put his 2 cents in. "Objection, Madame Rosen," he called in a ringing voice. "Mr. Potter's legal guardians are not present and have not given their consent to the use of Veritasserum. In fact, I do not believe they agreed to his testimony in this trial." A murmur arose in the courtroom, but Amelia rose unconcernedly to her feet. "If I may approach, Madame Rosen, I have written permission from Mr. Potter's guardians and will take an oath as to its authenticity, as I was the one to obtain it." Dumbledore was visibly shocked by this, and Fleur heard her father snicker. "Take that, you old goat. You may approach, Madame Bones." It didn't take long for the document to be verified, and Madame Bones gave her oath that it was valid and at Dumbledore's insistence, that she had not coerced Harry's guardians in any way. Dumbledore looked even more shocked at this, and now Fleur couldn't help but chuckle herself. The old man still didn't know about the change. Finally, the judge turned back to Harry. "Now that that is out of the way," she said with an irritated glance at Dumbledore, "Mr. Potter, will you consent to the use of Veritasserum?" Harry frowned, and his green eyes darted to Dumbledore, then to Snape, and then back to the judge. His brow furrowed in concentration, and his hesitation was palpable. The judge looked to be getting impatient, but before she could speak again, "Conditionally, Madame Rosen," he offered finally. Another murmur rose in the courtroom, but it was short-lived. "And what is your condition, Mr. Potter?" asked the surprised and interested judge. "With all due respect, ma'am," said Harry deferentially, "I don't trust certain people not to take advantage, including the defense counsel. I would ask that questions be relayed to me through either my wife or my father-in-law, who I know I can trust to protect my interests. I would also like to be blindfolded because I don't want to be attacked with legitimacy while I'm not aware of my surroundings." The judge was shocked by his request, and Fleur smiled widely at her husband's sheer genius. Even her father was smiling broadly, and a low murmur rolled through the crowd at the implications. Harry Potter did not trust Albus Dumbledore. Finally, the woman recovered. "Are you certain this is necessary, Mr. Potter?" she frowned. "Surely you cannot be so concerned." Harry shook his head. "I'd prefer not to get into specifics, ma'am, but I have very good reason." Another murmur, and the judge studied Harry carefully. Fleur waited with bated breath. It was a reasonable request, but also highly unusual. She had no idea how they would arrange it, but it occurred to her that they should do this for all Veritasserum-influenced witnesses. Finally, the woman nodded. "Very well, Mr. Potter. I will allow it," she decided. And then she turned to scan the spectator section, her gaze finally landing on Fleur. "Madam Potter, are you willing to serve as the designated questioner?" Smiling slightly at the proper form of address, Fleur rose smoothly to her feet, drawing the gazes of everyone in the room. There were several clunks as men fell over. She had to hide a grimace and the sudden rise of whispers as the women started to gossip. The reporters held their pads ready and watched her hungrily. "I would be honored, Madame Rosen," she said clearly, "but I think my Fazer would be a better choice. His English is much better than mine." Harry smiled a soft smile at her, and she couldn't help but return it. Then the judge shifted her gaze. "Director Delacour, what say you?" she prompted. "I am honored to serve," he nodded. "Let it be known to the court that I also possess bar certification in Britain, and may I request that I be allowed to raise objections to any questions that are improper or not of relevance to the case, so that I may properly protect my son-in-law." "Your terms are acceptable, Director." She nodded. "Please approach the floor." "Madam Potter, thank you for your honesty." Fleur nodded and sat down, and her father gave her shoulder a squeeze as he moved off to the floor. A glance at Dumbledore showed his opinion of the subject. He was steamed. She had a sneaking suspicion that he had, in fact, planned on using Harry's vulnerable state to gain access to his mind. It was a relieved Harry that spoke briefly with Sebastian before the proceedings paused to make arrangements. The small smile on his face told Fleur that he was enjoying himself, ruining Dumbledore's day like that, and she could not disagree. Actually, she found it quite surprising that the man didn't object, but suspected that he knew he wouldn't win. He was already in the hole, so to speak, for his objection over the supposed lack of permission. Finally, the judge called everyone back to order, and Harry was blindfolded and the potion administered. Then a paper was passed to her father, and he asked his first question. They had erected a special privacy shield, so Harry could only hear someone within, and that someone was Sebastian. Everyone else could hear everything said on both sides of the barrier. "Mr. Potter, are all the memories you observed ere today true and correct?" asked Sebastian. "I don't know," replied Harry. Fleur frowned and noted that Dumbledore looked satisfied about something, but Amelia whispered in Sebastian's ear, and he nodded. "Please explain, Mr. Potter," he said simply. "Memory number 24 is not mine. The rest are true and correct." Dumbledore's scowl was pronounced, and Fleur guessed that he had somehow tampered with the evidence to invalidate Harry's testimony. He must have known that he would be the most damning witness of the lot, and endeavored to mitigate it. Illegally at that. Sebastian then went on to ask several questions about each memory, validating the major points of what occurred, and closing as many doors for the defense as possible. Finally, though, it came to Dumbledore's turn to ask questions, and when Sebastian saw what was written on the paper he was handed, he rolled his eyes. "Mr. Potter, do you hate Severus Snape?" "I dislike him." "Have you ever stolen from Mr. Snape's potion stores at Hogwarts?" "No." And so it went. Ironically, where each of Dumbledore's questions were designed to put Harry in a bad light, none of them worked. They only made Snape look more and more petty. And the man himself, who was seated scowling in his chair, looked angrier and angrier. Fleur made a mental note to keep an eye on him. It was unlikely that anything would happen, but they could not take the chance. "Did you curse Draco Malfoy outside the potions classroom in an incident that resulted in injury to both Mr. Malfoy and Miss Hermione Granger?" "No." "He's lying," roared Snape, suddenly jumping to his feet. "The serum is defective. The little bastard is." "Silence," roared the judge. "The serum was certified by a proper potions master. Mr. Snape, now be seated before I have you restrained." Snape growled as he dumped himself back into his chair, and Fleur smirked in enjoyment. She had heard the story of that incident even before she met Harry, and it was only their method of questioning that was the problem. Harry had tried to curse Malfoy, but he hadn't actually done it, cursing one of the boy's friends instead. The questions continued for a while longer, still doing nothing but damaging Snape's case. Dumbledore seemed increasingly frustrated, too, but, perhaps fortunately, was never foolish enough to ask an out-of-bounds question. It looked like Harry's precaution had paid off handsomely. "I have no further questions, Madame Rosen," Dumbledore finally said. "Very well," she nodded. "Administer the antidote." A few moments later, and Sebastian removed the blindfold. Harry's green eyes immediately sought out Fleur, and she smiled at him, warmed by the fact that she was so high on his list of priorities. It was scary to think they'd been together for only a month, and married for a mere 2 weeks. It felt like forever. The judge apparently noticed the target of his smile, because she smirked. "Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Potter," she offered. "You may join your wife in the spectator section if you wish." Harry flashed her a smile and thanked her, and then extracted himself from the witness booth and returned with Sebastian. The latter moved off to an open seat some distance away, leaving his former spot for Harry, who arrived and gave Fleur a gentle hug and a kiss, which was annoyingly photographed several times. Somehow, they managed to ignore that little fact. "I am so relieved, Harry," she whispered to him. "I did not know that Dumbledore would be questioning, but your solution was perfect." Harry smiled tightly back at her, his own relief reflected in his eyes. "Dumbledore screwed up," he admitted sheepishly. "I didn't know what to do, but I thought of it while they were arguing about my permission to testify." Fleur grinned at him. "He is losing his touch," she smirked. She leaned into him, then, her honest relief driving a desire for comfort. Harry's arm came around her, and he laid his head on her shoulder, while she leaned hers on top of his. Another flash went off, and they both rolled their eyes in eerie synchronization. Before either could make a snarky comment, however, Madame Bones stood to give her closing statement. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wisengamot," she said strongly, "the evidence speaks for itself, and my statement is merely a formality. You have all witnessed the disgusting atrocities committed by the defendant as a supposedly former Death Eater. He has never been a pleasant man, but that is no excuse for abusing our children. He has caused irreparable harm not only to them, but to our society as a whole. Auror enrollment is down over 80% in the years since he started teaching. I only discovered the correlation recently. The potion scores of students coming out of Hogwarts have been abysmal for the duration, and Newt Potions is required for entrance to the Auror Academy. And Severus Snape is the one and only cause. He does not teach potions, ladies and gentlemen. His class is an exercise in intimidation and humiliation, and serves no other purpose but to break our children's spirits. I myself have a niece at Hogwarts, and I stand before you today, ashamed of myself for not discovering this sooner. It is the actions of a few brave students that brought this to my attention. Will you support them, or will you deny them the justice they so richly deserve? Will you support the hundreds of past and present students that bravely came forward, or will you deny them justice? How will we reward their bravery? Will they have faith in their government to do the right thing when this trial is over? That is the decision you must make today. Make no mistake, if Severus Snape is allowed to walk free, we will have failed, and the world will know. We will be a laughing stock, and our citizens will no longer be able to trust us to protect them. That is how solid this case is. I beg of you to find Severus Snape guilty, and to sentence him to the extent of your ability. Thank you." Madame Bones sat down, and there was a ringing silence in the courtroom in the wake of her speech. The reporters were scribbling even more furiously now. She had just given them an angle to cover regarding the effectiveness of wizarding government. There was almost no way that the Wisengamot could find him innocent in the wake of it. "Damn, she's good," breathed Harry appreciatively. "Oui," smiled Fleur. "It is good to have her on our side, Non." "Very," he nodded. Finally, Madame Rosen looked to Dumbledore. "Chief Warlock," she intoned. "Your statement, please." Dumbledore looked old and tired as he rose to his feet, clearly anticipating the defeat of his case, and next to him, Snape seethed in anger. The man had done nothing to help his cause. He didn't even look like he felt guilty. Not once during the trial had he shown any form of remorse. And neither had Dumbledore, for that matter. In truth, she thought it bad for Dumbledore that he was defending, considering his position as headmaster. If someone decided to raise a stink about it, and found that Dumbledore had known the truth all along, as he so likely did, his position was as good as gone. Fleur couldn't help but think that it would be a truly wonderful thing. "Ladies and gentlemen," he intoned solemnly, "honored members of the Wisengamot, thank you for your time. This trial has been long and difficult, and there was indeed a great deal of seemingly damning evidence presented. But in spite of such an eloquent plea from Madame Bones, I must ask you instead to look at the facts. Never before in the history of this body have pensive memories been allowed as evidence. We are each biased by our views, and I believe that the memories reflect that fact. These students, brave though they are, were young when these memories were created. Young minds often lash out at authority, and that creates a bias in their remembrances. Your job is not to satisfy the public, ladies and gentlemen. As much as we all wish to do so, it is not there that our duty lies. Rather, our duty lies with the truth. Our duty lies with justice. Our duty lies with ensuring that an innocent man is not unjustly punished." A series of disgusted groans ran through the audience, and Fleur had to agree. Who was he kidding? Was he really so blind as to think that was going to work? Even were the memories biased in emotional terms, the facts could not be disputed. Severus Snape has served Hogwarts admirably for over a decade. He continued. Prior to that, yes, he was at one time a Death Eater. He made a terrible mistake in his youth, but he was not without remorse. He realized his mistake with the horrors that Voldemort, a gasp went up at the name, asked him to commit. And instead of running, instead of doing what was asked of him by a madman, he came to me and turned spy. That is a difficult task, and one that is fraught with danger. He provided us with critical information that helped stem the tide of war, and it speaks highly of his character. And now we allow biased children to sully his name through a device that does not represent reality? I must submit, as I did earlier this day, that the pensive has never been allowed as a method of presenting evidence. There is a reason for this, and we must not ignore that. Is Severus strict with his students? Yes, he teaches a dangerous class. In that class, mistakes can cost lives if proper motivation is not provided. But is he abusive? No, I do not believe that he is. Severus has endeavored to instill discipline in his students to ensure that they do not harm themselves. Are we to punish him for that? I think the answer is clear, ladies and gentlemen. You must find Severus Snape innocent, because we cannot punish a man for doing the job that is asked and required of him. Thank you. As Dumbledore spoke, a smug expression appeared on Snape's face, as though he had somehow been vindicated by Dumbledore's words. And in some ways it had been true until now. Dumbledore kept him out of jail after his Death Eater days, and used all his political power to do it. And now he was banking on Dumbledore's reputation to save him again. But Fleur did not think it would be enough. Regardless of what was said, the simple fact remained that far too many had come forward against the man. Not all of them could be biased, and they all showed exactly the same pattern of abuse. The man was doomed, or the British government really was broken. He forgot about the Veritaserum, smirked Harry, and Fleur smirked right along with him. Thank you for your statements, Chief Warlock, Director Bones, nodded Madame Rosen. The court will now stand in recess while we deliberate. The verdict will be delivered in 1 hour. And with that, the trial was over. In Fleur's mind, all that remained now was the sentence he would receive. Chapter 27. The verdict. The murmurs settled an hour later when Madame Rosen banged her gavel on the podium in front of her. Harry sat between Fleur's legs with his back against her chest and her arms wrapped around him. And as she rested her chin on his head, she reflected that she enjoyed how much shorter he was than her. She hoped he wouldn't grow too much more. They were both tired. It had been a very long day, but it was worth it. Severus Snape would hopefully soon be little more than a series of bad memories for Harry, which was as it should be. He would likely spend the rest of his life in prison, right where he belonged. They sat in the front row, with a clear view of the greasy former professor, who was staring stone-faced straight ahead. Only his slight sneer gave any indication of what he was thinking. The man was bitter and angry. From the stories Fleur had heard, he was, in many ways, much like Ron Weasley. He felt entitled to everything, and nobody but him deserved it. In short, he was jealous of the carefree lives his students lived, and especially of Harry Potter. Harry's memories had shown that the man believed him a spoilt child before he even met him. He railed against the fame that Harry himself despised. Had he been a decent human being, in fact, they might have been able to build a friendship based on that, and learned much from each other. It was truly sad that the man couldn't see that. The reporters waited with bated breath. And for once they hadn't even tried to accost Harry and Fleur. So focused were they on perfecting their stories. This would be huge news in the wizarding world. An entire generation of British witches and wizards had endured the man's hatred, and now they were going to get justice. It would sell a lot of papers, that much was certain. The room hushed completely as Madame Rosen rose gracefully to her feet. This court will now pass judgment, she announced. Severus Snape, please rise. Snape stiffly pushed to his feet, a glimmer of anger showing that anyone would dare command him. Fleur was amazed at his appearance. He wore his usual billowing cloak, and his hair was as greasy as ever. Apparently, he didn't think it necessary to dress up or wash prior to appearing before the court that would decide his fate. Harry tensed and crossed his fingers in silent prayer, and Fleur drew him a little closer. This meant a great deal to him, for it was the first bit of justice he would have in his life. There was still a long way to go, but this was the first step on the path, and because of that, it was arguably the most important. "We have seen the evidence and listened to the arguments," Rosen began, "and I must compliment the Chief Warlock on a powerful speech. However, I'm afraid the Chief Warlock missed 2 key points." Snape stiffened visibly, his eyes narrowing in anger, and Dumbledore paled as he listened. Oh yes, he was going to lose his spy. Although Fleur wondered whose side he was really on, he did not act the part of a light wizard. Firstly, while pensive evidence may or may not be biased emotionally, the facts of the memories remain. The evidence presented was, frankly, appalling in scope. Were it a small group of students, then the argument might have merit, but there were hundreds, and each memory agreed with the last. No, I do not think there was bias present. And secondly, even if there was bias in the memories, there cannot be bias in Veritasrum-induced testimony. We have heard from 27 students, including Harry Potter himself, as they willingly placed themselves at our mercy while we forced them to tell the truth. And the truth agrees with the evidence shown in the pensive. I agree with Madame Bones. A failure to convict would be a grave miscarriage of justice and an abdication of our duty to the people of magical Britain. To that end, on 246 counts of child abuse and 116 counts of child endangerment, we find the defendant guilty of all charges. A deafening cheer rose in the courtroom at the announcement, and Snape's hand twitched violently, drawing Fleur's attention. Beside him, Dumbledore deflated and suddenly looked much, much smaller. He hunched over and closed his eyes in apparent grief, though whether grief over Snape or merely over his loss, she could not tell. "Silence!" roared Madame Rosen, once again banging her gavel. It took a moment for the room to quiet, and then she spoke again. "Severus Septimus Snape," she intoned gravely, "you have been found guilty due to the heinous nature of your crimes against the children of this world. We hereby sentence you to 137 years in Azkaban prison, and may Merlin protect you. Aurors, remove this filth from my courtroom and deliver him to Azkaban without delay. This court is adjourned." Her gavel rapped sharply on the podium, and even as the Aurors moved forward to collect Snape, most of the audience rose to their feet, including Fleur and Harry. Both were looking on the scene with no joy, but plenty of grim satisfaction. Never again would a student be subjected to Snape's brand of abuse. Harry had truly done something good for the world in pursuing this, and she was tremendously proud of him for it. But, as they soon discovered, Madame Rosen had made a critical error. Harry hugged Fleur soundly, and then bounded away to Sebastian's position, several seats away to give him a hug of his own, which made her smile widely. There were, however, too many people on their feet, and Snape had not yet been removed from the courtroom. From the corner of her eye, she saw the Aurors approach him, and then time abruptly slowed to a crawl. She saw murder in his eyes and crystal clear intent. He suddenly twisted in his seat, almost inhumanly fast, and reached into his sock, from where he produced a sleek black wand. The Aurors, so secure in their positions, were completely unprepared. Not a single one had their own wand out. And then he surged from his seat, his eyes searching out the most fiercely hated student he had ever had, Harry Potter, horrified, but too far away to act, and, with too many innocent people in between Fleur, could only watch as Harry turned toward the commotion. He saw it as the wand flashed, and his eyes widened in alarm. And next thing she knew, Harry was doing what he did best, Saving a life. SCCTUMSEMPURE, roared Snape. Problem was, the man was so enraged, and in such a hurry, that his aim was off the mark. The sickly purple spell flashed out of his wand toward a young lady who appeared to be the court scribe, and Harry was moving before the incantation was even finished, already having identified the target. She had no idea how he did it. He was capable of so many amazing things, but his guess was perfectly accurate. The spell sailed through the air, nearing the young lady as Harry barreled into her, throwing her against the wall behind her with considerable force. But even as he made contact, the spell reached him and seared into him as he twisted in midair, trying to escape. He cried out in pain and horror, and the sound stirred a feeling in Fleur that she had never felt before. Complete, all-consuming, unadulterated rage. It burned so blindingly hot that thought did not even enter into the equation. She knew the victim, and she knew the perpetrator, and she would not let this stand. Harry was her husband, and no pathetic bastard like Snape would take him from her, and especially not without a fight. And before she even realized what was happening, her entire body had changed. Feathers sprouted from her arms, and her head elongated into a dangerous avian visage, her vision sharpening as she instinctively sought her prey. Fire burned through her veins as she acquired her target, already forming into deadly balls of white-hot flame in her hands. Wings sprouted on her back and spread as she took flight. She was barely off the ground when she unleashed the first volley, but Snape saw them coming and rolled to the side. The fireballs splashed harmlessly against the floor, winking out as they failed to find further fuel to consume. But two more were already forming, and these were deadly accurate. They sailed from her palms and hit him in the legs and chest, setting his robes ablaze. He let out a pained shriek as the heat seared his skin and collapsed to the ground, the Aurors already moving to subdue him. Fleur had a deep desire to end him then and there, and was more than capable of it, but her attention was already shifting now that the threat had been neutralized. Her eyes sought her husband, desperate to know what was happening. And time resumed its normal pace. It had all happened so quickly that Harry was still in flight, propelled by the force of the spell that hit him. He sailed a good 10 feet and crashed loudly into a group of chairs, shattering them into splinters. He landed on his injured side and slid along the floor, coming to a stop in a relatively open area, leaving a bright red streak across the floor in his wake. Fleur had never before transformed into this form while she could do it voluntarily. She thought it disgusting and had never done so, but she was surprised to find that she innately understood her abilities. As chaos raged around her, she spread her wings and took flight again, headed straight for her husband. One quick-thinking young wizard was already checking him over as her taloned feet clattered to the ground on either side of Harry's head. The young man looked up at her, paled, and backed away. Fleur ignored him and bent down to examine her husband with her eyes. He had lost consciousness, and there was a deep gash up his left side, ending just beneath his armpit. It had apparently crossed his arm as well, for another gash appeared across his bicep. Both were edged with sickly black and were bleeding profusely. Enraged, horrified, and terrified all at the same time, Fleur could only think of one thing that could provide immediate help, and she turned her head to the sky and cried out "Fox!" But to her horror, it came out as a rage-filled avian shriek that echoed in the courtroom, instantly stilling the panicked crowd. There was silence for a heartbeat, during which Fleur registered disgust at what she had become. And then a bright flash of flame burst overhead, and Fawkes circled the hall and sang a brief song of comfort before diving at Harry. He landed with a clatter and titled his head to eye the wounds, and Fleur watched with trepidation. The area around them more specifically, around her remained clear of all but her father, who was quickly making his way over. All around them, witches and wizards were picking themselves up off the floor, or trying to avoid getting trampled. The Aurors had doused Snape with water and stunned him thoroughly, and were now dragging him through the crowd while simultaneously trying to avoid the mad desire of said crowd to have their revenge on the man. Fleur ignored it all and continued to watch Fawkes, who tilted his head over the largest gash and started to cry. And then Dumbledore decided to get involved. Her rage had slowly given way to her other swirling emotions, but when she saw him coming, it took over once again. That bastard was the cause of this. He was the reason the trial had been necessary in the first place, the reason Snape was teaching children, and he was the reason her husband was a battered, broken man when he should be a vibrant, happy boy. People shied away from him as he strode toward Harry in full aura, but Fleur wasn't going to have that. There was no way she would let him anywhere near Harry when he was so vulnerable. Without a second thought, she moved to stand in his way, fireballs already forming in her palms, and only her considerable willpower preventing them from finding a target. She shrieked angrily at him and raised her hands to show the swirling, burning masses, and Dumbledore stopped dead in his tracks. Another hush fell over the crowd as they watched the confrontation, but Fleur ignored it, and Dumbledore, apparently smart enough to realize just how much danger he was in, raised his hands in supplication. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Amelia brushed by him and ignoring Fleur completely, to everyone's shock rushed toward Harry. Fleur did not so much as bat an eye at her. "Miss Delacour," he began, but she shrieked at him for the disrespect of not using her proper name. And the fireballs grew slightly in size, the energy sizzling in her palms. "That's Madam Potter, Albus," snapped Amelia, loudly from somewhere behind her. "She considers you a threat and does not want you here, so I suggest you leave." "I must see to Harry, Amelia," he said, not taking his eyes off of Fleur. "His safety is—" Tired of the old bastard's interference, Fleur let out another deafening shriek and threw her palm forward, unleashing one of the fireballs. Dumbledore never even had a chance to raise his wand before it splashed harmlessly on the ground at his feet, another already growing to replace it. He jumped back, having received the message clearly. "She is in charge, Albus," spat Amelia. "What she says goes, and she's made her wishes damn clear. Now leave." Dumbledore eyed her for a long moment, obviously contemplating forcing the issue. Fleur cocked her head at him and raised her hands' palms up, channeling more energy into them, and causing the fireballs to grow considerably in size. She was not above killing him if it came down to it, if that was what it took to protect her mate. Finally realizing that, Dumbledore deflated again. "Very well," he said quietly. "I trust you will keep me informed." "It's up to her," snapped Amelia shortly. "Goodbye, Albus." Thoroughly beaten, Dumbledore shrank back into the crowd, and Fleur watched him go for a long moment to be certain that he would not try anything underhanded. People shrank away from her gaze as it followed him, but again, she paid them no mind. And once she was satisfied, she turned to scan for any other threats. Harry was still being tended by Fawkes, who had moved up a little on his side, but appeared to be having a very difficult time closing the wound. Amelia and her father had found or conjured rags, and were holding them to the other bleeding areas, trying to keep him stable. A ring of people stood about 10 feet out, but none appeared to have any intention of helping or harming. Seeing that all was as well as it could be, she dropped her hands, allowing the fire to dissipate, and clattered back to stand protectively over his head. As she did so, however, she heard him emit a pained groan and saw his eyes flutter, which made her step away again. She did not want him to see her this way. Panic consumed her as he continued swimming back toward consciousness. She was hideous, and she was terrifying, and in her panic, she could not change back. What would he think? Would he still love her knowing what she could become? Fleur, whispered his pained voice. Her gaze snapped back to him, and she froze, her entire body quivering in fright. His eyes squinted up at her, no longer hidden behind the glasses that had gotten lost in the fray. Her only consolation was that he could not see her. He had described to her one morning what his vision was like when he woke up, and she was deeply relieved that she was little more than a white/silver blob to him at the moment. Fleur, he called again. She took another step backwards. She's transformed, Harry, said Amelia gently. I don't think she wants you to see her that way. His green orbs tracked to Amelia for a moment before returning to Fleur. Come here, Fleur, he whispered hoarsely. She hesitated, wanting to do what he asked, but terrified of it. And then he whispered, please. Her heart broke at what was about to happen. Even in spite of the trials they faced, the last month with him had been a paradise, and now it was all over. But she could not deny him. He was injured, and he needed her, and she could not deny him. She clattered tentatively closer, painfully aware of so many people watching her, and slowly lowered herself down, so he could see her. Had she been able to cry in this form, she would have been bawling. Her entire body shook with so many emotions, but now grief was chief among them. Harry watched her quietly for a moment. He was still dazed, and she could tell that he was thinking very slowly compared to usual. And then he shakily reached his good arm up to touch her face, but she instinctively shied away. For the first time, she understood how he felt about being touched, at least in some small part. It's okay, he whispered weakly. Come here. Letting out a fearful whimper, she lowered herself closer to him, wishing desperately that she could settle herself enough to change back. He reached up and cautiously touched the feathers on her face, and then ran his fingers along her beak, which she was surprised she could even feel. And to her utter shock, a small smile appeared on his face as he threaded them into the feathers just over her ear, much like he did with her hair when they made love. You're beautiful, he whispered faintly. So soft. And then his eyes closed, his hand fell away, and his head lolled to the side. Shocked to the core by his words, Fleur fell back on her bum. And then, realizing what had just happened, her head shot up and she chirped sharply at Amelia. The woman was watching the scene with a remarkably tender expression. He's fine, Fleur, she soothed. He lost a lot of blood, but if Fawkes can finish, he should be okay in a day or two. Fleur examined her expression closely and detected no lie. Feeling a small amount of relief and a maelstrom of emotions over his most recent words, she nodded and looked back to him, feeling a desperate need to be close to him, to touch him. Without even thinking much about it, she scooted forward and cautiously lifted his head into her lap, careful not to scratch him with her talons. She was frightened and confused, and she did not know which way was up. Finally, her father looked up at her with deep compassion in his eyes. He knew how she felt about this. They had talked about it when she was a child, being teased in her first years at Bosbaten's, and he understood. "Can you transform back yet?" he asked her gently. Fleur closed her eyes and tried to concentrate, but then shook her head in frustration. Her emotions were too raw, and she simply could not reach that place she would need to assert her normal form. The anger that continued to burn beneath the surface didn't help one bit, either. He nodded, and then glanced at Fawkes, who had just lifted his head from over the wound on Harry's arm. Fleur shuddered at the dark, mottled skin where the wound had closed. She did not mind his scars, but she hated that he had to endure yet more. He had been through far too much in his short life. Why was fate so cruel to him? "We need to get him to St. Mungo's," sighed Amelia. "He at least needs blood replenisher, and he'll need to be checked over. That was a seriously dark curse, and I've never seen it before, so who knows what else it did." Sebastian turned his full attention to the phoenix. "Will you transport us, Fawkes?" he requested, reaching out to gently stroke the creature's beautiful head. Fleur actually felt a pang of jealousy that Harry wasn't awake to do that for her. Fawkes chirped tiredly and stepped up onto Harry's chest before spreading his tail feathers and shaking them in invitation. Sebastian and Amelia immediately grabbed hold, but Fleur had no idea what to do. She did not have anything she could safely hold onto his tail with, and she would not injure the beautiful phoenix who had just saved her husband's life for a second time. Fawkes chirped questioningly at her, and she lifted her talons and shrugged at him. He studied her sidewise for a moment before finally lifting one of his own talons and flexing it at her, and at first she thought he was mocking her. But then she realized what he wanted and cautiously reached forward so he could grab hold. His grip was surprisingly gentle, and in a blazing inferno, they were gone, leaving the remaining spectators in the courtroom standing in utter silence. Chapter 28. Healing. Severus Snape attacks boy who lived after sentencing at abuse trial. Vila wife defends. By Dawn Summers. In a shocking turn of events, after being sentenced to 137 years in Azkaban prison, Severus Snape, 35, drew a concealed wand and attempted to cast a dark curse on Harry James Potter, 14. In a disturbing twist of fate, Snape misaimed his curse, endangering court scribe Janice O'Connor, 19. Potter pushed her to safety, but was unable to avoid the curse himself. His condition is unknown, but he is believed to be stable and recovering. Mr. Potter's newlywed wife, Fleur Annalise Potter, 17, reacted immediately to the attack by transforming into her Vila avian form. She cast several fireballs, 2 of which impacted and severely injured former Professor Snape. He is currently being treated in Azkaban for severe burns. Mrs. Potter then stood guard over her husband while his injuries were being tended, going so far as to threaten Albus Dumbledore by casting another fireball at his feet when he attempted to assist. Mrs. Potter was unavailable for comment, but it is believed that she took exception because he was present in defense of Mr. Snape, who initiated the attack. She had no difficulty with Madame Amelia Bones, who helped treat the injured boy. Mr. Potter was healed by a phoenix on scene, and it is believed that he was subsequently transported to St. Mungo's Hospital by that same phoenix. Prior to that, however, This reporter witnessed a remarkable moment between Mr. Potter and his wife. It is now eminently clear that they still have much to learn about each other. Mr. Potter briefly regained consciousness and asked to see her while she stood guard, and she was initially unwilling to approach for fear of how her appearance would be received. In the end, his pleas prevailed, however, and she was visibly stunned by his obvious appreciation of her avian form. It was a touching scene that could have been lifted straight from the pages of a romance novel. While many have questioned the motives of Mrs. Potter and her family, what this reporter saw were two young people who love each other deeply. Even in such a frightening form, Mrs. Potter's love and concern for her husband could not be missed, and it was equally obvious that Mr. Potter cares just as deeply for his wife. We are left with many questions raised by both the trial and the subsequent attack. Why did Albus Dumbledore allow the abuse to continue for so long at Hogwarts? Why was he willing to defend the man against such overwhelming evidence? That evidence was presented in stunning detail, showing a pattern of serious crimes against students that stretches back over a decade. This reporter also wonders how Snape was able to pass security while in possession of a wand. And where were the Aurors during the attack? They were closer to the attacker than Mrs. Potter, and yet did not return spells in sufficient time to subdue the threat. We at the Daily Prophet would like to offer our best wishes for Mr. Potter's recovery. We also thank Fleur Potter for her willingness to defend the innocent. It is unthinkable to consider what might have happened had Snape's rampage gone unchecked. Harry smiled softly at the picture beside the article. It showed an avian Fleur holding his head in her lap, gazing worriedly down at him as Fawkes cried into his wounds, with Amelia and Sebastian assisting nearby. He raised a finger and ran it gently over the image of his wife, before turning his head to watch her, as she slept soundly in the chair next to him, with her head resting on the edge of the bed, her silver hair splayed out around her. The tear stains on her cheeks hurt him deeply. He knew that the reasons for them were twofold. 1, she was worried about him, and 2, she was frightened of his reaction to her. He of all people knew what it was to be shunned for an unusual ability. He needed only look at his revelation as a Parselmouth, and he intended to make her see that she was beautiful in any form, especially since, in his opinion at least, she was. He'd woken several hours ago to find Sebastian reading the paper by his bedside, and was informed that he was out for nearly 72 hours. Fleur had only just fallen asleep, not having done so since his arrival. Even when he reached over to gently stroke her beautiful head, she did not so much as stir. She was exhausted. He only hoped that she didn't have to go through this many more times, but that hope was likely in vain given his tendency to end up in hospitals. With a sad sigh, he turned to the next article in the paper and almost choked on the headline. Boy Who Lived versus Albus Dumbledore. Rumors persist indicating newly formed feud. By Alexander Harris. At Friday's trial of now former Potions Professor Severus Snape, Harry Potter, 14, demanded that additional precautions be taken while he was questioned under Veritasrum. Potter reportedly feared that he would be taken advantage of while under the influence of the truth potion, and specifically by Albus Dumbledore. While this alone may not be enough to indicate a running feud, recent interviews with various Hogwarts students paint a startling picture. There have been several unusual public conversations between the two, and one between the headmaster and Mrs. Potter, while her husband looked on. Numerous students reported that Fawkes, the headmaster's former Phoenix companion, appears to have switched allegiance to Mr. Potter and his wife. The Phoenix has been seen in their company almost constantly for the past 2 weeks. When Mr. Potter was asked to return Fawkes to the headmaster's office, he was seen to query the Phoenix directly and agree to its wish to stay where it was. But more telling was the altercation with Mrs. Potter. Having approached Mr. Potter for an unsolicited meeting regarding the legality of his marriage, Dumbledore was surprised by Mrs. Potter, who understandably demanded to be present. He was then seen to use legilimency on Mrs. Potter, whereupon she ejected him from her mind and verbally berated him for his disturbing actions. The confrontation with Mrs. Potter ended with Fawkes the Phoenix transporting Sebastian Delacour directly into the Great Hall at Hogwarts. It is not known what was discussed in the meeting, but several students have claimed that Mr. Potter was in a towering rage directly afterward. Furthermore, Mr. Potter is now living with his wife among the Beauxbatons students. He is rumored to have applied for a transfer to the French Academy, though that claim cannot be verified at this time. What is happening with Albus Dumbledore? He has long enjoyed a cordial relationship with the boy who lived, but in the weeks since the article announcing their marriage, the Potters appear to have broken ranks with him. This was never more apparent than when Mrs. Potter threatened Dumbledore with violence while guarding her injured husband at the trial of Severus Snape. Furthermore, this reporter must question the headmaster's judgment in allowing Snape to interact with children, and that causes one to wonder what else is rotten at Hogwarts and in the other powerful positions he holds. Dumbledore is nearly 150 years old. Is he finally losing his edge? Is he still fit to lead? Only time will tell, and we at the Daily Prophet will work diligently to discover the truth. In the meantime, we can only hope that the Potters know what they are doing in making an enemy of one of the most powerful wizards of our time. Harry snorted in choked laughter as he read this shockingly accurate article. This was turning out better than he thought, and it was almost worth getting injured to see it happen. By pure chance, Dumbledore had opened the floodgates to bad press for himself, and so far at least Harry and Fleur were coming out smelling like roses. His laughter startled Fleur, who bolted upright, her eyes wide as she stared at him. And next thing he knew, he was engulfed in a tight hug. He wrapped his arms tightly around her and was somewhat startled to feel hot tears dripping onto his shirt. "SHHHH," he whispered. "It's okay, love. I'm just fine thanks to you." "I was so worried," she breathed. I've been asleep for days." Harry smiled slightly and kissed the top of her head. "It happens," he whispered sadly. "I have a bad habit of ending up in places like this, but they haven't killed me yet, and I'm not about to let them now. I've got you." She squeezed him even harder, and then picked her head up off his chest to give him a searing kiss. His side might be aching, and he might still be tired, but that kiss made his toes curl. He could feel the chaotic emotions pouring out of her, and wanted nothing more than to take her someplace much more private. Finally, she pulled away and stared into his eyes. She seemed partly to be afraid that he would disappear if she looked away, and partly relieved that he was almost well again. But there was a shadow there, and he knew what it was about. It made his heart ache. "I love you, Fleur," he whispered to her, causing her eyes to widen. "I don't care what form you take. You're beautiful, and I love you." Shock shone in her eyes as she froze and stared back at him. You really meant that? You saw what I am, Airy, that horrible creature." Harry shook his head and threaded his hands into her hair. "That creature was beautiful, Fleur," he whispered, I wish I could become one. I love to fly." Her tears started anew, and he hauled her onto the bed with him and held her close, allowing her to get it out of her system. He never would have guessed from meeting her originally, but she was not all that confident in herself. She lived behind a mask and had only recently begun to step out from behind it and show the world who she really was. And now she had to come to terms with it herself. It was going to take time. He realized she was not fragile by any means, but she did harbor a lot of pent-up fears, and understandably so. Few people understood who and what she was, and she was terrified of how they would react, because they had universally reacted badly in the past. If there was one thing he would do for her, it was spend the rest of his life making her feel wanted and loved. He only hoped that they could get through the near future. Unless he really had gone senile, Dumbledore was sure to launch a counterattack in the press, and they needed to figure out what to do. Should they ignore the opportunity? Should they build on it? Or should they take advantage of both his and the public's shock and launch their main assault early? It was a lot to think about. "Here, you should read this," he offered when she had finally settled down. "You need to see what people are saying, but it's really pretty good. Dumbledore screwed up worse than we thought." "He did?" she asked curiously. "Yup," he nodded. "Snape essentially set him up for a fall. People are thinking he's pretty stupid right now." "An accurate assessment," came Ariane's gentle voice. "Defending Snape was a poor decision on his part. It has cost him greatly." Surprised, Harry looked up to see his mother-in-law standing in the doorway, looking as beautiful as ever. She entered the room and made a beeline to his bedside, and then reached up to brush her hand through his hair, to his surprise. Her other found its way to Fleur's back. "Hi, Ariane," he greeted shyly. He hadn't had much contact with the woman yet. "It is good to see you awake," she smiled. "We were becoming concerned." Harry shrugged. "I'm used to this, ma'am," he admitted quietly. "I'm always fine in the end." Fleur shuddered in his arms. "It must stop," she whispered. "You should not think it normal to be air so often." Ariane directed an understanding smile at her daughter. "Fleur is right, Ari," she said sagely. "We must find a way to stop this madness. You should be enjoying your life, not fighting for E.T." Harry could not help but agree. Chapter 29. Ron's End. When the Potters returned to school, they received a standing ovation, much to their chagrin. Every non-Slytherin student had, at one time or another, wanted to lay into Snape, and while they were disappointed that it wasn't even a Hogwarts student who'd done it, they were thrilled that someone finally had. As far as they were concerned, the Git deserved far worse than he got. Their embattled headmaster was another story entirely. The latest series of articles took him to task both for the resurrection of the Triwizard Tournament and for the selection of its tasks. Across the nation, people were wondering if Dumbledore was finally going senile. It was sad, really, but it fit perfectly into their plans, and Sebastian was working overtime to get their theft case ready, among other things. Soon the man would be dealt with, and Harry could get on with his life, such as it was. The attention they received as a result of their actions was not comfortable, however, especially for Harry, and was made worse by an article that appeared midweek. Someone discovered that he was responsible for bringing the case against Snape in the first place, and that led to a complete breakdown of how it came about. It was also clear that Madame Bones had been interviewed for the article, as the writer knew of the upcoming obstruction case against the headmaster. While Harry didn't care about that, the man would likely be fined, and that was it. The attention it brought him was significant. The press speculated on the connection between that and the lack of trust between Harry and Dumbledore that had been highlighted in the trial, and everyone wanted to know more. Harry had taken to staying with Fawkes or Fleur at all times. The former could get him away in an instant, and the latter, well, nobody wanted to make her mad. That was the other effect of the attack. Everyone now understood that Fleur was a deadly opponent even without a wand, and people were rather intimidated by her. Even the Beauxbatons students, once they were made aware of the situation, left her well alone for a change. Nobody wanted to be on the wrong side of Fleur Potter, and it showed. Even the headmaster was nervous in her presence. He watched her whenever she was in the room, and while it was with a calculating expression that Harry didn't like in the slightest, it was also easy to see that the man was wary. He suspected that Dumbledore was trying to figure out a way to separate them, as together they were a force to be reckoned with, at least to hear the papers tell it. Nobody wanted a tool that thought for itself, after all, and she'd enabled Harry to do just that. And making their week even less normal than usual, the ministry had written to inform them that they'd been selected as recipients of the Order of Merlin thanks to their actions at the trial. It should probably have been a third class, but their young ages bumped them up a rank, and the publicity yet another. The ministry was offering them first-class awards. Harry was not thrilled, especially given previous recipients of said award. Lockhart, Pettigrew, and Dumbledore? Why would he want to be associated with the likes of them? The only thing that prevented him declining was Fleur's calm explanation of why it was useful in their efforts to free him from Dumbledore. An Order of Merlin winner was seen as having credibility. He scoffed, but still gave in, as deep down he knew she was right. Fleur herself didn't care either way about the award. They weren't her thing, but she didn't have quite the same dislike of attention that he harbored. And so they agreed to accept them, and the ceremony would take place just after the Easter holidays. At the moment, however, such thoughts were far from Harry's mind, and he was instead considering his relationship with Fleur. Her patience was astounding as the intense attention caused his moods to swing without warning, and she somehow always knew how to bring him back down to earth. He'd done nothing for her in return, and that bothered him. He was not to know that she was quite happy with his mere presence. He wanted to do something to thank her properly, but didn't know what. The next Hogsmeade weekend was over Easter, when they would be at Chateau Delacour with her family, so a date wouldn't work. He thought of doing something on campus with her. Maybe dinner in the astronomy tower, but that felt cheesy and cheap. He wanted something good, perhaps a gift that she would appreciate. But what to get? His only real option was to sneak out on a weekend and look through Hogsmeade. He had to imagine that he could find something for her there, at least a token of his appreciation, but he had never been gift shopping for her before. And someone would have to keep her busy, so she didn't know where he'd gone, or she might send Fawkes after him. The makings of a plan forming in his mind, Harry redirected his steps to Gryffindor Tower. It would be simple. He could ask Hermione to keep her busy. Tomorrow he would have to thank her, as well and talk Ron into sneaking off campus with him, which wouldn't be hard. It had been a while since he'd spent any time alone with his best male friend anyway, and perhaps it would make Ron feel better. Unfortunately, the trip would never materialize. Harry moved through the common room with efficiency born of long practice, dodging students as he went. Classes were over for the day, so it was likely that Hermione was studying. And since she wasn't with Fleur, as she so often was these days, he figured he'd find her here. And sure enough, there she was in front of the fire, but she wasn't studying. It would appear that Ron had interrupted her efforts and hacked her off in the process. They stood toe-to-toe in front of the fireplace, sniping viciously at each other. Harry frowned. Ron was in a rather dark mood lately, and it was getting annoying. Perhaps this wasn't such a good idea after all. And then, "Insensitive git," she shouted at him, too angry to realize that she had a growing audience. "How can you say that? It's true, and you know it." Ron roared back, his face red with anger. Git gets everything handed to him. Harry's stomach clenched as he realized that he was the subject of their latest argument. "Oh yes, hand it to him," she snarled sarcastically. "Tell me, Ronald, what does he have that he hasn't paid dearly for? Go on, tell me." "What doesn't he have?" countered Ron rhetorically, throwing his hands in the air. "Let's see, he's got fame, he's got money. Oh, and the git doesn't even have to ask a girl out. No, not Harry Potter. Harry Potter wins a girl in a bloody tournament." His expression turned ugly as he added, "And let's not forget the special treatment, Hermione. They even get their own room, so they can shag whenever they want. Not even you can defend that." The blood drained from Harry's face as he listened, and he was dimly aware of several heads turning his direction. He was frozen in place, unable to move. He did not want to listen to this, but he couldn't force himself to walk away. And it did not help that the entire common room was now listening as well. Hermione scoffed openly. "Oh, is that what this is about?" she asked dangerously. "You're jealous because he got trapped into marrying the girl you can't stop drooling over." "Bollocks," snarled Ron. "He didn't get trapped into anything. Have you even seen them? They're so lovey-dovey it's disgusting." Hermione closed her eyes for a long moment as though praying for patience. And then, "Let me remind you of a few things, Ronald," she growled. "Fame? Money? Huh. He paid for those with his parents' lives. He doesn't have even the smallest thing you take for granted. Instead, he had to live with people who hate him. And yes, Ron, he was trapped, and so was she. He didn't even like Fleur, because she was a bitch to everyone. And you're part of the reason she was acting like that. Do you have any idea how obnoxious it is to be stared at like a piece of meat?" "He likes her well enough now," countered Ron hotly. "And it's not my fault she's got some bloody power that makes her look pretty." "I don't see Neville doing it, or Fred, or George," she returned without missing a beat. "They can control themselves, so why can't you? Hell, my father, a muggle, can control himself around her. So what's your excuse, Ronald?" Harry thought she had a good point, but wondered when this had become about Fleur. His stomach churned uncomfortably at the knowledge that his so-called best friend was so blind to the situation. Did he really think the special treatment Harry most often received was a good thing? "Whatever," said Ron dismissively, ignoring her point. "So he didn't like her. He does now, and they bloody moved in together. How is that fair, Hermione? How is that bloody fair to the rest of us?" "When you save Avila's life," she scowled, with absolutely no intention of ever asking for a reward, "when you earn that life debt, then you too can be trapped into a marriage you don't want, Ronald. Or did you forget that he gave up his future for her? He's not lucky for having her. He's just lucky she turned out to be a decent human being when she isn't dealing with gits like you." "Right, because I'm sure that's what happened," retorted Ron. "Nobody knows what went on down there. They probably told everyone that so they could get together." Hermione's went soft, but with a deadly undertone. "Do you really think I'm that stupid?" she hissed. "I didn't like her either, and I wasn't about to let my best friend be trapped so someone could get his money." And she suddenly roared, "I verified the debt myself, you bloody git." Harry blinked. Either Hermione was lying, or she was sneakier than he gave her credit for. He didn't remember her ever even questioning it, but apparently she had. Even if she hadn't trusted him, it still brought a small amount of warmth to his soul to know that she cared so much. It was much needed at the moment, in the face of Ron's opinions. "I did it when they weren't looking," she said quietly, turning her back on the room to stare into the fire. "Harry doesn't know. I borrowed his invisibility cloak and snuck into the Beauxbatons dorms and tested her myself. The debt was real." "Oh, because that makes it so much better," snorted Ron. "So what if it was real? He's still got her. And now he gets away with anything he wants, Hermione. He stole the headmaster's phoenix, and he didn't even get punished, for Merlin's sake. And now they're giving him an Order of Merlin? It's not fair." Hermione's eyes narrowed in tightly controlled rage. "You know what, Ron," she said dangerously. "It's not fair. It's not fair that Harry lost everything when he was a baby. It's not fair that he had to live with those awful people. It's not fair that he's had to save so many people's lives, including your sister's. It's not fair that he got entered against his will into a tournament so dangerous that it shouldn't even be allowed. It's not fair that he doesn't get to choose who he falls in love with and marries. And no, Ron, it's not fair that he was attacked by that bastard, saved another life, and spent 3 days in the bloody hospital recovering to earn that Order of Merlin." Ron just got angrier as her tirade went on, but she wasn't finished. "But you know what really isn't fair, Ronald," she whispered angrily. "What really isn't fair is how many chances he's given a complete git like you. You're a childish, immature, self-centered, egotistical, dim-witted, jealous, lazy slob, and he still forgives you every time you screw up." The truth was apparently too much for Ron to handle, as Hermione went through her litany of attributes, ones that, unfortunately, Harry could not disagree with. His expression grew darker and darker, his growing rage apparent. The look in his eyes was murderous, and Harry knew somehow that this would not end well. He was moving before she even finished speaking, some sixth sense screaming danger in his ear. And as she finished, Ron wound his arm back, his hand closing into a fist, his jealous, hateful stare meeting Hermione's angry and disgusted one. And then, to Harry's absolute horror, he let fly. His fist swung, aiming squarely for Hermione's exposed jaw, and Harry could not believe that he would actually hit her. And then, smack. If the common room was silent before, you could have heard a pin drop now. Few had realized his presence, let alone Ron and Hermione. But there he stood, gritting his teeth against the pain in his hand where he'd caught Ron's fist before it could make contact. He would later decide that it must have been accidental magic. The impact was fierce, but his hand didn't even budge, and he could swear he heard several of Ron's bones pop. Ron howled in pain, even as Hermione stood there in stunned silence, not having seen it coming in the slightest. A verbal argument was one thing they'd had enough of them over the years, but for Ron to try to hit her, it was something she could not fathom, and it shone clearly in the shock on her face. And Harry was angrier than he could ever recall having been before. He stared at a terrified Ron as the boy nursed his broken hand, doing his best to restrain his rage. So he didn't curse the boy. There were so many things he felt he should say, but he was having a hard time forcing the words through the red haze that had descended. "We're through," he finally snarled. "If this is how you treat your friends, then I want nothing to do with you. Tired of being in my shadow, are you? Fine, you're on your own now. I hope you enjoy it, because no simple half-arsed apology is going to fix it this time. You jealous son of a bitch." Ron's face lost considerable color at the expression Harry was wearing. The look in his eyes was one he never would have thought to turn on his supposed best friend before today. It was the look that told of how he felt about disgusting creatures like Snape and Voldemort, but he couldn't help it. Shaking his head in disgust, he turned to Hermione, who was staring at Ron like she'd never truly seen him before. In light of what had just taken place, Harry couldn't blame her. He wasn't sure that he had ever truly seen Ron before. No, he had no idea at all who Ron Weasley was. But there were more important things to consider at the moment. "Come on, Hermione," he grunted, gently gripping her shoulder and forcibly turning her away from the obnoxious redhead. "Let's get out of here." Chapter 30. Breaking Point. Harry was fortunate enough that they ran into Neville halfway down the hall outside of Gryffindor Tower, and after giving Hermione a solid hug and whispering reassuring words in her ear, for a few minutes, he was able to pawn her off on him. He was in no fit state to comfort another, with his anger burning so brightly as it was. He wasn't even sure anymore exactly why he was angry. One would think he would have been much better prepared for such an outcome given Ron's recent behavior, but he just wasn't. Not knowing where else to go, he made a beeline for the Beauxbatons carriage, but he couldn't decide if he wanted to see Fleur or not. A distant part of him quailed at Ron's accusations, insisting that they were partly true. Was he not living with his wife when it would never be allowed for any other student? But as he neared the coach, the anger started to burn away, leaving other, far more potent emotions in its wake. Images flashed through his head of the times he and Ron spent together, starting from that very first meeting on the Hogwarts Express. Ron was his very first friend. Where had everything gone so wrong? Had he misjudged Ron so badly as all that? And how much more was he going to have to lose before fate would be satisfied? His hand shook as he reached up to open the door, and he stared at it in surprise for a long moment before finally pushing forward. Something inside him was thinning, and he didn't know if he would survive the experience when it snapped. How much more could he possibly endure? For so long he'd secretly harbored dreams of the future while he was locked in that infernal cupboard, and with each passing day, they seemed further and further away. Yes, good things had happened to him, but did they really offset all the pain? Was it going to be like this for the rest of his life? And why did everyone leave him? He distantly recognized the irrationality of that thought, but he couldn't stop himself from wondering. His parents were gone before he even knew who they were, and he'd always deeply regretted that and sometimes was even angry at them for it. He'd gone through his childhood dreaming of being reunited with them, even though he knew it was impossible. That dream was dead before it even formed, and there was nothing he could do to change it short of taking his own life. Even back then, when it all seemed so hopeless, he was unwilling to give up. And then he made friends, and things were better for a while. Yes, there were bumps in the road, but life went on. He survived school. He survived the first task of the tournament. And then he ended up saving Fleur, which was probably the best thing that had ever happened to him, even if he didn't realize it at the time. But then, the woman who was the closest thing to a mother he had shown her true colors. Harry was not surprised that Molly was angry. In fact, he expected it. She didn't have the full story, and so could not completely understand. But her words were so incredibly harsh, and the things she implied so vile, that he could not prevent his opinion of her from changing. Gone were his rose-colored glasses, and he wasn't sure that he liked what he saw. And he wept for the loss of that dream. He'd somehow expected that he would someday be an actual part of that family, though he didn't know exactly how it would happen. They were all he had to base his dreams on. And so he did. They cared about him, and they thought highly of him. And he would spend the rest of his life enjoying their company. But then the Howler came, and he realized that Molly didn't think nearly so highly of him as he believed. Just as the Dursleys had done on occasion, she lulled him into a false sense of security so she could make it that much more painful when she shattered his illusions. Oh, he knew it wasn't the truth. Molly wasn't that cruel, at least intentionally, but that was the way it felt, and it had the same effect. It was only thanks to Fleur that he managed to get past it so quickly. He would never again trust Molly the same way as before, but he imagined that they would be able to repair their relationship at some point. That was a good thing in his eyes, and he was able to move on. The trials just continued, though, with Dumbledore doing his level best to control him and make his life more painful, which in and of itself was a terrible hit to his worldview. He trusted that old man, believed in him, and to learn the truth was to take away his innocence. Could he trust anyone? If such a great, powerful, and well-respected wizard could turn on him so easily, Snape's trial went just about as he expected, right up until the attack took place. In all honesty, it wasn't that big a deal to him, though he did finally get to see Fleur's other form, which almost made it worth it. But while the attack itself was a non-issue for Harry, for Ron it was apparently the straw that broke the camel's back. And now he'd lost his very first friend. Ron Weasley, his first and supposedly best friend, had turned on him again. That much he might have been able to handle, except that he also made it clear that Harry had horribly misjudged what kind of person he was. Hitting Hermione was not something he ever would have expected Ron to be capable of. Anyone else might think he was overreacting, but back then Harry had been completely and utterly alone in an exceedingly hostile world. Ron Weasley offered the first ray of sunshine he had ever encountered. The power of that offer to the abused and neglected orphan that was Harry Potter could not be underestimated. Wary of others though he was, Harry hadn't been able to stop himself from grabbing on with both hands and holding on for dear life. While he was aware of Ron's flaws, he even reminded Harry of Dudley on occasion, and never more so than when he sent Hermione Granger running for a certain bathroom in tears. The fact was that Ron was his friend. Having never had one before, that fact enabled him to overlook an awful lot, though he could not have put it into words at the time. The simple truth was that he had been deathly afraid of losing that first friendship ever since it formed. It felt like losing that friendship would cost him everything else he had achieved, since, no matter how irrational that feeling was, Ron's friendship had quickly become one of the underpinnings of his life in the wizarding world and, in many ways, his life in general. But now it was suddenly and dramatically over, and he felt like the ground had fallen away beneath him. Unlike before, he had no hope of a reconciliation, and perhaps more frighteningly, nor did he think he wanted one. He had lost that friendship permanently, and with it, his entire perspective on his life here. How many others had he misjudged? Were they all who he thought they were? Or was he so thoroughly sheltered that he couldn't recognize the truth when he saw it? Would they all turn on him eventually, maybe even his own wife? Did he have any clue at all how to determine the good from the bad? The confidence he'd built in his own judgment shattered along with the friendship, and he no longer knew what to think. There were precious few people he trusted now, and Ron's actions made his trust that much harder to earn. How could he trust people when they so easily turned on him? Would everyone turn on him? Harry couldn't focus on the call. Images of a dark future flew at breakneck speeds through his head, and he couldn't stop them. Was his life even worth living anymore? Should he simply end it, get it over with, so he could be with his parents? Would they even like him? Now, there was a frightening thought. He had never met his parents, so who was to say that they would even like the person he'd become? Would they perhaps turn out to be like Molly Weasley, not trusting him in the slightest to make the right decisions? Or worse, the Dursleys? How could he possibly know? How could he have any concept of what they were really like? Sure, people always told him they were wonderful, but he'd been lied to so many times. How could he possibly recognize the truth? They could be monsters for all he knew. His vision clouded over as he tried to fight off the thought, and he sensed someone approaching. Terrified at his thoughts, unable to catch his breath, he instinctively took a step back. He no longer recognized the presence as Fleur. It was just a presence, and he had no idea if he could trust it or not. He wasn't going to take any chances. But it was too quick for him, and he was suddenly wrapped in loving warmth, and it was such a stark contrast to his own feelings that he could no longer keep himself together. His pain burst out of him, and he lost himself in it, no longer caring what happened to him. Alarmed by her husband's behavior, Fleur held him tightly to her breast, wondering what in Merlin's name had happened this time. This was worse than Molly Weasley's howler. But what was it? What had happened to cause him to break down in this fashion? She soothed him as best she could, keeping him wrapped tightly in her arms, but it soon became apparent that it would not be enough. He was completely unresponsive, and that frightened her more than anything. He hadn't even responded to her embrace, and that was not like him. After a few minutes of this, Fleur had had enough. She did not want to do it, but she needed to know what was wrong, so she could help him. She was not a skilled legilimens by any means. She was rather disturbed by the art, actually, but her father had insisted on teaching her a small amount to help her understand occlumency. It was the only solution she could think of. And so, with deep hesitation, she lifted his head to stare into his unseeing eyes and whispered the hated incantation. The deluge of darkness that slammed into her was staggering. Glimpses of his horrifying past flashed by, but twisted to include the people he knew today. She was forced to retreat almost immediately, lest she become trapped as well. But not before she had a glimpse of a way to get her information. One image, one with much more clarity than the others, was prominent in his mind, and she was reasonably certain that it was a memory. It was the only image that had not evolved. Harry directly, near as she could tell. It was an image of Ron trying to slug Hermione. Quickly deciding on a course of action, and not liking it one bit, she drew her wand and stunned him, knowing full well that he could not handle his current state. She hoped that he would wake in a calmer frame of mind, but it was debatable. She had only seen the barest edge of his torment, and had a feeling that it ran much deeper than she knew. It took considerable effort to manhandle him into their bed, but somehow she managed it. After asking a distressed fox to watch over him, she set out to find Hermione, feeling that the girl would almost certainly know the answer. Hermione was his best friend, and likely knew him even better than Fleur did, and she would be able to help. It was not hard to locate her, but Fleur was startled to find her also in bad condition. The library was her sanctuary, her place of peace, and so it was the first place that Fleur went. However, she was not alone. Rather, she was wrapped in Neville's arms and looked like she had been bawling. Fleur pitied the rather clueless boy, who looked like he had no idea at all what he should do. Though she did not want to interrupt, she saw little choice and approached them quickly. She gave Neville a nod in greeting, and then knelt down so she could see Hermione. To get her attention, she reached out and brushed the girl's wild hair back off her face, and was disheartened by the tear tracks on her cheeks. "Hermione," she called quietly. Hermione opened her bloodshot eyes and looked up at her. "Fleur," she echoed back. "Are you well?" asked Fleur worriedly. Hermione shook her head and buried it in Neville again, and the latter spoke up. "She won't tell me what happened," he said, his voice thick with concern. "Harry asked me to look after her, but she won't talk about it." Fleur nodded and gently took Hermione's chin in her hand, forcing her to look up again. "I am sorry, Hermione, but I need to know," she said softly. "Harry has had a panic attack. I had to stun him, and I cannot help him unless you tell me what happened." Lowering her voice to a whisper, she added, "Please." Hermione's eyes widened. "Is he okay?" she whispered hoarsely. "Non, he is not," sighed Fleur. "Please tell me." And slowly, haltingly, she did. Fleur listened with mounting horror as she described the argument and the events that followed. She had known that Ron was jealous of his friend, but this was completely ridiculous. And to try to hit Hermione, her anger stirred and began to burn. She had not liked Ron from the moment of their first meeting. He was even less controlled than most in her presence, but yet she had not complained. The reason for that was simple. He was Harry's first friend that he had ever made, and held a special place in his heart. And to have that ripped away, Harry would be lucky to survive it. He was under so much pressure, enduring so much stress, that she had no idea how he was managing as it was. Lesser men would have broken long ago under the pressure that was being exerted upon him, and he was but 14 years old. She would have to figure out how to help him overcome this. But first, she had a problem to deal with. Nodding her understanding as Hermione fell silent and noting the horrified look on Neville's face, she gently squeezed the girl's shoulder. "Thank you," she said softly. "I will take care of it. You must heal as well, and Harry will need you whole when he returns." "Is there anything I can do?" asked Neville. "Do not waver, as his friend," she said, turning her head to look the boy in the eye. "Too much is changing too fast, and he will need your support before this is over." Neville nodded solemnly, and Fleur studied his eyes long enough to know that he meant what he was silently promising. In many ways, Fleur felt that Neville was a far better friend than Harry had yet realized. He rarely spoke to or did things with Harry, but his silent support was ever present, and near as she could tell, His belief in his friend had never so much as flickered. Giving Hermione's shoulder another squeeze, she stood and made her way out of the library and then finally let her anger loose to show on her face. She could not believe the nerve of that disgusting boy. Harry had given everything he had for that friendship, and this was the way he was repaid. She would not stand for that. Ronald Weasley was going down. A preternatural calm descended upon her as she stalked the halls, the power of her purpose forcing people out of her way before she even reached them. They took one look at her angry visage, and they moved aside. Perhaps there was some good to come of that infernal paper after all. She no more liked the press than Harry did, but right now she would use it to her advantage. She soon reached the great hall, where she was sure she would find him, for food was perhaps the only thing he actually cared about. His gluttony was legendary among the Gryffindors, and it was a miracle that he did not have the same appearance as Dudley Dursley. She was tempted to fix that for him, but she had something else in mind. Instead, the doors slammed open, and everyone turned to stare at her as she stalked toward her target, ignoring them completely. Her anger was blazing, but it was a calculating anger. Her stunner would not last forever, and Harry would need her soon, so she could not afford to get carried away. It was difficult to keep control as her gaze landed on the obnoxious redhead, but somehow she managed it. The twins caught sight of her as she rounded the corner to stalk up the aisle, and upon seeing where her angry gaze was resting, they quickly moved away from their brother. The fear that shone on their faces would have been comical under other circumstances. It was good to know she could intimidate even the most carefree of students. And then Ron turned to see what they were looking at and jumped to his feet in shock. A cruel, humorless smile crossed her face as he backed into the center of the aisle, preparing himself to run. At the table, Fred and George exchanged worried glances with Susan, but remained silent. They obviously weren't fool enough to try to defuse the situation. Somehow, Ron managed to stand his ground as she approached, even though he was almost literally shaking in his boots. But his fears soon turned to anger predictably, and his face flushed. She had a feeling this was going to be good. And sure enough, his mouth ran away with him before his brain registered the true nature of the threat that stood against him. "What, come to defend his honor?" he asked, spitting the last word like a curse. Silence radiated outward as his words sounded, punctuated only by the briefest wave of murmurs as they were repeated for those who missed them the first time. It looked like she was going to have an audience. Oh well, so much the better, at least for her. "Wanna?" she asked softly, her voice tight with mounting anger. "And just what would a Jalou Petit be like, about wanna?" As softly as she spoke, her voice nevertheless carried throughout the hall, and upon hearing it, Dumbledore rose to his feet, his wand coming out. She ignored him too. However, there were too many people present for him to get away with anything, and she would burn him to the ground if he tried. He would just be giving her an excuse. Ron's eyes narrowed as her question registered. He opened his mouth to speak, but she raised a hand and cut him off. "None," she spat viciously. "Your words have no value, and I do not need to hear them. But you, Ronald Weasley, will listen to me, for I will only say this once." Fleur took a step closer to him and saw his complexion lighten a good few degrees. He was still angry, but now he was realizing what he was truly dealing with, and how angry she was. The rest of the students waited with bated breath. You are pathetic, she said in a harsh but quiet tone. Ari would have given you anything as his friend, but you are too obsessed with yourself to recognize the value in that, to recognize the sacrifices he has made, and would have continued to make for you. But that is not even the worst thing you have done. No, you struck out at someone who would never have armed you. And as surely as Ari is my husband, Hermione is my friend, and I do not tolerate harm coming to my friends. You are very, very lucky that Ari was here to stop you. She stepped within his personal space and lowered her voice so only those closest could hear. Be warned, Ronald Weasley, she whispered. You are no longer welcome among us. And now I shall demonstrate what will happen to you should you ever attempt to harm any of us, ever again. Ron's eyes widened, but Fleur ignored it in favor of something that she never would have even thought of doing a few short weeks ago. She deliberately released the handle she had on her transformation. In the blink of an eye, Fleur was no longer standing before him. He was facing instead a deadly predator. And with a deep breath, she opened her maw and shrieked right in his face. He stumbled backward, white as a sheet, and a dark stain spread down the front of his pants. Disgusted by his lacking constitution, she surged forward a pace and slammed her foot down. Any rabbit. She watched in satisfaction as he rushed from the hall in abject terror, and reasserted her normal form as he went, feathers disappearing back into skin. Then she rolled her eyes, shook her head in disgust at his cowardice, and headed for the door. Miss Delacour, called the headmaster sternly, explain yourself. Fleur stopped dead in her tracks and turned slowly around to stare at the man. He was even more obnoxious than the redhead. Oh, how she wished she could use similar tactics on him. Unfortunately, short of violence, she had nothing in her arsenal that would not get her in significant trouble. But she could talk. Was as many times as I have told you to call me by my proper name. Her voice rang out. One can only conclude that you are an obnoxious and disrespectful old man who is not worthy of my time. It is not my problem that you do not know what goes on in your own school, you excuse pathetic poor unsortier. So figure it out for yourself. I do not answer to you. And with that, she whirled and stalked out of the great hall, leaving a stunned and murmuring student body behind her. Madame Maxime smiled widely at her red-faced counterpart. It wasn't every day someone called Dumbledore a pathetic excuse for a wizard to his face. Chapter 31. Conversations. Fleur sat quietly at the dinner table at Chateau d'Ilcourt eating with her family, or rather trying to. In truth, she was too busy fretting over Harry's condition. Her stunner was a bit more powerful than she thought. He was still out, and the only place she wanted to be was by his side. Upon reaching the suite, she had convinced Fawkes to take them home. The simple fact was that Hogwarts was an increasingly toxic environment for him, and she wanted him to wake up someplace much more welcoming. She was concerned that even the smallest mishap might cause him to finally break, and she wasn't willing to risk it. And so she unilaterally decided that they would start their Easter vacation a bit early. Cheer up, darling, urged her mother, speaking in their native tongue since Harry wasn't in the room. You did the right thing. He'll be fine. Fleur sighed and closed her eyes. I'm not so sure, Maman, she said quietly. He's been through far too much in too short a time. I don't think he can take much more. Have faith, Fleur, suggested her father. Harry is strong. He'll get through it. What happened to Harry? frowned her sister innocently. He had a problem with a friend, Gabriel, she explained. Don't ask him about it, or it may hurt him. The little girl narrowed her eyes at her from across the table. Her thoughts were written plainly on her face. She adored Harry, and she wanted him to be okay. Fleur suspected that he wouldn't be able to shake her all holiday, and somehow she couldn't see it as a bad thing. I want to see him, she declared. He's asleep, Fleur said with a shake of her head. You can see him soon, but don't be surprised if he is not very friendly. It's not your fault, okay? A cute crinkle appeared in the little girl's forehead as she tried to make sense of it, and it made Fleur smile in spite of herself. Oh, to be so innocent again. She could barely remember what it was like before the allure kicked in and caused all sorts of problems for her. Before she was married, before the world was after her husband, whom she loved very much. Oh, had life gotten complicated? Shaking herself out of her melancholy even with all that, she wouldn't trade him for the world she finally forced herself to eat. The memory of his condition when she found him in the suite was enough to tie her stomach in knots, and it made for a very small appetite, but she would need her strength. She had no idea what to expect when he woke, and it was only Fawkes' presence with him that allowed her to leave. And then dinner was finally cleared away, and in the middle of dessert, she received a surprise when she sensed his presence in the doorway. She turned to see him standing there, blinking bemusedly, with Fawkes nestled up against the side of his head, which he didn't seem to notice. He looked like hell, the way his hair was mussed and his clothing wrinkled. His gaze scanned the table, and even as Gabrielle was pushing out of her seat, finally landed on Fleur. Fleur, he called in a soft, hoarse voice. What happened? Airy, gushed Gabrielle, and she flew at him. She barreled into him with significant force, catching him off guard, and he went over in a heap on the floor. The upset, dislodged Fawkes, who squawked indignantly and flew to Fleur. Gabrielle started babbling away, so rapidly in French that even her own family could not understand her. Gabrielle, came Harry's muffled voice, silencing her tirade. Startled, the little girl picked herself up and stared at him with an "Are you stupid?" sort of expression. Harry, she said in obvious exasperation. Oh, said Harry blankly, and then his forehead scrunched up for a moment before, to everyone's shock. Il est bon de vous voir. Gabrielle, mais j'ai besoin de me lever. Everyone in the room froze in surprise, including Gabrielle. His French was by no means perfect or fluent, but it got the point across. Fleur sucked in a sharp breath when she realized that he had been studying her language behind her back. It ignited a warm glow within her that he would be so considerate when none of this was his fault in the first place. Though Gabrielle frowned at the lack of warmth from him, she understood his meaning and complied with his wishes, dutifully extracting herself. He carefully pushed himself back to his feet, whereupon Fawkes immediately returned to his shoulder and placed a gentle hand on Gabrielle's head in muted apology. Then he wandered unsteadily into the room, his confused eyes taking in the scene. What happened, Fleur? He asked, once more focusing in on her. Come sit down, Sherry, she sighed in response. Tell me what you remember, and I will fill in the blanks. She patted the seat next to her, and Harry stared at her for an interminable moment before finally nodding and joining her. It was easy to see that he was still in a daze, whether as a result of the panic attack or the stunner, she could not decide. He was running slow, though, and this was going to take some time. Not much, He frowned after a while. I remember I was going to ask Ron to go shopping with me. And then he broke off and suddenly lost what little color he'd regained, swaying slightly in his seat, and she knew he remembered everything, or at least what Ron had done. She put her hand on his shoulder to steady him, uncertain whether or not he could accept further comfort right now. It hadn't worked earlier. Her parents remained silent, and even Gabrielle was watching worriedly, her young mind having finally puzzled out that he really wasn't well. They all gave him the time he needed to process. And then, "Oh, Merlin," he breathed quietly before turning a heartbroken look on her and whispering, "Please tell me I imagined it." Fleur sighed sadly. "I wish that I could, mon amour," she said softly. "You had a panic attack after, and I found you in Z Suite. You were not well. I had no choice but to stun you." His brow furrowed at her admission. "You stunned me," came his pained whisper. Her heart clenching painfully, she reached up to cup his cheek, gently stroking it with her thumb. "You were not well. Airy," she whispered back. "I did not wish for you to hurt yourself." Harry swallowed and nodded almost imperceptibly. "How did I get here?" he asked. "Fox brought us," she said, pausing to give a smile of thanks to the beautiful creature. "We will stay for Z holidays." Harry slowly nodded his understanding, and then closed his eyes and put his head in his hands. She could feel the grief radiating from him, and finally drew him into a warm embrace, causing him to lose control of his emotions. He cried silently, even as Fox began a soft, soothing song to offer what comfort he could. It was going to be a long night. 2 days later, Harry was feeling only marginally better. He had spoken to Fleur at great length of the incident and of how he felt about it. Only problem was, he wasn't really sure how he did feel about it. She seemed to understand this, though, and continued to support him with everything she had. They spent a lot of time alone in their room, and when they weren't there, Gabrielle stuck to him like glue. The discovery that he could speak a little French now delighted her, and she did her level best to enlighten him on the language. He, likewise, helped her with her English, which was growing more competent with each passing day. She was a quick learner, but he still didn't know what to think. While he and Ron had not been on the best of terms lately, the faint belief that Ron would always be there for him had persisted, and gave him strength without him even realizing it. With that gone, he wasn't sure where to pin his hopes. Fleur was an obvious candidate, but somehow it was just different. It didn't help that he was worried about leaving Hermione alone at Hogwarts, but eventually Fleur sent Fox off to her with a note, and he returned with one saying that she had gone home to her parents for the holidays. Harry was relieved. He was afraid that his former friend would attempt to get revenge somehow, and it disturbed him that he now thought it possible. It wasn't until Easter Day that he finally came to terms with his new situation. He was sitting outside on one of the decks that dotted the castle grounds, staring off into the distance, when he was approached by Ariane. Apart from that brief time in St. Mungo's, he hadn't had any real contact with his mother-in-law and had no idea what to expect. He initially shied away, unable to prevent his reaction to the unknown like he usually could, but she took it in stride and merely put an arm across his shoulders, dragging him close to her side. He could not help the way he stiffened at the contact. Such things had rarely been good for him in the past. But as she sat there, saying nothing, merely offering him comfort, he did eventually relax. "It is not the end of the world. Airy," she said out of nowhere. Her voice was soft and gentle, almost like he had often imagined his own mother's to be, and a far cry from Molly Weasley's shrillness. Her words washed over him, and he thought to balk, but she continued before he had the chance. "You avez other friends, mon cher," she said softly, "and you have a family now, and we love you very much. No matter that cochon has turned on you, you will never be alone again. We will always be here for you." Though he remained silent, her words brought a warmth to his soul and a tear to his eye. Ariane simply drew him closer, and she gave him something that he had never truly felt before, a mother's love. While she would never be able to replace his own mother, that she would try to fill that gaping hole in his life meant more to him than he could ever tell her in words alone. As the days wore on, the entire family got into the act, doing their best to make Harry feel like he belonged, and to dull the deep hurt that Ron's betrayal had caused. Only Fleur knew the true extent of his pain. He had few friends, and that very first one had been truly precious to him, no matter how many problems they had had recently. Her words to that bastard rang true. Harry truly would have given him anything, had only he asked. But now that was lost, and it left a terrible gash in Harry's soul. However, between Gabrielle's childish love and highly amusing language lessons, her mother's continuing loving support, her father's sage advice, and Fleur's own brand of love and understanding, he was finally starting to recover. And now he was outside, kicking a ball around with her little sister, finally able to lose himself in the game once more. Fleur desperately wished that he need not return to that awful place. So many bad things had happened to him there that it was a virtual prison. He was confined, trapped with memories of his past, and that would likely never change. Though she was aware of his vague desire to honor his parents' memory by graduating Hogwarts, Fleur was already considering ways to convince him to transfer. "How are you holding up?" asked her father, coming to join her at the window as she watched Harry play with Gabrielle. "I am surviving, Papa," she said softly. "But I worry. How much more is he to endure?" "He is strong, Fleur," he replied confidently. "We will all work to make his life better. You know that. But whatever he is destined to endure, he will survive it and always come back to you. You can see it in his eyes. You are his reason for living now." Fleur blushed at his frankness. Harry was still cautious with his emotions, but had started telling her at least once each day that he loved her. He was nothing if not honest, and she therefore knew it to be true. She only wished that he had the time to explore those feelings and to become comfortable enough that they did not frighten him. "He's right, you know," came her mother's smiling voice as she stepped up on her other side and put her arm around her waist. "We could not have chosen better for you had we tried. He is the most honorable young man I have ever met, and he has such a gentle soul. He really does love you." "I know," she whispered quietly. "I just don't understand why. He should hate me after all the difficulties this has caused him." He father chuckled at her. "He does not place blame where it isn't due," he mused. "You were no more at fault than he was, and he realizes that. And he knows how much you do for him, Fleur. And it is a great deal more than you think," advised her mother. Fleur shook her head, unwilling to believe their words, and yet, for some reason, she could not deny them. Chapter 32. Exposé. On Monday evening after the break ended, Harry and Fleur found themselves ascending the stairs to Dumbledore's office yet again. They were summoned in the middle of dinner, both of them this time, oddly enough, and weren't thrilled about it. The old man was probably trying to meddle again, and they had better things to do than deal with him. The day had gone surprisingly well, and much as it hurt, Harry found that Ron's absence was actually a good thing for him. Hermione was so angry that she went to McGonagall, and to hear Hermione tell it, the woman had outright exploded. Ron was therefore suspended for 2 weeks, making for a much more pleasant environment at meals. Gone were the arguments between Ron and Hermione. Gone were the yelps when she kicked him in the shins. Gone were the jealous stares that made the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stand on end. And, perhaps most importantly, there was no longer anyone leering at his wife from across the table. All in all, despite his initial pain over the loss of his first friend, he was beginning to think it was actually a good thing, and probably should have happened a long time ago. Even his classes were better. Always before, Ron spent most of every period distracting Harry from his schoolwork. Now he finished in record time. He'd learned to work hard to make up for Ron's short attention span, and he could now accomplish twice as much. Given his concerns over meeting the scholastic expectations that Sebastian set out for him, it made for much less stress. Frighteningly enough, his grades were already nearing, and occasionally even outstripping Hermione's at this point, and this would only push them to new heights. What was surprising, though, was the way she was taking it. Where he worried that she might be offended, she was instead very supportive, and frequently asserted that she always knew he was smarter than he acted. Of course, he'd never told her why he was holding back, and it made him wonder if he ever would. If anyone apart from Fleur deserved to know the truth, it was Hermione. She'd stood by him through thick and thin for 4 years running, but it was still hard to talk about. He made a mental note to sit her down someday and tell her everything, though he wasn't sure when that would be. First, he had to deal with a meddling headmaster who was getting on his last nerve. "Ready?" he asked. "Oui," sighed Fleur. "Let us get this over with." Harry snorted when it was ever over, and offered his free arm to Fawkes, who immediately hopped down off his shoulder. He had the sneaking suspicion that the Phoenix knew exactly what he was being used for, and wholeheartedly approved. It would gall Dumbledore to see Fawkes with him, but that was a good thing as far as he was concerned. As ever, the man invited them in before they could knock, and Harry examined the office with a critical eye as they entered, making sure to avoid the old man's gaze. Apart from the absence of a certain perch, nothing ever seemed to change. The portraits pretended to snooze in their frames. The sword of Gryffindor gleamed in the torchlight in its case, and a multitude of odd contraptions clicked and whirred, creating an atmosphere like some kind of bizarre laboratory. This time, however, there was a new addition in the form of Madame Maxime. He exchanged a bemused glance with Fleur when he spotted her. Numerous scenarios that might require the woman's presence flashed through his mind, but none of them made any sense. Besides, it wasn't very likely that she would come down on Dumbledore's side of their little feud. She sat facing them in a plush armchair to the side of the headmaster's desk, calmly sipping dark red liquid out of an elegant crystal glass. Her enormous form positively dwarfed the headmaster. Had Harry not known better, he would have assumed that she was in charge. She was perfectly at ease, even if she did appear somewhat confused. With matching shrugs, Harry and Fleur moved to sit in the chairs provided for them. They were straight-backed and highly uncomfortable, and Fleur sat for all of a second before snorting and bouncing back to her feet. Harry joined her when she drew her wand, and then she carelessly waved it at the chairs. 10 seconds later, they were once again seated, this time on a cushy couch. Maxime's lips twitched in amusement at the display, but Dumbledore was clearly perturbed by it. Harry had no doubt that he'd made them uncomfortable on purpose, especially given what happened the last time Harry was in his office. It wasn't going to work, though. They were on to him. Harry stole his hand back from his wife and scratched Fawkes' neck as the silence thickened. He had to wonder if Dumbledore had done anything new at all in the last 100 years or so. All visits to his office started the exact same way, with a silence clearly designed to unsettle his students, forcing them to admit things they had no need to admit. The man was so set in his ways that even his last experience with Harry apparently hadn't taught him anything. Maxime's eyebrows went up in bemusement after another few seconds, but Dumbledore appeared to be in no hurry. Instead, he studied Harry intently, as though searching for a chink in his armor. Interestingly, he didn't spare Fleur so much as a glance, which was probably a mistake since she was the original cause of all his troubles if you really thought about it. And then, finally, "Would you care to tell me where you've been?" he asked at last. Harry blinked. Fleur, on the other hand, frowned. There was a malicious sparkle in her eye as she examined him, as though waiting for him to make even the smallest mistake so she could pounce. Of course, Harry knew this to be the truth. She was almost as angry at Dumbledore as Harry himself was. As for Maxime, she looked honestly confused by the question, and it rapidly became apparent that she had no more idea what was going on than they did. Her eyebrows knitted together as she tried to puzzle it out, but she was clearly coming up empty and elected to remain silent for the moment. "I think you will Ave to be more specific on that," said Fleur eventually in a much thicker accent than was normal for her. Harry suspected she was doing it on purpose just to be difficult. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to her, taking on a calculating look. His persona was that of the disappointed grandfather forced to punish his wayward charge, but Harry didn't buy it for an instant. The look was eerily reminiscent of how he was after they announced their marriage, and that did not bode well. "You have been missing for a week," he announced somberly. "I do not think it unreasonable to ask after your whereabouts." Harry scowled faintly. So this was about their Easter vacation? He hadn't signed the list to stay at Hogwarts, so it was really none of his business. And how had Fleur gotten dragged into it? Anyhow, speaking of which, "I am an adult, Master Dumbledore." She scowled. "I neither require nor desire your permission to go where I will." Given what he'd heard of their last encounter, Harry figured she was only being as polite as she was because Madame Maxime was present. "All students require permission to leave the grounds regardless of age, Miss Delacour," countered Dumbledore sternly. But then Maxime coughed and gave him a pointed look, at which he corrected. "My apologies, Mrs. Potter." "She is not one of your students, Dumbledore," frowned Maxime. "Beaux Batons is not so controlling. She has the right to go where she wishes." Harry smirked, and Dumbledore scowled at the reminder. Harry guessed that he dearly wished he could order Fleur around. If he could, he would then probably forbid her to see Harry, given how incredibly determined he was to deny their marriage. It really was a waste of time, though. That ship had long since sailed. "That may be," he countered, "but that does not apply to Mr. Potter." Silence was the only response to his statement. Harry remained as he was, leaning up against Fleur and scratching one of Fawkes' favorite spots. The creature's nearly inaudible trills of pleasure brought a soft smile to his face, but it disappeared quickly when he remembered where he was. It would not do to become distracted from the proceedings. "Mr. Potter," prompted Dumbledore finally. "Yes, sir." A scowl flickered on the man's face. "Where were you?" "At home," he replied honestly. As he said it, Harry was startled to realize just how truthful the statement was. The week at the chateau was wonderful, even in spite of his troubled state. His new family made it clear that he was not only welcome, but truly loved, and it was the first time he'd ever experienced something like that. A small smile appeared on his face at the thought, causing Fawkes to bump him happily on the chin. Not privy to Harry's thoughts, however, Dumbledore took his smile as mocking. "Do not try my patience, Mr. Potter," he warned. "This is a very serious matter. You are facing possible expulsion." Harry suppressed a derisive snort. He'd thought long and hard about it, and even discussed it with Sebastian, and the only conclusion he could come to was that Dumbledore would never actually go through with it. After all, he couldn't control Harry if he didn't have access to him. He also wasn't surprised at the faint smirk that appeared on Maxime's lips. She was clearly towing the line. Fleur was her student, but Harry wasn't, but she was also clearly on his side. Really, what business was it of Dumbledore's where he went on vacation? As the silence continued to spiral in the wake of the grave statement, Fleur reached out and threaded her fingers into his hair, which made him smile up at her. She smiled in return, her eyes twinkling mischievously. She was clearly enjoying the old man's frustration. Harry was only too happy to provide the entertainment. "Mr. Potter," called Dumbledore quietly, "are you going to tell me where you were?" Fleur rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I believe has already answered that question. Headmaster Dumbledore," she reminded him. "Are you art of earring?" Maxime's smirk became more pronounced. Seeing that he wasn't getting anywhere, Dumbledore scowled deeply and rose from his chair to lean forward on his hands in a pose that was clearly intended to intimidate. Harry could feel the man's gaze burning into his ear, and didn't dare look his way for fear of having his mind invaded. Some instinct told him that Dumbledore was rapidly reaching the end of his rope. Mr. Potter was not at his home. He all but growled. The wards there would have registered his presence. "Harry, if you do not tell me where you were, I will have no choice but to expel you." Harry sighed. That was the second time he'd heard that threat in as many minutes, and he was surprised to find that he had a deep desire to see if he could actually push the man into making good on it. It wasn't like he didn't have options. Maxime would love to have him, as it would make Beauxbatons look very good. And why was he staying at Hogwarts anyway? True, he had friends here, but was it worth it to be under the thumb of a criminal who wanted to steal his inheritance and control his every move? Was it worth having his life gravely endangered every year, or to endanger his friends by mere association? His time here so far had been an unmitigated disaster. Every year, something went wrong. Every year, someone came after him. And every other year, his fellow students placed the blame for whatever was happening directly on his doorstep. Was this the kind of life he wanted to lead? The answer struck him like a bolt of lightning, and that instant of clarity changed everything. He finally allowed his pleasant mask to fall, only to be replaced with an utterly serious look as he turned to Madame Maxime. She was scowling at Dumbledore, but she sensed his attention quickly enough, and as she turned to him, he took a deep breath. This was going to complicate things. They hadn't planned for it, but for the life of him, He could not think of a better solution to many of his problems. "Ma'am," he called quietly, "if your offer still stands, I'd like to take you up on it immediately. Would that be a problem?" Fleur's head snapped toward him, her eyes widening in surprise. Maxime's eyes also widened for a moment, but then a calculating glint appeared there. Her nod was all he needed to see. The rest was just details. "Are you certain this is what you want?" she asked carefully. "It will not be easy." "Yes, ma'am," he said firmly. "Pardon me, Olympe," frowned Dumbledore, "but what offer is this?" "Monsieur Potter is transferring to Beauxbatons," she explained with a calm and eminently pleased smile. "He will begin attending in Z morning, and I will expect his records from you by Z end of Z day tomorrow." Dumbledore's forehead creased in confusion, and he remained silent as he processed her statement. Meanwhile, Fleur watched Harry with a surprising amount of concern. She knew full well what he was asking for, but they hadn't discussed it at any length, and she was caught off guard. He smiled gently at her, silently telling her that everything was all right, and that they would talk later. "I'm sorry," said Dumbledore slowly, "but Mr. Potter cannot transfer from Hogwarts." Harry sighed, heavily. This was going to get sticky. "Oh," challenged Maxime. "He made this request of me last time you threatened to expel him, and I have granted his application. I see no problem with this." Shock flickered on Dumbledore's face at that tidbit, but it cleared quickly. He was still perfectly confident, and that told Harry that he would go with the only counter he would think he had available. And sure enough, his guardians would need to approve any transfer, he said serenely, which I can assure you they will not do. I do not believe they will want him attending school in France. Maxime blinked bemusedly at Dumbledore for a few moments, and then turned a quizzical expression on Harry, her eyes full of worry. "Is this true, Monsieur Potter?" she asked cautiously. "No, ma'am," said Harry with a shake of his head. "My guardians will be thrilled with it." "Oui," confirmed Fleur. "They will." "Then I do not see the problem," shrugged Maxime, turning back to Dumbledore with an expectant look. Harry watched closely as Dumbledore's expression changed, melting into what would appear to be a sympathetic one. Harry knew better the man didn't have a sympathetic bone in his body, but it was interesting how good an actor he was. Though he was coming to loathe the old man, even Harry could admit that Dumbledore was usually very good at what he did. "Harry, they would not even sign your Hogsmeade permission form," he said heavily, injecting sorrow into his voice. "Why do you believe they would approve a transfer to another school? And are you truly so unhappy at Hogwarts that you feel the need to leave? Was he not just trying to expel you?" asked Fleur in a stage whisper, causing Dumbledore to scowl again. Snorting his agreement with the sentiment, Harry ignored the old man and turned his attention back to Maxime. "Just tell me what you need signed, ma'am," he shrugged. "I'll have it back to you in the morning, and they'll probably want to meet with you." "The Dursleys will not sign your transfer, Harry," said Dumbledore firmly. And there it was. Harry had no choice. While he didn't have a clue about how admissions and withdrawals worked at Hogwarts, it was a safe bet that he would need signed permission. And that meant that it was time to let Dumbledore in on the one bit of information that could have saved him a whole lot of trouble. Honestly, he was completely shocked that the man hadn't gone to the Dursleys the first time something unexpected happened. It was almost as though he was so confident in his plans and so stuck in his rut that he believed that nothing could interfere with them. Wasn't he in for a shock? Of course, That didn't mean that Harry had to make it easy for him. Sorry, sir. He frowned, pasting a look of confusion on his face. But what do the Dursleys have to do with anything? Maxime blinked in confusion. Fleur faintly smirked, her eyes widening in anticipation of the fallout. And Harry? Harry was having one hell of a time keeping a straight face. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was baffled by the question. They are your guardians, Harry, he explained slowly. They would need to approve any transfer, and you know as well as I do that they will not. Ah, nodded Harry, feigning innocent surprise. I think you missed a memo, sir. The Dursleys aren't my guardians anymore. Haven't been for a while now, actually. Silence fell, and Dumbledore stared blankly back at him as the statement sank in. He was clearly shocked. Uncertain of the outcome of the revelation, Harry mentally tallied how long it would take to draw his wand. He didn't trust the headmaster as far as he could throw him, and while he could throw off the Imperious Curse, he had no idea what else the man might have in his arsenal. And didn't it just say everything that he half expected Albus Dumbledore to use an unforgivable? Fleur watched the old man intently, a small smile playing on her lips as she prepared to enjoy his reaction. Harry was tempted to warn her this could go quite badly if they weren't careful, but then again, she was smart enough to be on her guard. In fact, now that he looked more closely, he suspected that she was watching him so closely for more than one reason. And Maxime looked like she was barely holding her laughter inside. Her eyes twinkled a mile a minute, obviously enjoying Dumbledore's predicament. It was well known in the wizarding world that it was almost impossible to pull something over on that man, but it would appear that Harry had just done so. But then their momentary enjoyment was over. "What did you just say?" whispered Dumbledore. And the power behind that whisper was truly alarming. Harry had heard of wizards infusing magic into their words, and while he'd suspected it of the man before, now he was certain that he was capable of it. The question filled the room, reverberating off the walls in spite of its lack of volume. Harry's nerves ratcheted up, but he refused to be cowed. This man had harmed him greatly, and there was no way he was going to back down. He pushed his fears to the back of his mind, just as he'd done when facing so many dangers before, and turned his head such that Dumbledore could see his eyes, but not look directly into them. It would be enough to convey his meaning. "I said," he repeated slowly, "that the Dursleys are no longer my guardians." Dumbledore stared back at him, blinking slowly, the aura around him building all the while, slowly transitioning to visibility. Harry had seen him like this once before, but never to this extent, and for the first time, he wondered at the wisdom of his choice in revealing this. It took all of his willpower not to shrink into his wife. Maxime looked very concerned as the charged silence stretched on. Dumbledore's eyes were unfocused as he lost himself in thought, and his cheeks gained a red tint, reflecting his sudden anger. And then he finally came back to himself and slowly straightened up. "Look at me, Harry," he said softly, with a dangerous edge. And the compulsion behind the words was so powerful that Maxime drew her wand. The magic behind it crawled over Harry's skin, giving him a desperate urge to do as he was commanded. But just like the Imperious Curse, his will overcame it, and he shook it off. He stared Fawkes in the eye, and the creature stared back, offering silent support. "No," he growled. "I will not let you in my head." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed to angry slits. And then just as Harry thought he might be about to force the issue, he slowly turned and walked to a shelf along one wall of the office. Harry turned his head slightly to keep an eye on him. All he did, though, was open a cabinet and start moving things out of the way with cautious deliberation. The atmosphere was so charged that Harry had the urge to run. He had not forgotten that Dumbledore was powerful, but he'd never been exposed to the full brunt of that power before. It was dawning, and he knew beyond doubt that, should magic become involved any more than it already was, his only hope was the creature perched on his arm. He would not survive 2 seconds in a duel with that man. The angry headmaster searched for perhaps 20 seconds before he finally came up with yet another silver contraption, and his expression darkened ominously as he examined it. Unlike the others in the office, this one was still and silent. Harry had no idea what it was or what it did, and he eyed it warily. But then the headmaster simply put it back. His cheeks were white with rage when he turned back to face Harry, and he was so focused that it was likely that he no longer registered the presence of anyone else in the room. His eyes hardened into chips of ice, and his mouth tightened so much that his lips disappeared. But he didn't yell or scream. "Do you have any idea what you have done?" he whispered in a low, deadly tone. Fleur's hand came to the small of Harry's back, and it was probably only that and Fawkes' presence that allowed him to keep his fear from showing. The danger in front of him was greater than any other he had ever faced, and he knew that instinctively. But still, he would not be cowed. "What I've done is none of your business, sir," he quietly replied, his tone equally as dangerous. Dumbledore stared back at him for a long moment, his anger not abating in the slightest, and Harry tightened his hand on the hilt of his wand when had he drawn it? He didn't remember. He had done so on instinct alone. And then Dumbledore's wand flashed out, snapping sharply at the office doors, which made a sickly squelching sound as his spell impacted. "You will stay here," he growled harshly, "while I retrieve the Dursleys so I can fix this mess." Harry's eyes narrowed, but the headmaster didn't wait for a response. He eyed Fawkes for a moment, but seemed to realize that it was pointless to ask, and instead headed for the fireplace. Tossing a pinch of Floo powder in, he shouted "Kneazle Warren," and then stepped into the flames and vanished. A stark silence reigned in the office for several seconds until, "What is going on?" asked Maxime fearfully. Harry turned and exchanged a long and deeply worried look with Fleur. The look in her eyes told him that she was as frightened as he was, and at just as much of a loss. The message that passed silently between them was perfectly clear. They were in over their heads. Chapter 33. Turning Point. The war with Voldemort was raging the last time the British Auror Office saw so much of Sebastian Delacour. He was a master Auror then, on loan to the British Ministry to shore up the ranks after they took significant losses in a skirmish in Wales. Though much had changed, including the person occupying the head office, much more had stayed the same. The peaceful atmosphere of Amelia's office was a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the rank and file. Aurors scurried to and fro as they worked, comparing cases and chasing leads. A multitude of voices, some hushed and some shouting, permeated the bullpen in a dull roar. The rise in dark activity after the World Cup was worrisome. Few arrests were made, the perpetrators disappeared quickly, and they were no closer to solving the problem. It was too bad that Minister Fudge was so short-sighted. The department had less than a third of the personnel they needed because the Auror budget was his favorite one to cut. But that was not his problem. And even if it were, it would have been the least of his concerns. With a heavy sigh, Sebastian rubbed his eyes tiredly. Removing Albus Dumbledore from his positions of power was proving both easier and more difficult than they expected. On one hand, the bad press he was receiving as a result of the trial was working very much in their favor, but on the other, he still controlled Hogwarts, and they were having no luck in dislodging him. And Hogwarts was the big prize. Though it was nothing more than a school, the position of Hogwarts headmaster was powerfully symbolic the world over. Many previous headmasters had been the movers and shakers of their world, and Albus was no exception. So long as he held the post, people would wonder how things could possibly be as bad as the press was making them out to be. Unfortunately, though, the Hogwarts Board of Governors was populated mostly by self-obsessed purebloods who wanted nothing more than to line their own pockets, and Albus had them under his thumb. Until such time as it became less profitable to accept his bribes than it was to do the right thing, they would do nothing. A lot of Harry's money had likely gone to them over the years to create that situation in the first place. "What about Professor Binns?" asked Amelia thoughtfully, interrupting his musings. "He's a horrible teacher. Maybe we could use that somehow." "An expose on falling standards at Hogwarts," mused Sebastian thoughtfully. "We would ave to tear down more than just one teacher, and most of them are very good. Well, there's Hagrid." She frowned. "But I won't tarnish a good man's name for the sake of getting rid of Dumbledore." Sebastian silently agreed with that ideal. Albus used people as pawns, moving them around on his personal chessboard to his heart's content, heedless of the feelings of the individual. He refused to become what they were fighting. If they were going to take anyone down, it would be people that truly deserved it. Hagrid was a marginal teacher, according to reports, but he was not a bad person, and it was only his second year, so he had a long way to go in learning what was appropriate. In fact, the majority of the problem could be laid at Dumbledore's feet anyway. It was his responsibility to set the standard for what was taught, and he was failing miserably at it. I've Aries say that the groundskeeper is almost as bad as Snape," he offered. "We could look into that, but I do not think it would be an open and shut case." Amelia nodded. "Filch is a piece of work," she said, "but you're right, it wouldn't be as easy as Snape was. The only other ones I've got are Burbage and Trelawney. Nobody will care about a Muggle Studies professor." He sighed. "And divination is not much better." "Agreed," said Amelia grudgingly. They lapsed into silence once more, each lost in their own thoughts and budding plans. He was not surprised that she was putting so much time into this. She hated seeing such a horrible injustice as had been committed against Harry, and on top of it, she had a niece in Dumbledore's care. It was easily enough to motivate her. Sebastian tapped his teacup with his wand to warm it again as he considered the situation. Going after the man for the theft would be an enormous hit, but there was no guarantee that it would be big enough to dislodge him. He was a crafty politician and an accomplished legal defender, his failure at Snape's trial notwithstanding, and public opinion would matter just as much as the facts of the case if they wanted a conviction. Merlin only knew that he probably had some convoluted reason he could trot out to supposedly justify his actions. His concept of the greater good was tiresome, but it won many hearts and minds for its seeming simplicity. Just leave everything to Albus Dumbledore, and your life goes on the way you want it. If they could bring a contributory abuse case against him, then it would shake the world enough to be a done deal, but that was a last resort option. Harry did not want his past publicized, and Sebastian could not blame him for it. The fallout would be horrendous, and Amelia seemed to be considering the same thing. I know you don't want to, but have you asked Harry if he'd be willing to use the abuse against Dumbledore? He has never told anyone, Amelia, he replied quietly. I do not think he will want it in the press, which is where it would most certainly end up. I will not ask him unless. He was interrupted by a knock on the door, even as her expression shifted into agreement with his position. She frowned deeply, shook her head, and moved to answer it. Sebastian rose to his feet, presuming that only someone important would be willing to interrupt a closed-door meeting with the head of the department. He was rather surprised, then, when it turned out to be Auror Tonks. Sebastian rather liked the spunky Auror. Though timid as a mouse at times, she could be boisterous and a great deal of fun at others. He still had no idea how she did that thing with her hair, though, and resolved to ask her, at some point. Her curiosity getting the better of her, she peered into the office around Amelia and smiled brightly at Sebastian when she caught sight of him. As they so frequently did, the spikes in her hair stood to attention in her happiness and flipped to bright blue. Or Tonks, prompted Amelia. Tonks winced and graced her with a sheepish expression. Sorry, ma'am, she offered timidly. You wanted these files as soon as possible. Amelia rolled her eyes and took the proffered folders, quickly flipping through them. Her eyebrows shot into her hairline as she read it was apparently something good, and then she turned back to Tonks with a calculating expression. Is this accurate? She asked. Yes, ma'am. Tonks' head bobbed in affirmation, though her hair stayed eerily still, almost like it was changing length to prevent itself from moving. Sharpclaw showed me the books. I didn't even know goblins would do something like... Tonks broke off abruptly, her eyes going wide, and she whipped out her wand to point at a small fireball that abruptly blossomed into existence in the middle of Amelia's office. Sebastian watched as it faded, and worry set it in when it revealed a beautiful crimson bird. Neither Harry nor Fleur would use Fawkes to deliver ordinary mail. Is that a phoenix? Breathed Tonks. Yes, he is, frowned Sebastian, holding out his arm. Then, to the phoenix. Bonjour, Fawkes. Do you have something for us? Amelia closed the distance as Fawkes fluttered down on his arm, and Tonks bravely stepped into the office to get a better look. Sebastian could understand her interest. Phoenixes were exceedingly rare, and to see one associating with humans, even more so, but her reaction couldn't hold his attention, as it was riveted on the scrap of parchment in the creature's beak. He reached out and took it, at which point Fawkes swiveled his head around backwards to peer curiously at the young Auror. She went wide-eyed and stared back at him, and he chirped brightly, apparently having decided that he approved of her. Her smile was blinding, and her hair cycled back to hot pink. In spite of his worry, Sebastian could not suppress his chuckle and smile at the scene, but he then quickly turned back to the parchment in his hand, and his momentary amusement quickly faded. We are trapped in Dumbledore's office. He sealed the doors. Please come quickly. Fleur. Sebastian blinked, and then looked sharply up at Amelia and thrust the parchment into her hands. A simmering anger boiled up inside at the thought that Dumbledore might harm his family, and he had to clamp down on it. Anger would get him nowhere, and only cause mistakes. Fortunately, it only took Amelia a moment to come to terms with what she read. Damn, she breathed, looking wide-eyed up at him. Sebastian frowned and scratched Fawkes' belly to get his attention. "Are you willing to take us there, Fawkes?" he requested. Fawkes bobbed his head and splayed his tail feathers, shaking them in invitation as was his way. "Grab on," or Amelia snapped out to Tonks, even as she reached out herself. "You're coming with us. Protect the Potters at all costs." "The Potters," breathed Tonks, though her shock did not prevent her from reaching tentatively out to grab a piece of Fawkes' tail. Nobody had a chance to answer her question. Fawkes was apparently in a hurry, because he burst into flame the moment she touched him. Moments later they were standing in the headmaster's office, and Tonks jumped back in shock, not having expected the unusual form of travel. But the scene was not what Sebastian expected. All was quiet, and the room was occupied by 3 people, none of whom was Dumbledore. Harry and Fleur, he could have expected, even alone, but Madame Maxime? That was an odd twist. She was standing off to the side of Dumbledore's desk, and the troubled expression on her face did not speak highly for the situation, no matter how innocent it appeared. She also had her wand drawn, which was even more troublesome. Sebastian had dealt with her on numerous occasions, and she almost never used magic unless it was absolutely necessary. That meant that something had happened. In front of Dumbledore's desk stood Harry, wearing a grim expression, with Fleur wrapped tightly around him from behind, her cheek pressed firmly against the side of his head. His daughter gave the appearance of a woman who was desperately afraid of losing her husband, and that concerned him greatly. Something bad had happened. "Are you all right?" he asked, even as Tonks and Amelia began to wordlessly prowl the office, looking for threats. "Yeah," sighed Harry. And then he rubbed his face tiredly for a moment before, "Thanks for coming, sir. I think we have a problem." Sebastian ignored his urge to correct Harry on his formality, given the situation. "What a peend?" he asked worriedly. "He knows." 2 words. 2 words with such incredible impact that Sebastian sucked in a sharp breath, and his pulse quickened. They had done a fair job of keeping Dumbledore in the dark about the guardianship far more so than they expected, truth be told, but now it was out. And suddenly he began to understand the nature of the situation. It would not go over well, and Albus was certain to make an attempt at interfering. "Where is he?" he asked simply. "He went to get the Dursleys," grumbled Harry. Sebastian stared blankly at him. Amelia snorted, and Tonks looked on in confusion when Sebastian suddenly burst out laughing, unable to help himself in spite of the situation. It drew a wide-eyed, concerned look from Maxime, who probably thought he was losing his mind, and Harry and Fleur exchanged bemused glances. But it was just too funny. "Papa," prompted Fleur through narrowed eyes. "Oh, magnifique," he breathed through his continuing chortles. "I wonder how long you will search for them." Harry and Fleur both stared at him in shock, and he knew then that Harry had conveniently forgotten that the Dursleys were no longer in residence on Privet Drive. Then a grim, cruel smile grew on his lips as the reality of it registered. This was definitely going to be interesting. Fleur's startled snort of amusement was completely worth it, and Harry turned his head up to give her a small smile. "I forgot about that," he said apologetically. She just smiled and brushed his cheek with the back of her hand. "How long has he been gone?" asked Amelia, her tone businesslike in spite of her obvious amusement at Dumbledore's newest predicament. 5 minutes or so," shrugged Harry. "We sent Fawkes right away." Fawkes chirped brightly at the mention and fluttered down from atop an armoire, coming to rest on Fleur's shoulder. She and Harry both reached up and absently scratched him without turning from the conversation, as though he was simply a fixture in their lives. Sebastian had to smile again at that. It was somehow appropriate. "Then why don't you tell us exactly what happened?" sighed Amelia, drawing her wand to conjure a couple of plush couches for them to sit on. Harry, however, wasn't quite comfortable. He nodded his acquiescence, but then his gaze tracked to Tonks. The Auror was standing in quiet confusion, several paces away from Amelia, from where she could clearly see everyone in the room, and most specifically Harry and Fleur. Sebastian approved of her positioning, but she clearly had no clue what exactly was going on. Amelia caught Harry's questioning look. "This is Auror Tonks," she offered simply. "She's our backup for the day, and I trust her completely." Tonks blushed at the compliment, though unlike most people, it didn't stop at the roots of her hair, which drew a raised eyebrow from Fleur. Harry smiled faintly at the Auror, and then allowed Fleur to nudge him over to one of the couches. The story was surprisingly short, and Sebastian was both amused and gratified to learn that Harry had the guts to string the headmaster along, effectively taunting him. That more than anything proved that the boy had what it took to survive what was likely coming. Dumbledore was a formidable opponent in any arena, but none more so than the magical one. Harry had willingly angered the man who was widely considered to be the most powerful wizard alive. It was impressive, and perhaps a little worrying. But what really shocked Sebastian was Harry's abrupt decision to transfer to Beau's batons. While he had considered suggesting it, he never did because he felt that it would be too big an adjustment for the boy to handle along with all the other changes in his life. The more he thought about it, though, the more he liked the idea. Once the tournament was over, Harry would be forever out of Dumbledore's reach. Amelia took it gracefully. She understood what he was dealing with, but Tonks frowned deeply. To her credit, she maintained her silence, but he had a feeling that her boss was going to get an earful later. Hogwarts was a point of national pride, and to see a famous person like Harry transfer away would be a massive hit to that pride. It could also bring negative publicity, and that would have to be played carefully. The marriage was one thing, but a blow to national pride could cause some problems. Then again, Sebastian had the best public relations staff in all of France, and they would find a way to handle it. "You are certain that this is what you want?" he asked seriously, spearing Harry with a grave look. "There will be no turning back. Harry, if you do this, it will be for good. You cannot so easily change your mind." Harry shrugged tiredly. "It makes sense, Sebastian," he said quietly. "I'm moving to France anyway, and with Dumbledore here." He let the statement hang for a moment before lowering his voice. "I don't want to leave, but I don't think I have a choice." "He won't give up, sir." Sebastian sighed. "I cannot disagree," he decided grudgingly. "We will approve the transfer, of course. I just want to be certain that you understand the magnitude of the decision." Harry chuckled morbidly. "This is nothing, sir," he smirked. "I just married your daughter on a whim. Remember?" That comment got a laugh out of him. The next 10 minutes were spent hashing over what Dumbledore might do upon his return, but none of them could truly predict his actions. He was already angry, and was likely to be more so when he found the Durslys missing. While it was good to keep him off balance, it was also dangerous. If he lost control of his temper, he could do a lot of damage, and all of them combined would be hard-pressed to stop him. Maxime was immensely pleased to learn that the Delacours had taken custody, as it got her the student she so clearly wanted. Sebastian had no illusions as to her motives. It was a very attractive feather in the school's cap, but he trusted her not to take blatant advantage. For one, she knew how he would react if she did. And through it all, Tonks stood silently behind one of the couches, absorbing as much she could. Her confusion was clear on her features, but she kept her counsel in spite of the questions brewing behind her eyes. Harry shot her a few curious glances, but nothing was forthcoming from his direction either. And then, finally, it was time. They all pushed to their feet when the fireplace flared, and Amelia promptly vanished the couches and motioned Tonks to join her in taking up positions on either side of the hearth. It was a common Auror tactic when apprehending criminals. They almost never noticed anyone standing next to the fireplace, which made it easy to stun them in the back. Sebastian doubted that it would work with Dumbledore, but in this instance, he was wrong. The man was far too distracted by his anger to pay much attention. He stepped out in full aura, and the fire in his eyes and the tint of his cheeks only added to his appearance as a formidable foe. He wasted no time in stalking toward Harry, and Sebastian instinctively drew his wand. He might not be able to beat Dumbledore, but that did not mean he would not try if the man did something stupid. He could only hope it didn't come down to that. "What have you done with them, you foolish boy?" hissed Dumbledore in barely contained fury. Harry's expression shuddered, and he flinched away deeper into Fleur's embrace. Sebastian's anger returned in full force. He suspected that a lot of his reaction was due to the word boy used in such a context. It had been one of Vernon's favorites. "That will be quite enough, Albus," he snapped. "Harry has done nothing. If you have a problem, you will take it up with me." Dumbledore jerked backward a pace. He had apparently had tunnel vision on Harry, and his gaze quickly tracked to Sebastian, whose presence only made him that much angrier. "How did you get in here?" he demanded. Sebastian eyed him cautiously. There was an edge of insanity to Dumbledore that was quite disturbing. He would have to be careful. The man was on the edge of doing something they would all regret. His only choice, he decided, was to play it straight. "Oh, I got air is not important," he said in a commanding tone, causing Dumbledore's eyes to narrow even further. "What is important is that it is not your place to take Harry to task for anything. I have a legal custody, and I am approving his transfer to Beau's batons. He is no longer your concern, Albus, not that he ever truly was." Silence rang in the office in the wake of his statement, and Amelia raised her wand slightly behind Dumbledore, just in case they were forced to take action. That was their biggest advantage at the moment. The man was oblivious to the Auror presence, which gave them an edge. Although, if they could get out of this without a fight, it would be vastly preferable. "What did you do with the Dursleys?" Sebastian asked Dumbledore dangerously, finally breaking his shocked silence. "That is not your concern either," growled Sebastian back. "Hear me well, Albus Dumbledore. You have overstepped your authority on repeated occasion, and I will no longer tolerate it. Tell me where they are, Sebastian," countered Dumbledore quietly, "or I will have you arrested for kidnapping British citizens, regardless of the international consequences. I will not tolerate your interference in matters beyond your understanding." Sebastian's eyebrow went up at his presumption. He wanted to call the man on his hypocrisy, given that he appeared to be meddling with fate, but the fact remained that the less he knew, the better off they were. They needed to deal with whatever the prophecy meant on their own terms without the ancient bastard trying to insert himself into their plans. Go ahead, he shrugged instead. You will not like the results. Ave, the law on my side. Albus. You do not. We shall see, spat Dumbledore. And then he whirled to head for his desk and came face to face with the Director of Magical Law Enforcement for all of Great Britain. He's right, Dumbledore, she growled without waiting for him to speak. His guardianship of Mr. Potter is unassailable, and the transfer took place with Mr. Potter's full approval. Squaring up a bit, she added, As for the Dursleys, they are my problem, not yours. Unless you want to be charged immediately with a whole host of serious offenses, you will walk away from this. Right. Bloody. Now, Dumbledore stared blankly, his face cycling through too many emotions to count, and Sebastian suddenly wondered if the man might have a heart attack from the number of shocks he was receiving today. This was going to be very bad for him. Not only was he completely losing control of his pawn knot that he had any of late, but he was also going to take a massive political hit for losing his most famous student, at least if Sebastian had any say in the matter. You are not aware of the situation, Amelia, he said slowly at length, his voice quiet and angry. Harry must stay with the Dursleys. The wards there are the only things that protect him. Half the people in the room snorted derisively, but it was Amelia who continued the conversation. Protect him from what, exactly? She asked rhetorically. They certainly didn't protect him from the Dursleys. Albus scowled. He is not in danger from the Dursleys. Oh, asked Amelia condescendingly. Just how well do you know those people, Albus? I have known them for more than 20 years. Amelia's smile turned shark-like at this admission, but Sebastian was distracted by Harry's reaction. His entire bearing had turned angry, and if looks could kill, then Dumbledore would be a dead man walking. The man had essentially admitted that he was aware of what kind of people they were, but he had left Harry there anyway. Then I should charge you with multiple counts of child abuse, child endangerment, and attempted murder, among others, growled Amelia back at the old man, causing him to pale significantly in the torchlight. I know exactly what went on in that house, Dumbledore. And mark my words, Mr. Potter will never return to those people. Chapter 34. Transference. In the years that followed, Fleur would only ever be able to recall vague impressions of the remainder of that fateful meeting. All of her attention had suddenly been focused on Harry. His anger was palpable after the mention of the Dursleys. An explosion from his direction was not going to help their case any, and he thankfully knew that, so he allowed her efforts to keep him calm. The long and short of it was that they had Dumbledore over a barrel on the guardianship, and he had clearly overstepped the bounds of every position he held. If he tried it again, they would throw the book at him. They could dream up a whole host of charges for him to answer to, and with Amelia Bones herself doing the charging, he would certainly be forced to defend himself. It was a bluff, of course. As far as Dumbledore knew, they had nothing on him that would stick in any meaningful way, and he was mostly correct. Oh, he was clearly a criminal, but the fact that he had more than half the magical world in his political pocket was well known. He would never be convicted of anything even the slightest bit subjective, and at worst it would be a nuisance for him to deflect it all. They didn't bother enlightening him on their knowledge of his theft from the Potter estate, that he would not be able to sweep under the rug so easily. Anything else he faced was just gravy. They had to weaken his reputation before they could take him down if they wanted to ensure he couldn't slip out of it somehow. Of course, if he continued to tarnish his own reputation like he had with Snape's trial, it would be all that much easier. The end result of the meeting was a strong demand that he steer clear of Harry and Fleur, and it was backed with some fairly sharp teeth. Fleur did not expect to have any trouble from the old man's direction for a while. He was extremely angry over losing Harry Potter to a visiting school, but there was nothing he could do about it. Not without opening a massive can of worms. Anyway, Amelia Bones was nobody's fool. Harry and Fleur left that meeting feeling an unexpected measure of freedom and safety from the meddling old goat. The following morning, they sat down at their usual place at the Gryffindor table for breakfast, as though nothing had changed. Dumbledore was blessedly absent. Of the staff that Fleur was acquainted with, only McGonagall was present. Neville was already there, and nodded a silent good morning to them, and Hermione wandered in a few minutes later. She quickly took the seat next to Neville, across from Fleur. The first thing out of her mouth post-greeting was no surprise given her inquisitive nature. "So what happened with the headmaster?" she asked innocently. Harry closed his eyes and let out a pained groan. Fleur reached over and put a gentle hand on the back of his neck, but couldn't help her amused chuckle. She knew he wasn't upset by the question, but also that he wasn't looking forward to answering it. He was afraid of Hermione's reaction. Fleur decided to spare him the trouble. "Harry is transferring to Beaux Batons. Hermione," she said with utmost seriousness, "say Headmaster EES too controlling, and we will not tolerate EET any longer." It was probably fortunate that so few were in the hall at this time of morning, or that statement would likely have started a riot right then and there. As it stood, the few students within hearing range of their conversation immediately went silent, and then the murmurs started as they passed the new rumor on to their friends. Fleur rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hogwarts truly was no different than Beaux Batons in that respect. The rumor mill tended to work overtime, and the transfer would likely be a known fact throughout the castle before the hour was even up. Hermione frowned, her brow furrowing, and opened her mouth to speak, but then she stopped and seemed to think better of whatever she had been about to say. Instead, she just stared at him. "I had to, Hermione," he quietly defended himself. "He keeps threatening to expel me, but we know he won't go through with it. What will he do when he realizes the threat doesn't work?" Hermione blinked and then shook herself. "I'm not upset, Harry," she assured him. "I'm just surprised is all. I thought you might transfer at the end of the year, but I didn't expect it midterm." "Say Headmaster left us with no choice," shrugged Fleur. "We will simply ave to deal with he." Hermione nodded. "When do you start?" she wondered. "I have to take placement exams in a couple of days," Harry told her. "Not sure yet what happens after that." Fleur's attention was caught by Neville. Then, his expression had been a shocked one, but it morphed into one of deep thought. She was again visited with the suspicion that Neville was truly underestimated as a friend. "I'd better let Gran know," he finally frowned. "If you don't get ahead of this, it's going to turn the whole country against you." She might already know, Harry told him. Madame Bones was in the meeting. Neville nodded. "Then she probably does, but I'll tell her anyway. If the prophet gets hold of this before you can get your side of the story out." Harry stared thoughtfully back at Neville, as though seeing him for the first time. From what he told her of the boy, Fleur could understand. He was supposed to be the quiet and unassuming one. Clearly, however, he had actually been properly trained to head his family when the time came, and was finally starting to show it. Hermione, for her part, was giving Neville a speculative look that sent a wave of amusement through Fleur. The girl wasn't smitten, but she was definitely taking a renewed interest. Fleur added the next piece of the puzzle. Papa will already have dealt with this, she informed them. He has been working with Madame Bones, and they will be aware of the issues. Frowning a little, she added, but you should still tell your gran. It is only right that she hear it from you as soon as possible. Neville blinked and nodded, and breakfast continued. Not much more was discussed on the topic of the transfer apart from a few veiled jokes from the twins when they arrived. They had already heard it from the overly efficient rumor mill. It wasn't until the end of breakfast that anything else occurred, and that was when Professor McGonagall caught up with them. They were just rising to leave the hall. Mr. and Mrs. Potter, she greeted. May I have a moment of your time, please? Fleur blinked at her formality and deference. She liked the woman and had never had any issues with her, but Minerva McGonagall always came across as stern and in charge. This was a slightly different persona. She had clearly been told that Harry was no longer her student. Of course, Professor, frowned Harry, clearly having sensed the same difference. McGonagall beckoned, and they followed her to what Fleur could only assume was her personal office. Hermione and Neville split off halfway there, saying they would meet them for lunch. Soon they were seated, and after serving tea, McGonagall sat pensively for a brief time before she finally spoke. Fleur and Harry both gave her that time. It was clear that the woman had something weighty on her mind. Firstly, Mr. Potter, she finally said, looking him in the eye, I owe you an apology. I truly am sorry for how you've been treated at Hogwarts. With a slight frown, she added, and beyond Hogwarts, for what part one played in that. Harry's expression darkened slightly at the reference, but he didn't seem to be jumping to conclusions. Fleur had no idea what the woman was talking about, and decided to rectify that. What do you mean? She asked curiously. I did not know you had any responsibility for him outside of ZE school. Harry's ears perked up, and McGonagall smiled sadly. I didn't really, she explained, but I was present when he was left with those people. I advised Albus against it, but she shrugged and trailed off, her gaze going distant. It was clear to Fleur that she truly did care, and felt at least partly responsible for the leaving him with those abusers. Fleur suspected that her presence mattered not, however, and Harry was apparently feeling the same way. It wouldn't have mattered, he said quietly. Dumbledore wanted me there. We all know that Dumbledore generally gets what he wants. And that is the only thing that lets me sleep at night, admitted McGonagall flatly. Say past as Z past, mused Fleur. Unlike someone I could mention, you are not malicious. I do not think we need hold you responsible for what that Batard has done. I agree, said Harry quietly, finally looking up to catch the older woman's eye. But thank you. McGonagall smiled, and Fleur could detect a hint of relief about her. Harry's opinion apparently mattered to the woman. She finally nodded and stood, moving over to stare out the window for a moment. It had to be magical, as the office was nowhere near the outer walls of the castle, but the view through that window showed the Quidditch pitch. It is truly a great loss to Hogwarts to see you go, she finally sighed, taking a moment to rub her eyes. And then she turned to look at him again. But I do think you're making the right decision. I want you to know that I will help you however I can, especially while you're still here in the castle. Shifting a little, she added, you may not be a Hogwarts student any longer, but I will always think of you as my student. Fleur smiled. She knew Harry well enough by now to see that the sentiment had touched him deeply. It had become all too apparent that very few adults had ever supported him in any meaningful way in the past. McGonagall was, like so many adults, guilty of that, but it would seem that she at least was making an effort to change. Thank you, Professor, he replied. I don't know what you have planned for classes, she told him. Your wife can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe the Beauxbatons students are mostly engaged in self-study. Oui, nodded Fleur. Zay teachers are available at times to answer questions. But that is all. We are responsible for our own studies. That being the case, said McGonagall, please don't hesitate to attend any of my classes you wish to. And Professors Flitwick and Sprout have also asked me to extend the same offer on their behalf. Harry was clearly deep in thought. Fleur reached over and gently brushed his hair off his forehead, the gesture drawing a faint smile out of McGonagall. "E.T. would be a good idea, Mon amour," she told him. "You would be able to keep up more easily that way." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Professor," he offered. "I'll probably take you up on that. And please tell the others the same from me." Harry could scarcely believe that he was actually going through with it, but as he sat down to wait in a chair outside Maxime's office, it finally began to set in that he was really changing schools. He truly was no longer a Hogwarts student. He wouldn't even be returning to the castle the following year. Oddly, that fact didn't bother him all that much. He had been surprised by Hermione's muted response to the transfer. He honestly expected her to explode, but it was suddenly explained when the door opened to admit her, and she walked over to sit in the chair next to him. "Hermione," he queried, blinking in surprise. "What, you didn't think I'd let you do this without me, did you?" She grinned. "Besides, it's not like I want to be stuck alone in the same classes with Ronald Bloody Weasley." Harry blinked again. "You're transferring?" he asked for confirmation. "I checked with my parents when you made your contingency plans," she confirmed. "They said it was fine, so I had them send me a permission slip just in case. Professor McGonagall is a little upset, but she understands." Harry shook his head to clear it. "I'm not sure what to say," he frowned. "You didn't have to do that just for me, Hermione." "Don't be silly, Harry," she said dismissively. "Yes, it's partly for you, but really, I think you have the right idea. From what I've seen, Beauxbatons might actually be a significantly better school anyway." "I am most pleased that you think so, Mademoiselle Granger," came Maxime's amused voice from the doorway. Caught off guard, they both jumped to their feet to greet her. They hadn't missed the way most of the Beauxbatons students acted around their headmistress, and neither Harry nor Hermione was an idiot. They could do the math on what was expected of them. Harry figured Hermione had no worries, but he himself had to fight down a wave of nerves. Had Hogwarts prepared him well enough for the placement exams he was about to take in a language he was still just learning? He really didn't know. The tests took nearly 6 hours, and both Harry and Hermione were completely wrung out by the time it was over. Harry's most significant complaint, and one that he admitted was totally expected, was that the language barrier was still quite significant. Hermione, of course, had no issue as she was already fluent in French. Now they were trying to relax in one of the many study areas in the carriage while awaiting the results. Fleur was the one who couldn't stop fidgeting, however, and was surprised to realize that she was more nervous even than Harry, was though that might have been because he was simply too exhausted to worry about it any longer. She truly was stunned that he'd chosen this route. While she knew of the contingency, of course, it was a shock to see him so readily make use of it. Fleur had assumed at the time that it was just a bluffé fallback measure that would never actually be used. While she was shocked, however, she was also eminently pleased. The more time she spent with her newly minted husband, the more she felt that they were truly a match made in heaven. It made the idea of being separated from him next year a difficult one to bear. Now, though, they would at least be in the same country. She would have graduated by then, but they'd work something out. Unlike Hogwarts, Beauxbatons had day students, and that might work best for them in the end. Then she could see him every day. It was strange how things had ended up, she thought. Oh, they still had a lot to learn about each other, but they had also learned a great deal already. She had no idea what the future would bring, but she expected that once Dumbledore was finally dealt with, it would be a very bright future indeed. She didn't get much further along in that train of thought, though, before it was derailed by the arrival of Madame Maxime. The three of them quickly stood, and while Harry and Hermione were clearly nervous, Fleur thought that the smile the headmistress was wearing probably boded well for them. "Please, sit," Maxime offered in her native French. She was speaking slightly slower than normal, but was clearly determined to have them use the language as much as possible. Fleur smirked to herself at the attentive expression on Hermione's face. Harry had told her of the girl's obsession with schoolwork, and it was on clear display here. Not that Fleur couldn't relate. "Mademoiselle Granger, do you wish to hear your results privately?" she asked after a moment. "No, ma'am," replied Hermione with a shake of her head. "I have nothing to hide from these two." Maxime smiled. "Excellent," she replied. "And you, Monsieur Potter?" Harry just chuckled. "She's known my marks since day one, ma'am," he replied in halting French, only substituting a word here and there with its English equivalent if he didn't know the appropriate French one yet. "I'll ask her to help me catch up anyway, so she may as well know." The headmistress nodded. "Very good," she agreed. "Simply put, you both did quite well, excepting the areas that you already indicated would be problematic. Potions, history, and defense to be specific, though Monsieur Potter does show some promise in the latter." Harry and Hermione nodded. This was no surprise to them. Fleur had heard all about the lackluster teaching in history and defense, and had personally charbroiled the former potions professor, so she wasn't at all surprised either. Your charms, transfiguration, and herbology scores are excellent, so there is no issue there. We do not offer divination to those who are not certified as having the sight, so that you will not have Monsieur Potter. Magical creatures you are both acceptable in. I would like to see you add arithmancy and ancient runes, Monsieur Potter, she noted after a moment. You are not too far behind at this point that you cannot catch up with some work, and it would round out your education very nicely, making it much easier to find a career. Harry frowned at this, and Fleur gave his hand a gentle squeeze. She was excellent in both subjects, and figured that between her and Hermione they could have him up to snuff by the beginning of next year easily. He looked up at her, and she smiled back. I think it's a good idea, Harry, she said. I will help you study, of course. Harry searched her eyes for a moment, and then slowly nodded before turning back to Maxime. Okay, I guess, he replied. I'll help too, smiled Hermione happily. I always thought you should have taken those to begin with anyway. Harry just rolled his eyes. It was apparently an old argument between them. You will need a small amount of work there yourself, mademoiselle, warned Maxime, to Hermione's obvious surprise. You are not too far behind, but your teachers are clearly not teaching up to standard in either subject. Hermione's jaw flapped for a moment before she pulled herself back together. I'll make sure we catch up, she said determinedly. It was clear she was slightly embarrassed, but obviously they wouldn't tease her about it. Overall, you both did very well, especially considering the standards at Hogwarts, she assessed. I do not know if you are aware, but it's no secret that educational standards have declined at your former school over the course of the last half-century. Harry and Hermione exchanged dark looks. Fleur was sure she'd get an earful later, from Hermione at a minimum. She doubted that they had been made aware of what truly was common knowledge outside of Britain. The educational standards here were in the toilet. Some employers were even starting to require British candidates to sit the international version of the newts before they would consider them. I'm going to place you in fourth form with your peers, said Maxime when they recovered from that bombshell. But you will need to study especially hard in the problem areas to catch up, or your grades will suffer. We will, promised Hermione. I'll make sure. She will, too, agreed Harry, rolling his eyes again. Hermione slapped him lightly on the shoulder, but was smiling. From there, it was a discussion about how things would work at Beauxbatons, and how they would be different from life at Hogwarts. Really, there wasn't too much in the latter category. A school was a school for the most part, and most of the differences were specific to their tournament circumstances. Fleur paid little attention, though. She was too busy enjoying the relief she felt knowing that her husband was out from under the old man's thumb, and that he had made it into his appropriate year group. Harry and Hermione adapted very quickly to life at Beauxbatons over the course of the following week. It wasn't actually that hard to do, as there were no actual classes. Their year group wasn't even present at the tournament, and even if it had been, they would have been unable to strip the teachers from the school proper. The result was a great deal of self-study. Maxime and a couple of others were available if students had questions, but largely they were learning from the books at their own pace, and then taking tests every couple of weeks to ensure that they were learning the right things. In the long run, Harry would be shocked to discover just how well this form of learning suited him. Simply reading the Beauxbatons Potions book was eye-opening. Once he started to truly overcome the language barrier, the information contained within made the subject actually make sense for a change. Had Snape explained things as well as that book did, or, at all for that matter, Harry would have been much better off in that class. He also found ancient runes and arithmancy to be fairly easy. He was simply a natural at runes, and arithmancy at their level was little different to Muggle mathematics, which he'd already had years of prior to Hogwarts. It would get harder and more magical in later years, but they just weren't there yet. Toward the end of that first week, Hermione worked out a revision schedule that would have them caught up with their peers within the next couple of months. What was shocking about it was that she hadn't packed every last available moment. Apparently, she'd learned something about having fun in preceding years. Or maybe she just wanted some alone time with Neville. Who knew? Either way, it was reasonable and made Harry feel much more confident in his decision to transfer. As necessary as he had felt it at the time, it had also struck him as quite rash. Now, at least, it looked like he wouldn't suffer for it. Quite the opposite, in fact. "You are thinking too hard," came his wife's soft voice from next to him. They had taken up speaking French in private to help him learn. He felt her scoot in closer and closed his eyes in pleasure when she started carting her fingers through his hair. "Sorry," he said softly. "It's just been a long week with the transfer and all." "Do you regret it?" she asked curiously. "Never," he replied immediately. Harry didn't bother to struggle when Fleur tugged him over onto his back. His pulse quickened as she climbed atop him and started into his eyes from mere inches away. "Good," she said decisively. Harry smiled at his wife, and moments later they were lost in a kiss that would quickly lead to things that Harry could never even have imagined before all this started. Perhaps the tournament was a good thing, after all. Chapter 35. The Order of Merlin. The remainder of the week passed rapidly, and then it was gone, and the threatened Order of Merlin presentation was suddenly upon them. Harry wasn't even remotely thrilled about this. He truly did not want to be seen in the same light as Pettigrew, Lockhart, and Dumbledore. But Fleur had convinced him of the utility, and so here he was. He was surprised that Dumbledore hadn't tried to put a stop to it, but Fleur suggested that it was simply political capital that he didn't want to expend. Harry thought she was probably right. The man's notable absence from the proceedings, however, was a petty statement that he did not approve. Not that Harry cared. He preferred it that way. In fact, the presentation was taking place in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. While Harry thought that was odd, didn't they have ballrooms or something for this sort of thing? A makeshift stage was set up along one wall with that particularly obnoxious fountain off to the side, where it would not have pried a place. Thank Merlin for small mercies. The stage itself was draped in white, and a lectern stood atop it, awaiting the minister's pleasure. Harry almost expected there to be chairs behind and to either side of it so that he and Fleur could be put on display, but they were mercifully absent. Instead, they would sit in the front row of the audience and be called forward. The room was packed with people, mostly from the upper echelons of society, clustered around various tables full of finger foods. Harry knew few of them, but easily recognized Neville's grand talking to Madame Bones. Others were far less familiar, though he did vaguely recognize many as members of the Wisingamot. It mattered little. He had no interest in hobnobbing. The scrutiny they were under was distinctly uncomfortable, and it was only Fleur's presence at his side that enabled him to endure it with any level of equanimity. He hated his fame, and he hated attention, and he really didn't feel the need to be on display to receive a pretty bauble just for defending that unfortunate young woman from Snape's malicious idiocy. And that unfortunate young woman had just found them. She was a thin, average height, next-door sort of girl with brown hair, brown eyes, and a friendly face. Her hair was pulled up in a bun that gave her a severe look-a-la Professor McGonagall. And that was the only thing that at all obscured the fact that she was probably just out of Hogwarts. "Mr. Potter," she called quietly. Harry smiled slightly at her, but otherwise remained silent as she approached. She seemed nice enough at first glance, but the crowd was pressing in on him, as always. It tended to make him not want to speak. "I'm Janice O'Connor," she continued. "I just wanted to thank you. If not for you, I would probably be dead." "You're welcome," he replied softly. "Though to be fair, if I hadn't been there, Snape might not have cast at all." O'Connor blinked bemusedly, and Fleur chuckled. "Do not mind my S-band," she smirked. "He is far too modest for his own good." O'Connor smiled genuinely back at Fleur. "I never would have guessed," she said with a shake of her head. "For all that he's famous, nobody really knows much about him." The conversation might have continued, but O'Connor's eyes suddenly widened as she spotted something over Harry's shoulder. "Sorry, I need to go," she said abruptly. "And Mrs. Potter, you'll just have to forgive me for this." The young woman suddenly reached in and grabbed Harry in a tight hug, finishing the gesture with a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you," she whispered. And then she was gone before he could even respond. A glance at Fleur showed that she was grinning down at him, to his relief, but he had little time to contemplate that. O'Connor had clearly been scared away by something, and that something, or rather, someone, was now upon them. "One not enough for you, Potter," came the silky drawl of none other than Lucius Malfoy. The man came around from behind them, cane in hand, acting like he owned the place, as always. Harry internally berated himself. He should have guessed that the elder Malfoy would be here, and should have had a strategy ready for dealing with him. He didn't, though. The only responses that came to mind were childish dash, jealous, Malfoy, and he did not want to be considered so. And so he just raised an eyebrow at the supposedly adult father of his self-appointed schoolyard nemesis. "Is there something we can do for you, Mr. Malfoy?" he asked simply. In the background, a reporter from the Daily Prophet started heading their direction, obviously having overheard the start of the conversation. "Oh, I was just wondering how you convinced your creature to put up with you having real women on the side," was Malfoy's airy response. "They do tend to be rather territorial." Unfortunately for Malfoy, he'd miscalculated. Gasps erupted around them at the boldness of the insult, and Harry noted the widening eyes of the prophet reporter, who Malfoy had apparently missed in his haste to insult the boy who lived. Yes, this was going to cost the elder Malfoy if Harry had any say in the matter. He could easily feel Fleur's tension through their joined hands, and wasn't about to let this go unanswered. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze to let her know that he would handle it. Many people presumed that Harry was a pushover, but they were very, very wrong. Even Hermione, who was a force of nature most days, would not oppose him when he felt strongly about something. It was, simply put, a losing proposition, and he felt very strongly about insults to his wife. Harry never put on airs and graces, but he had to think quickly. The best way to deal with this. He figured the way that would be most painful to Malfoy would be to play at the cultured, respectable front that Malfoy only wished he represented. If Malfoy wanted to be an arse, then maybe everybody should know exactly how much of an arse he really was. With that in mind, Harry shook his head slowly in apparent disappointment. "Really, Mr. Malfoy," he sniffed, "you can't find anything to insult me about, so you attempt to insult my wife." Here he took a moment to look away and brush a bit of imaginary lint off his shoulder. "How utterly plebeian," he continued, shaking his head despairingly. "Now I know where Draco gets it from." "You dare," snarled Malfoy. While Harry was fairly certain that Malfoy wouldn't be foolish enough to attack here, he still did a mental check on the location of his wand. Then he turned to his wife, who was staring at Malfoy through narrowed eyes. There were no feathers yet, but it was only a matter of time at the rate the man was going. This is where his son would say, "When my father hears about this," he confided in an obvious stage whisper. "I'm half expecting to hear, when my wife hears about this." She was a black after all, so a bit more impressive than a mere Malfoy. Unexpected laughter erupted from the growing crowd around them, the sort that says that the joke was even funnier because it was true and everybody knew it. It took all of Harry's considerable willpower to keep the smirk off his face and maintain a politely disinterested look. Fleur was nearly vibrating with mirth, but was likewise mastering it admirably. Malfoy could only stand there in shock at first, and then he transitioned into a simmering, impotent rage. His knuckles turned white where his hands were wrapped around the head of his cane, and his eyes narrowed into angry slits. Harry mentally chalked up a point for himself, though he was certain he'd just borrowed a fair bit of trouble for the future. And then Sebastian showed up. He had perfect timing. "Well, isn't this interesting?" he opined, easily pushing through the crowd that had begun to develop around them. A Death Eater attempting to harass the child credited with the defeat of his Dark Lord. "I do hope the Aurors are paying attention." "You dare," hissed Malfoy again, even more incensed now. "I was under the Imperius curse. Everyone knows that." "Everyone knows you're a weak-minded fool," countered Sebastian, causing the crowd this time to suck in a collective breath. "That went without saying," he continued blithely. "But really, Monsieur Malfoy, if you want me to believe that you are not a willing Death Eater, then you will ave to state it under Veritaserum or magical oath." After a brief pause, Sebastian continued, "Something you never did, I might add. Would you like to," gesturing at a tall, dark-skinned, red-robed Auror, who was approaching from the same direction as the reporter, he finished, "I am certain one of the fine Aurors present here would be happy to help out." And Harry immediately recognized that the game had just radically changed. Where he was merely trying to make Malfoy look like the buffoon, he was preferably in front of the press. Sebastian was going for the jugular. Harry approved wholeheartedly given the man's history, and certainly wasn't going to sit it out. He certainly hadn't forgotten his second year. "I'll even cover the cost if you choose the Veritaserum," he offered with utmost seriousness, all pretense suddenly falling away. "If you truly are innocent, then society should know that beyond doubt, Mr. Malfoy. We wouldn't want people to think that you would happily torture or murder them if they opposed you, would we? That is what Death Eaters did. You know." Malfoy's complexion got progressively paler, something Harry didn't think was possible for the albino prick as he and Sebastian double-teamed him. It would seem that nobody had ever dared to call him out on his Imperius defense in public before. Nobody had ever challenged him to prove it. "You're going to meet a sticky end, boy," Lucius growled suddenly, glaring down at Harry, "just like your parents before you." The crowd gasped again, and Harry felt Fleur's tension ratchet up a few notches next to him. But Sebastian was on the ball. "Or," he called calmly, turning to the man who had come up behind Malfoy, "this man just threatened the life of my son-in-law. I wish to press charges, and as my son-in-law is not of age and is in my care, I do have that authority." "I heard," rumbled the Auror. "Lucius Malfoy, you are under arrest for deadly threats against the head of an ancient house. Surrender your wand." Harry decided that Sebastian's charge wasn't good enough, though. It was too easy to wriggle out of it with word games. Not that he thought Malfoy wouldn't escape what he had in mind, but it was worth a shot. And to that end, add a charge of attempted murder 2 years ago," he added helpfully. "He tried to cast the killing curse on me, but got dumped on his arse by a house elf before he could finish it. I'd have pressed charges at the time, but you know how it is at Hogwarts." Harry and most of the impromptu audience gathered around them expected little more than a nasty retort from Malfoy. If they were lucky, that would be followed by Malfoy being dragged off to a holding cell for the night. Harry was certain the man would be free again by the morning. What they got, however, was not what they expected at all. "So noted, Mr. Potter," agreed the Auror. "We'll need you to come in and give an official statement on the incident, however." "Of course," nodded Harry. The conversation might have continued, except that Malfoy, who had yet to be restrained, suddenly snatched his wand out of the handle of his cane and whipped it up to point at Harry. Avada, stupefy. Far from being an idiot, Harry had been on edge and ready for a fight from the moment he saw the man. They had also been backing him into a corner which, while richly deserved, was also dangerous. Malfoy was a killer. Of this he was certain. And so, quite fortunately, he was prepared. It just so happened that a stunner was far faster to cast than the killing curse, and Fleur had apparently had the same thoughts. She had cast right along with him. He smiled up at her in thanks, and she just gave him a one-armed hug, her wand still held steady in her other hand. Meanwhile, silence spread through the room, followed by quiet, shocked murmurs as more and more people realized or were informed of what had just transpired. Lucius Malfoy had just tried and failed to kill the boy, who lived, in public. "I guess that makes it 2 counts of attempted murder," mused Sebastian idly. Harry just nodded in agreement with his father-in-law. For once he could actually be calm in the middle of yet another storm. It was so nice having a family to help him. It took a short while to get Malfoy corralled and off to a holding cell, and Harry spent that time considering the events of the evening so far and couldn't help but feel that he was missing something. Malfoy wasn't a total idiot, and what he'd just done was clearly an idiot's move. He had just attempted to cast the killing curse in public for no real reason. Why would he do this? He asked nobody in particular. "I'm sure he could have gotten out of anything we threw at him." "Actually, no," said the Auror, glancing up from the pad he was scribbling on, having just finished interviewing Sebastian. "Underage or not, you are the head of an ancient house, Mr. Potter. While purebloods are exempt from the use of Veritasrum under most circumstances, that does not apply to those accused of crimes against the heirs or heads of ancient or noble houses. It's one of the few exceptions to that law." "Or Shacklebolt is correct," agreed Sebastian. "I was going to use that exception to try to get him to confess under Veritasrum to being a Death Eater. That law, by the way, is why Voldemort himself was almost always the one to target heirs or Eads of Ooze during the war." Shacklebolt nodded his agreement with Sebastian's point. "It's also why Bellatrix Lestrange and her ilk ended up in Azkaban, where so many others didn't." Switching tracks, he then explained, "Unless you were falsely accusing him, Malfoy was headed for Azkaban. Since he decided to go out with a bang, I can easily deduce that your accusation was true." Harry just shook his head. "I really wish people would explain these things to me. I really would have dealt with him 2 years ago if I'd known." "You will learn, Harry," his father-in-law reassured him. "It will just take some time is all." EET worked out in Z and grinned an eminently satisfied Fleur. "He certainly got more Zani bargained for from his insults," Harry couldn't suppress his smirk at that thought. The commotion from the arrest was surprisingly short-lived. They simply dragged Malfoy off to a holding cell, one that he was now unlikely to get out of via bribes, given the oh-so-public nature of the offense, briefly interviewed a few people, and that was that. Harry, Fleur, and her father were so nonchalant about the whole thing, both during and after, that it turned into something of a non-event. Fleur could only think of that as a good thing. It made Malfoy look utterly incompetent, and the rest of the Death Eaters would lose a lot of their mystique as a result. Malfoy was known to be one of their most dangerous, even if people were pretending that he was innocent. It would likely be a long time before the true effects would be known, however. Narcissa Malfoy, on the other hand, was no fool. She had stayed away from the confrontation, and after it was over she cautiously approached Harry and Fleur and offered an unreserved apology for the behavior of her husband on behalf of House Malfoy. Harry, of course, accepted, albeit with a polite, veiled warning to let her son know that things had changed. He clearly wasn't going to tolerate Draco Malfoy's bull any longer, and Draco was his father's son. Even Fleur knew that, merely as a guest in the castle. Harry's "when my father hears" comment was spot on, as the British like to say, and every student from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang already knew it. Minister Fudge arrived fashionably late, of course only 10 minutes after Malfoy had been removed from play. It didn't take long for him to learn of it, and he was positively stunned. Worse for him, he couldn't blame Harry, since Harry had been polite the entire time, and Malfoy had led with insults to Harry's wife. That was considered grounds for a duel in Wizarding High Society, so it was considered to be purely Malfoy's fault. Fudge proved to be slightly less incompetent than Fleur would have imagined from Harry's stories. However, he quickly recovered. I never would have expected this of Lucius. Of course, he'll see justice, and eventually moved on with the ceremony. It didn't take long. They were the only two recipients, and then it was on to the reception. Perhaps wisely, Fudge did not ask them to make speeches. For her part, Fleur stuck to her husband like glue. She well remembered how hard the wedding reception was on him, and this was very similar. She simply stayed as close as she was able, and offered whatever support she could. Everyone wanted to shake their hands, and a sizable percentage of the crowd, including many Wisengamot members, also wanted to congratulate them on the successful takedown of Lucius Malfoy. The man was notorious, and had made very few friends. Madame Bones also stopped to chat, and to congratulate them on the Malfoy incident, over which she was genuinely thrilled, and introduced Augusta Longbottom briefly at the same time, though Harry already knew of her, by sight at the least. Fleur gathered very quickly that the woman was Neville's grandmother. She rather pitied the boy. Augusta Longbottom absolutely epitomized the term. Dragon Lady, the ugly stuffed vulture she wore on her hat notwithstanding. It wasn't until almost the end of the evening, however, that Minister Fudge finally found the opportunity to corner them privately. "Mr. Potter," he said, his bearing giving every appearance of genuine remorse, "I'm truly sorry about what happened earlier. I don't know what's gotten into Lucius, but rest assured that justice will be done. If there is anything I can do for you." Fleur certainly didn't miss the calculating look that flitted over Harry's features, and she doubted that Fudge did either. She had a suspicion of where he would go with it, and sure enough, "Actually, there is one thing," he said thoughtfully. "Oh," inquired Fudge, a sudden bout of nerves showing in the way he started twirling his bowler hat with his fingers. "You remember, of course, what happened last year," he said quietly, and then he held a hand up to stall Fudge before the man could arc up. "I know that you were blatantly lied to by Snape and probably Dumbledore," he continued, "but we know better about those two now, don't we?" Fudge's expression went from surprise to deep thought at that statement. The bowler stilled in his hands. "Snape hated the man in school, and for whatever reason hates me," he explained, "so there's no surprise that he would lie about what he saw. As for Dumbledore, he needed Sirius out of the way to keep control of me, because Sirius Black is my godfather and would have taken custody." Fudge's eyes widened at this bit of information. It was clear that he hadn't known that before. "We told you the truth," said Harry quietly. "Pettigrew is alive. Sirius is innocent. If you truly want to help me, then help me by arranging a trial for Sirius." "He never had one." "A trial?" inquired Fudge in genuine surprise. "Of course," confirmed Harry. "That way he can prove his innocence beyond the shadow of a doubt. Unlike Lucius Malfoy was left unsaid, but Fleur and probably the minister heard it just fine. It was also a good point. A pardon wouldn't be enough to satisfy the public. And with magical France pushing for a trial anyway, Fleur could see the minister dithering and decided to give another small push, though she ensured her allure was locked down as tight as she could manage. It wouldn't do to get caught using it for something like this. Nor would she ever dream of it. It would be magnifique, would it not? She mused absently. Correcting Z.E. miscarriage of justice from Ziyao, do you say? Z.E. previous administration. None? It would be so heroic. She's right, smiled Harry. But then he turned serious again. And while I don't know for sure, I'd be willing to bet that Dumbledore's name is all over him being sent to Azkaban without a trial in the first place. Fudge slowly started to nod. It was easy to see the wheels turning in his head. You might be right about that, Harry, he said. Let me see what I can do. I believe Mr. Black is in France, so perhaps we can get him here for a trial. I would be very grateful, Minister, smiled Harry. And that made Fudge's day. Chapter 36. Draco Dethroned. Nearly 2 months had now passed since the wedding. It didn't seem that long, and yet to Harry, at least it felt like a lot longer. In that time, they had managed to get Snape convicted and sentenced to Azkaban, received orders of Merlin over the incident he caused in the aftermath, lost Ron as a friend. Harry transferred to Beauxbatons to thwart Dumbledore's control, and got Lucius Malfoy arrested for attempted murder. It was a lot for only 2 months, but that seemed to be the story of Harry's life. Things in the castle went on mostly unchanged, with the exception being that Harry and Hermione no longer took all of their classes with their year mates. They did take McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout up on their offers, though all 3 were excellent teachers. They weren't too fussed about any of the other classes, though, and simply did self-study there. Dumbledore could be seen staring at them at almost every meal, but they generally ignored him. One thing Harry was still waiting for was an announcement of a trial for his godfather. The minister had seemed sincere in his agreement to arrange it, but it had yet to happen. He combed through the paper every day, but so far there was nothing. Today, however, something else was afoot, as was soon made apparent by the sudden murmurs spreading in the great hall. Goblins Eject Dumbledore from Gringotts, by Daphne Love. In a bizarre scene on Tuesday afternoon, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, was physically thrown from Gringotts Bank in Diagon Alley by a pack of security goblins. Bystanders reported that Dumbledore was yelling at the goblins in their native language during the incident, but nobody was available to translate. The goblins then closed the doors and refused to readmit him. While they would not share specific reasons, a spokesgoblin for Gringotts had this to say: Mr. Dumbledore has deeply offended the Goblin Nation. He is no longer welcome on any goblin lands, including Gringotts Wizard Bank. This decision will stand until such time as our ruler sees fit to revoke it. So what does this mean for Dumbledore? Nothing was said about his accounts, so we can only assume that he will be able to access them by proxy. But what did he do to anger the goblins? While they are known for reacting harshly when offended, it is not easy to offend a goblin. Questions are piling up surrounding Albus Dumbledore. Is he suffering from some form of mental breakdown? With his recent impassioned defense of convicted child abuser and Death Eater Severus Snape, and now his ejection from Gringotts, one can only wonder. Perhaps we should borrow from the words of Fleur Potter, who recently verbally accosted him in the Great Hall at Hogwarts, if he cannot remember her proper name, and does not know what goes on in his own school, then what else is he forgetting? And how much is he missing? Harry just stared at the article. It was one thing for the goblins to throw Dumbledore out. It was inevitable really once they knew the nature of his transgressions against Harry, but for Dumbledore to make a scene in the alley for all to see, it seemed that the man was well and truly losing his touch. An amateur mistake, opined Fleur from next to him. Never let them see you sweat, I believe is the phrase. I have to agree with you there, frowned Neville from across the table. Gran would skin me alive if I made that kind of scene in public. It's just not done. I don't think he's used to losing, Hermione guessed. It's putting him off his game, but don't underestimate him. If he adapts, he could still be very dangerous. Nobody disagreed with that sentiment. Everyone in the hall was so focused on the issue with Dumbledore and the goblins, however, that they almost missed an even more momentous occasion, described by a long article buried on page 3. Lucius Malfoy sentenced to life in Azkaban by L. MacDonald. After a trial that lasted for nearly a week, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, 40, was sentenced late last night to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban prison. While the trial itself was the result of events that took place at the awarding of the Order of Merlin to Harry and Fleur Potter, the final list of charges stems, largely though not entirely, from the previous war. Before the ceremony, Malfoy was heard to insult Fleur Potter. This led to her father, Sebastian Delacour, challenging the validity of Malfoy's famous claim of being under the Imperius curse when serving He Who Must Not Be Named. Harry Potter even offered to pay for Veritasrum to ensure that the truth was known, ostensibly to protect Malfoy's reputation. It was shortly thereafter that Malfoy attempted to kill Potter with the killing curse right there in the Ministry atrium. He failed. Both Potters stunned him before he could complete the casting. While he was convicted of that, and one other charge of attempted murder against Potter, it was his crimes in the last war that took so long to adjudicate. It was conclusively proven under Veritasrum that Lucius Malfoy was not, in fact, under Imperius. He willingly took his Dark Lord's mark. Once that was known, his actions during the war were deeply questioned. This revealed a sordid history of torture, rape, and murder going back more than 20 years. Lucius Malfoy, who always portrayed himself as a pillar of our society, has now been revealed as the lowest of the low. Minister Fudge was appalled by the crimes of his longtime benefactor. "I had no idea," he told this reporter. "If I had, I would have had him arrested a long time ago. It's absolutely disgusting. If the last administration had simply not let these people go without proper questioning, then this would have been dealt with long ago." Fudge was, of course, referring to former Minister Bagnold and Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore, who worked together to arrange amnesty for the supposedly imperious Death Eaters, without any form of surety such as Veritasrum. The final nail in the proverbial coffin, however, was much more recent. It was proven that 2 years ago, Malfoy unleashed on the innocent students of Hogwarts a dangerous artifact that once belonged to his Dark Lord. A half-dozen students were petrified, and it was nothing short of a miracle that no children were killed. The culprit? A 60-foot-long, 1,000-year-old basilisk that in the end was killed not by Albus Dumbledore, but instead by Harry Potter, who was only 12 years old at the time. It is our view at the Daily Prophet that Mr. Potter deserves another Order of Merlin for that alone. The creation and release of a basilisk is considered one of the most heinous crimes a wizard can commit. While Malfoy may not have created the creature, his actions saw it released. His actual sentence was 10 lifetimes for that alone, a symbolic gesture by the Wisengamot indicating that his crimes are well beyond forgiveness. Other sanctions include a hefty fine against the Malfoy estate that will reduce their coffers to a mere shadow of what they once were. More than 9/10 of the value of the estate will be split amongst the ministry, the victims of the basilisk, and Potter, who saved our children by slaying the beast. Only time will tell how the rest of the Malfoy family will weather this devastating blow, brought upon them by their own head of house committing countless atrocities that no right-minded witch or wizard would ever even contemplate. Given the nature of the mentions of his name in the article, Harry was relieved that it was buried. He didn't need any more attention, of course. That lasted right up until Draco Malfoy found it only moments later, at which point the fact that it was buried lost all relevance. "Potter," he roared from the Slytherin table. Then he surged up from his seat. "This is your fault. You're dead, Potter." Harry quickly got to his feet, along with his friends. Unlike with the boy's father, he had no need to hide that he was ready to fight, and drew his wand without hesitation. He was dimly aware of his wife and friends readying themselves as well. It was only seconds later that the first curse was cast from halfway across the hall, even as Malfoy rushed toward him, his face a rictus of hatred. "Diffindo!" the boy roared. Screams erupted from the other students, and they dove under the house tables. Flitwick and McGonagall, 2 of the 4 adults at the head table, the other 2 being Vector and Dumbledore, rose and started hurrying their way. Dumbledore just sat there, and Vector wasn't a fighter. For his part, Harry batted the spell into a wall, where it obliterated a chunk of stone and sprayed everyone nearby with the resulting dust and grit. Lucius was responsible for his own crimes. Malfoy, he said clearly, if you want to join him in Azkaban, then by all means continue, and I'll put you down and turn you over to the Aurors. Otherwise, go sit down. Now, but Malfoy wasn't capable of listening, not that he ever had been. He was nearly at point-blank range now, and his wand came up again. "Avada Dash," he began, only to be put down by no less than 7 stunners before he could finish. 2 from Harry and Fleur, 2 from Neville and Hermione, 2 from the Weasley twins, and 1 from Ginny, who was sitting at the next table over at the time. She was one of the few others not to dive under the tables. A stark silence fell as Malfoy collapsed, and McGonagall and Flitwick finally arrived. "What is CE saying?" mused Fleur after a moment. "Like Faz or like Son?" Harry snorted, but otherwise ignored her for the moment, no matter how accurate the comment was. "Neville," he called, "please go call Madame Bones and tell her we need Aurors here." "I've got it, Harry," called Susan from elsewhere in the hall. "That won't be necessary, Miss Bones," said Dumbledore, finally standing up from his throne. "There's no need to involve the Aurors." If they thought it had been silent before, the silence now was positively deafening. The entire student body plus a couple of dozen students from 2 foreign schools had clearly heard the boy start the incantation for the killing curse. And now Dumbledore was going to try to excuse it. Everyone was stunned. "Susan, Neville, both of you go now," growled Harry suddenly. "Stay together, and don't let anyone interfere." They went. "That's not necessary, Harry," said Dumbledore in a placating tone of voice as the rest of the school started climbing out form under the tables. "He is simply overwrought. I'm sure he didn't mean it." That the feathers barely stopped sprouting at the base of Fleur's neck was a testament to her struggle to contain her anger. "You just tried to murder my usband with Z killing curse right in front of you," she growled with slow deliberation. "And you say, did not mean it? You are insensate. And that's to say nothing of the other students he endangered in the process," agreed Harry. "I don't care if he was overwrought, as you say. He just tried to kill me, headmaster, and I will see him charged for that." "I'm sure," started Dumbledore. "Nothing can ever excuse the use of an unforgivable curse, Albus." Flitwick suddenly rode over the top of him. "That's why they're called unforgivable in the first place." But even had he not tried to use that curse, using any potentially lethal curse in an offensive manner, as he did with the cutting curse he cast, is grounds for immediate and unconditional expulsion. "Now, Filius." "Stop," roared Flitwick. "This is not a discussion, Albus. If you try to quash this, you will be looking for a new staff before the end of the day, and that's assuming you're not in a ministry holding cell yourself. And we will be advising every parent to pull their children out because the headmaster cares more for the happiness and well-being of a would-be murderer than for the safety of their innocent children." Harry could see the majority of heads nodding in agreement with the sentiment, and Dumbledore looked completely flummoxed by the resistance. Silence reigned for almost a full minute as Flitwick and Dumbledore stared each other down. And just when Dumbledore looked like he was going to speak again, "Don't even think about it, Albus," McGonagall warned flatly. "I agree with Filius, as I think does everyone else in this room bar you." Dumbledore huffed. "This is my school, Minerva," he complained. "No, it's damn well not," came a stern voice from the entrance hall. Harry turned in time to see Madame Bones striding briskly into the room with a number of Aurors in tow, including Auror Tonks, who winked at him when she saw him looking. He couldn't help but smile back a little. She seemed like a nice lady, even if her hair was an odd shade of purple today. "Hogwarts belongs to Britain," Bones continued, "and its policies and procedures are set by the Board of Governors. You don't get to reinterpret the rules as you see fit, Dumbledore. You may only enforce them as written. A headmaster is an administrator, not a bloody dictator." Dumbledore looked like he'd sucked on a lemon at that statement, probably because he knew it to be true. Not that he wouldn't go back to doing things his own way the moment Madame Bones was out the door. It was his way after all. After examining the scene, including determining the last spells cast by the various wands involved, Bones turned to Harry. "What happened?" she asked simply. He saw the article in the Daily Prophet about his dad going to prison and decided to take it out on me, sighed Harry. He cast a cutting curse at me and tried to cast the killing curse, and I want him charged with both. If he could do that in public without a care, I shudder to think what he will eventually get up to when nobody is looking. Shacklebolt, call Bones, cuff him, and put him in a holding cell." "Yes, ma'am," responded the same aura that had arrested Lucius. And then he was moving. "Is this really necessary, Amelia?" protested Dumbledore. "Yes," said Bones flatly. "This is a criminal matter, Dumbledore. He broke one of our highest laws, and you should have been the one reporting it, not the one trying to sweep it under the rug. Hogwarts is a school. It is not the DMLE or the courts." "But he's just a young boy," protested Dumbledore, "and he had quite the shock this morning. I'm sure he wouldn't have done this under normal circumstances." "I don't care, Dumbledore," ground out Bones. "I don't care. Anyone who can cast a killing curse without thought can cast it with malice aforethought. We don't need that kind of person running loose in our society." That statement brought a massive round of applause from almost every student in the hall, to Dumbledore's obvious horror, including many of the Slytherins. Harry noted with interest. "Sucks to be Malfoy," noted a twin under cover of the din. "Yup," agreed the other. "Looks like the Dementors will be taking delivery of a pet ferret. They even have a cage all ready for him," agreed the first. Chapter 37. Coming Together. Draco Malfoy's exodus from Hogwarts was all anyone could talk about for the week. The Burke had been lording it over everyone in the castle for 4 years running, and now he was suddenly gone. And even better, it was all down to his own stupidity. Who else would have had the immense arrogance required to make a lethal run at someone right there in the Great Hall in front of everyone? And then, adding fuel to the fire, there was Albus Dumbledore's abortive attempt to keep the matter out of the legal arena. It was one thing to excuse a minor schoolyard fracas, but a literal attempted murder. The students were suddenly seeing the headmaster in a very different light. Between Snape and Malfoy, they were left wondering if their esteemed headmaster had ever given even the slightest damn about the well-being of the innocent children he was responsible for. It was likely that their sentiments were winging their way back to their parents attached to a veritable parliament of owls, and as far as Fleur was concerned, that could only help. Many of the students had family who were on the Wisengamot. Some even had parents who were involved. Every little hit to Dumbledore's reputation among the members strengthened their ability to deal with him when the time came. And then Malfoy's surprisingly rapid conviction was reported, and that took over as the topic of choice for the week following. Unlike his father, Draco did not get life in Azkaban, but he did receive a 10-year sentence. The difference was down to his age, and the fact that he did not successfully cast an unforgivable. Of course, from what Fleur knew of Azkaban, he would be very lucky to survive it, let alone with his sanity intact. The British Wisengamot, like Madame Bones, apparently did not want that sort of person running loose in society. Who knew? And once more Albus Dumbledore managed to shoot himself in the foot, as the Muggles would say. Specifically, he chose to act as defense barrister for the younger Malfoy, and failed miserably. Draco Malfoy was convicted on his own words. A lifetime of arrogance learned at his father's knee led him to believe that his money would get him out of anything money that. He didn't seem to realize he no longer had at that, and thus he saw no issue with admitting his intentions fully and openly. Dumbledore's defense was sunk before it could even get started, and he was left with nothing more than egg on his face. The Daily Prophet took great delight in rubbing his nose in it over the course of the week. This was again all to the good. If the public thought that Dumbledore was losing it, then anyone continuing to support him would be seen in the same light. They weren't there, yet Dumbledore had a lot of nearly fanatical supporters that they would have to convince, but every little bit helped. The old man took to glaring at the Potters at every available opportunity. But as before, they simply ignored him. But while all this was going on amongst the Hogwarts contingent, Harry was getting more and more unsettled by the lack of news regarding a trial for his godfather. Fleur could understand this. The man was completely innocent of the crimes he was accused of, and they had handed the minister an easy way to save face when he corrected it. They were both starting to wonder if the minister's apparent sincerity had been too good to be true. Fortunately for all concerned, their fears were put to rest with the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Fleur sensed her father's hand in the announcement too, as it took yet another not-so-veiled swipe at Dumbledore. Sirius Black, Guilty or Innocent? By Cordelia Chase. In a surprising move late yesterday evening, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge announced that a trial will soon be held for Sirius Orion Black III on the matter of the betrayal of the Potter family to he who must not be named on that infamous Halloween night in 1981. This has raised a great many questions, not least of which is, why bother with a new trial for a convicted Death Eater? That question has the simplest and yet most shocking of answers. Sirius Black was never convicted of the crimes in question. In fact, he was never even tried in the first place. He was simply arrested and tossed into Azkaban without any investigation whatsoever. Black's guilt has been called into question by events that I can't speak of due to the ongoing investigation, stated Minister Fudge. I can't say which way the trial will go. I can only say that we will get to the truth and act accordingly to rectify this error by the previous administration if needed. Error, indeed. Every single Death Eater had a trial after the end of the war, save one, Sirius Black. Even the likes of Bellatrix Lestrange and recently convicted Lucius Malfoy had trials, but not Black. Why? The answer to that question is currently unknown. The who, however, is well documented. Official records from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement show that the transfer to Azkaban was signed off by 3 people: Bartemius Crouch, then head of the DMLE, Millicent Bagnall, then Minister of Magic, and Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore as Chief Warlock. One can't help but notice that Albus Dumbledore's competence is once more called into question. What is going on with our esteemed Chief Warlock? Has it been going on longer than we thought? Perhaps it is time to investigate Albus Dumbledore and find out once and for all if he is fit to hold the positions of power he currently enjoys. Yes, it's about time, crowed Harry, who had been reading over her shoulder. Smiling, she wrapped an arm around him and drew him close. Padfoot will be pleased, she predicted. There is no date, though. I'm sure your dad will let us know, he replied. Now, we just have to hope that the Wisengamot is mostly honest, fretted Hermione. It'll be fine, opined Neville. Malfoy was the source of a lot of bribes, according to Gran. Without him, there aren't as many willing to spread gold around. And with House Malfoy sidelined, I can't think of anyone else who would benefit from stopping Black being declared innocent. Not to mention that nobody wants to be on Harry's bad side, said one of the twins. Once they find out that Padfoot is Harry's godfather, they'll know that they have to be honest or face the consequences. Agreed the other. Harrykins has a pretty good track record lately, noted the first. They won't want to go against that, said the other. They're right, agreed Neville. Harry is popular right now, and they won't want to be seen to be on the wrong side of him. Harry blinked at this information, and Fleur gave him another squeeze. His aversion to fame was one of his better qualities, as far as she was concerned. It was unlikely he would ever let it go to his head. Instead, he would avoid it as much as possible. Late that night, all 4 champions stood quietly just off the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, staring at Ludo Bagman's retreating back. They had just been informed of the nature of the 3rd task of the tournament. It was going to be a maze, as if they couldn't tell that simply by the state of the pitch. Harry was not nearly as much of a Quidditch nut as, say, Ron Weasley. Even Victor Crumb wasn't that obsessive about Quidditch, and that was saying something. But he still thought it sacrilege. Then again, he also thought it horribly unfair for those that wanted to play professionally that they canceled Quidditch this year in the first place. And all for a tournament with only a single competitor from Hogwarts. Shaking his head to clear those thoughts, he turned back to the problem at hand. A maze wasn't so bad, but the fact that it would be full of some of Hagrid's more interesting creatures certainly was. Harry, more than most, had a fair idea of what kinds of creatures might be involved there. But what could he do about it? Before he could figure that out, though, his train of thought was interrupted by Cedric Diggory, of all people. Is it just me? Wondered the real Hogwarts champion. Or is this tournament a complete joke? The audience will be staring at the outside of the maze for however long. They won't be able to see a single thing. Harry thought Cedric was right on all counts, and his mind started churning. If he and Fleur weren't the only ones who thought this was a useless exercise, then that might open up some options. Duh, agreed Victor. They stared at the fata for an hour in the last task. I wonder who thought of that. Dumbledore or Bagman, probably, mused Harry absently. They all fell silent for a moment, and he continued to turn over the problem in his head. He had an idea that he thought would be fitting, but he wasn't sure how the others would take it. Well, Fleur he could predict, but Cedric and Crumb? What if we stuck it to the tournament for this task? He blurted before he could stop himself. What do you have in mind? Asked Crumb curiously. Nah, not air, frowned Fleur, who was studying Harry intently. I know this look. Let us take this somewhere more private. Surprisingly, both of their fellow champions were amenable, and they quickly made the trek to the Beauxbatons carriage, which the other 2 had never seen the inside of before. Had they waited even just another minute or 2 before leaving the pitch, then something more interesting might have happened. But as it stood, they arrived without incident. Fleur led them all into their suite, which thankfully had a reasonably sized sitting room. While she went to gather some drinks, Harry settled into an armchair and ignored the others while trying to think things through. There were no rules against his idea, so far as he knew. It was just a matter of selling it to his fellow competitors. And then they would have to deal with the fallout, which was much harder to predict. He absently took a swig from a butterbeer that his wife handed him and thought for a moment longer before she finally prodded him. Now, Zen, mon amour, she said, Why don't you tell us what is putting that expression on your face? Harry shook himself and focused back in, first on Fleur's beautiful face, but then he took a hard look at Victor and Cedric. He didn't know either of them well, but he knew them well enough to think that they would hear him out. Their expressions were serious ones, so he started talking. One of the points of this tournament is to, how did they put it, improve international cooperation, right? Not the words they used, said Cedric, but yeah, that's a big part of it. Why? I was just thinking that competing against each other isn't very cooperative, is it? Harry grinned. Fleur got it instantly. Her eyes widened, and a malicious sparkle appeared there. She, like him, was very angry with the tournament organizers. Madame Maxime only got a pass because she had nothing to do with the task selection, and also had genuinely apologized to Fleur shortly after their wedding for getting her mixed up in it. Cedric was a little slower, but then he blinked and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Crumb was apparently more of a thinker than Harry had given him credit for. He stared off into space for a long moment, the gears almost visibly turning in his head before he turned a focused, interested expression on Harry. "What did you have in mind?" he asked simply. "We work together," said Harry simply. "We all wait for everyone and go in together. We beat the maze together. And then we all take the cup together and win the tournament together." Were Harry anyone else, such a suggestion might have seemed utterly self-serving. But this was Harry Potter, who was currently legitimately tied for first place, and with only a fraction of the education the other three had. That he was known to be almost completely selfless to begin with certainly didn't hurt either. "Oh my," breathed Fleur. "That would be marvelous." Harry grinned tightly at her. "I hate to say it, but I'm really liking this plan," admitted Cedric with a growing smile. "Especially given the kinds of creatures Hagrid is likely to put in that maze." Crumb, who had been studying Harry intently, raised one bushy eyebrow at Cedric. "Will they be that bad?" he wondered. "Oh yeah," nodded Cedric. "Hagrid has no idea what is actually dangerous to normal people." "Then I like it," nodded Crumb. "Are we all in then?" asked Cedric. "I am." "Duh," nodded Crumb. "I no longer care." "Oh, Weens," shrugged Fleur. "I am in." There was a brief silence. Harry, for his part, was busy staring off into space. Another idea had occurred to him that could make the task trivially simple to accomplish. A poke from his wife brought him back out of his thoughts, though. He blinked. Then he mentally replayed the conversation in his head. "Oh yeah, I'm in." "What were you thinking about?" wondered Fleur. "Your mind was elsewhere." "Oh, I just had an even worse idea is all. We'd have to check the rules to see if it would work, though." Cedric studied him for a moment before he finally leaned back and raised his butterbeer in salute. "You've had one good idea tonight," he said. "Why not try for two? I've got the time." "I have never else to be," smirked Crumb. "And I am already at home," grinned Fleur. Harry smirked and explained his idea, and they laughed long and hard, each of them envisioning the scene. Only a few very minor tweaks were needed to flesh it out, and presuming the rules allowed it, they were ready to go. And so it was settled. They were going to work together, and they were going to make an absolute mockery of the tournament. "Did you look at the rules?" "Yup. There basically aren't any." "What?" "We can't start with anything but our wand, but that was the only restriction." "Bon." The third task was going to be very interesting indeed. Chapter 38. Violent Dreams. Not much happened over the next few days, a fact for which Fleur was grateful. Things in Harry's life tended to move rather rapidly by her standards, and she occasionally felt like she might get swept away. The calmer things were, the happier she was. Harry felt no differently, but he was clearly much more accustomed to the pace that fate forced upon him. Another thing that helped her mood was that they knew exactly what to do for the last task, and Cedric and Victor would be joining them. It was so simple and so obvious that it really would make a total mockery of the tournament. She could only see that as a good thing, and it required no training time, which was even better. When Monday rolled around, they went right back to their normal schedules. For Fleur, this meant sitting around in the Beauxbatons carriage and studying on her own. Harry and Hermione did so about half the time. They had just sat down for the afternoon session, in fact, and were happily studying. Fleur noted that Harry looked sleepy, but ignored it. It had long since become clear that he was a very hard worker, and that he occasionally overdid things. One extra nap wouldn't hurt anything if he fell asleep, and might help in fact, so she didn't see the need to bother him. While one might expect that Hermione might be annoyed by his lacking attention, she wasn't. She had noted the extreme improvement in his grades since joining the Delacour family, and so kept her own counsel. She didn't care how he studied, as long as he studied enough to do well in classes. Fleur only knew this because they had discussed it a few weeks prior. It was a very new sensation having a friend at all, let alone a female one, and she certainly wasn't complaining. She also easily saw why Harry liked the girl. While she had her quirks to be certain, she was also extremely intelligent, and her morals and ethics were right where they should be. She'd had to nip SBW in the bud, though. Fortunately, however, the proper information had taken care of that very quickly. Elves were not slaves, they were symbiotic. Once Hermione understood that, it was fine. Well, that and calling her out on the name. For such an intelligent girl, she could occasionally miss the blazingly obvious, and Harry was too overly polite at times to mention it. Smiling faintly to herself at the thought, she moved aside her arithmancy work and pulled her runes book over. Ancient runes was a favorite of hers, so she almost always saved it for last. She was just getting into it, though, when she was interrupted. Harry let out a pained scream, and suddenly sat bolt upright, wild-eyed and breathing heavily, one hand over the famous scar on his forehead. Both girls moved like lightning. Hermione took to his side and put an arm around him, clearly thinking that he might have had a bad dream. This was far from impossible. He'd had more than a few since they started sleeping in the same bed, but some deeply rooted instinct told her otherwise. She knelt in front of him and looked him in the eye, noting the way that he locked onto her gaze, drinking her in as he slowly settled. "Airy," she prompted. "Vision," he grunted. "Voldemort. Not fun." Fleur furrowed her brow in worry. "You had a vision?" she echoed. "What did you see?" "He was mad about something," he explained, his voice still pained and breathy. "Don't know what. Wormtail screwed up somehow, but they fixed it. He put the Cruciatus on him to punish him. That was when I woke up." His voice got even smaller as he added, "It really hurt." Fleur left it to Hermione to offer him physical comfort for a moment, and closed her eyes as she contemplated the possible ramifications of this. She did not know how it was possible, but she was certain that his cursed scar had something to do with it. They were going to have to figure this out, and soon. The fact that Voldemort might be active was, frankly, terrifying. They had discussed his vision over the summer, and she had no doubt that he would not lie about such things. This meant that they had a serious problem. They could not fight both Voldemort and Dumbledore at the same time by any stretch of the imagination, and she was certain that Voldemort would target Harry for the mere fact of his survival so many years ago. What concerned her more immediately, though, was the way he shuddered when he mentioned the Cruciatus curse. He was not one to give in to pain. He'd experienced far too much of it in his life for it to hold much sway over him, and so to admit that something hurt spoke volumes. And since she had been taught what to look for, she was even more concerned. She had never seen it before, but from what they had been taught, he was showing all the signs of exposure to that awful curse. "You need to see a healer, Harry," she told him quietly. "This should not be appealing, and I do not like E.T." "I'm fine," he said with a shake of his head. Fleur shook her head. "None, you are not," she retorted, and then snorted at Hermione, who grinned wryly back, having echoed her sentiment at the same time. "You are suffering from that curse," she continued, "but that is not what I meant. They need to examine your scar, Harry. We must know this ES, appealing in case ES a problem." Harry groaned and leaned forward, and Fleur gently wrapped her arms around him so he could rest his head on her shoulder. She knew that this was not an act of physical pain or exhaustion, but rather his dislike of healers speaking. The Hogwarts healer had not done him any favors, constantly shoving nasty-tasting potions down his throat, and it was something she was deeply annoyed by. Potions did not taste bad unless the maker wanted them to, or was a rank amateur. This was magic, not chemistry. "She's right, Harry," Hermione chimed in. "It's worth getting it checked out. If Madame Pomfrey was the best there is, she'd be working at St. Mungo's or something, not in a school." "Fine," he mumbled. Fleur couldn't help the smile that overcame her at his petulance. It took about 10 minutes to track down Maxime and get a portkey made to take them to the chateau. Harry was still obviously pained, and she doubted that a flu ride would do him any good, and then they were away. Hermione couldn't accompany them, much to her dismay. Fleur was an adult, and Harry had his guardian's permission, but Hermione did not have either advantage. Moments later, Fleur was steadying Harry in the entryway and had just helped him get his precarious balance back when her mother came bustling into the room. Her expression turned alarmed when she saw them. "Fleur," she prompted urgently, even as she rushed forward and hugged Harry, only to pull away again and examine him critically. "EET is complex, Maman," she said. "Is Papa here?" Ariane shook her head. "Non, he is at work. What do you need?" "We must take Harry to a healer," she said heavily. "He is suffering from Cruciatus exposure, and I think his cursed scar could be a problem. He had a vision of Voldemort." Ariane's eyes bugged out, and she immediately conjured a rope and turned it into a portkey. "This will take us to the hospital," she said, gently forcing Harry to take hold of it. His eyes were starting to droop. Fleur nodded and grabbed hold. And next thing they knew, they were standing in the lobby of Hôpital Magique de Paris, and an attendant bustled over. Ariane quickly gave the name of their family healer and noted that it was an emergency, and on realizing who they were, the woman bustled quickly away to find her. Harry's weight was falling more and more on Fleur, and she doubted they had much longer before he passed out in sheer exhaustion. The vision had taken a lot out of him. The attendant returned a moment later and led them to a private room on the second floor, where Fleur lowered him onto the edge of the bed. He looked dejected and quite embarrassed, but she tried to ignore it. He hated showing weakness, but he needed to learn when it was necessary to admit that he needed help. His relatives had made him think that he was somehow unworthy of care, and that annoyed her to no end. She intended to do all she could to ensure that he knew that he was far more worthy than most. It would probably take a lot of effort, but the sooner she succeeded, the better as far as she was concerned. It wasn't long before a young American woman that Fleur recognized as the healer entered the room. She had no idea why an American healer had chosen to work in France, but she genuinely liked the woman. She was pleasant and caring, and her eyes widened when she saw who she was dealing with, though it only lasted a moment before she turned to Fleur's mother. "On aimé dit ils agit d'une urgence, Ariane," she said. Ariane waved a hand. "English, please, Naomi," she requested. "And yes, it is an emergency. My son-in-law." She suddenly frowned and turned to Fleur, who sighed. "Had some kind of vision," she explained. Witnessed Voldemort casting ze cruciatus, and I think experienced the effects of it. Is curse scar inflamed, and grabbed it when Z vision struck." Harry blinked up at her. "I did," he asked blankly. Fleur smiled patiently at him. "You did," she told him. "Oh." The healer stood there for a moment in thought, and then nodded a few times to herself. "All right, let's take a look," she decided. "I'm not sure what could cause that, so I'll need to do a full series. It won't take too long." Harry winced, and Fleur stroked his damp hair, as Ariane responded. "Give him a full examination while you are at it, Naomi," she requested. "I do not believe he has had a proper one, so it is long past due." "I'm okay, ma'am," he said weakly, his obvious fear forcing him to unconsciously revert to more formal behavior. Ariane cast an understanding smile on him and brushed his hair back from his forehead, revealing the livid red of his scar. "You know better than that, Harry," she said gently. "You are not in trouble, but I must insist on this. We should have had it done when we took custody of you. There was so much going on that we just missed it." Harry studied her for a moment before finally nodding and closing his eyes. "Yes, exhausted," whispered Fleur. "I'll make it as quick as I can, Fleur," smiled Naomi. Then she smirked and asked, "Or do you prefer Mrs. Potter?" Fleur smirked in amusement. "You know better," she retorted. "But at least you can remember, unlike Sat Batard, Hogwarts calls at Headmaster." Naomi snorted and motioned for her to lay him out on the bed. "One day you'll have to tell me that story," she smirked. "I have to admit, I'm mighty curious what's got you so pissed off at him. But let's get this done, and we can talk later." And so it began. Naomi started by giving him a potion for the effects of cruciatus, which immediately relieved some of his pain, and then began casting spell after spell, starting with the most common medical diagnostics and going from there. Fleur was not surprised to see her expression go from pleasant to positively thunderous as she worked. Harry was not in the best of shape and definitely needed care. Fleur herself had been intending to handle that issue over the summer, but now it was a moot point. He would get the best care possible. Of this she was certain. There was a reason they liked healer parks. She was very good at what she did. Finally, she put her wand away and sat down on the edge of the bed, where Harry had actually fallen asleep. Fleur was mildly surprised when she reached out and brushed his cheek with her hand, looking deeply troubled. Finally, she sighed and returned her attention to the Delacour women. She considered her words carefully for a moment before. "How much do you know about his past?" she asked bluntly. "Too much, Naomi," said Ariane sadly. "He was badly abused, of this we are aware. Ads why we now, of him." Naomi nodded slowly. "Then you won't be surprised by what I'm going to say," she sighed. "He's had more broken bones than I care to count, and it's probably only his magic that forced them to set right. Bruises, cuts, scars. The boy must have one hell of a tolerance for pain, or he never would have survived it all." Fleur abruptly realized that Harry was sleeping for a reason. She had cast a sleeping spell on him. There was no other way she would have discussed this in the same room with him. It wasn't the way things were done, and she was clearly very disturbed. "If that were all it was," she said slowly, "I would give him some nutritional potions and let him go with a recommendation to see a mind healer. That will still do, but there's more that I don't think you're aware of." "What is it?" asked Fleur, reverting to French since Harry was asleep. Naomi sighed. "Were you aware that he has a block on his magic?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. Fleur instantly paled. Blocks were not only immoral, they were highly illegal in every civilized country. The only place they could be used was on dangerous criminals. To forcibly cut off any part of a wizard's magic could cause all sorts of problems. "What?" hissed her mother. Naomi nodded sadly. "It looks like it was placed approximately 10 years ago," she said heavily. "And it's powerful. I'm frankly amazed that he can cast magic at all. It will be extremely painful to remove, but it absolutely must be done if you ever want him to have full access to his magic. The longer it's there, the more problematic it will be to remove, until it becomes permanent in maybe another year or two. We're already at the limit of what I think he can handle." Fleur surged to her feet and walked away, trying desperately to keep her avian side in check. "That bastard," she spat. "I'm going to kill him." "Hush, Fleur," admonished her mother. "We will deal with Dumbledore later, but we must deal with Harry now." Fleur closed her eyes for a moment and reined in her temper. That man was going to pay. Every time she turned around, he had done something else to make Harry's life that much worse. And this would be a big issue, because he would have to completely relearn control of his magic. "Go on," she growled. "He will need to learn control of his new power levels, and it's impossible to say how difficult that will be. Some people get it almost instinctively, and for some it takes years. It won't be too much of a problem, though, so long as he's careful about what he casts, when, and on what." "I already know this," nodded Fleur, not unkindly. "What else?" "Other than several tracking charms that I removed," mused Naomi, causing Fleur's hackles to rise again. "Put simply, you're right that something is wrong with that scar of his, but that's all I can tell you. Dark magic is not my area of expertise, and the thing is soaked in it. My recommendation would be to bring in a curse breaker, and I know of only one who I would trust with this." "Who?" asked Ariane. "I doubt you've ever heard of him, but he works for Gringotts and comes highly recommended. His name is Bill Weasley." Chapter 39. Fixing Harry. William. Bill Weasley was not a person who one could consider normal, at least if you were to ask his mother. Not only did he wear an earring almost unheard of for men in wizarding society, but he had a distinct love of danger. His career as a curse breaker was legendary among the goblins because he took big risks and came out ahead. But even his love of danger could not make him turn down a direct request from director Ragnarok himself. It would have been his first inclination were it any other goblin that made this request. He had been ordered to Paris on an immediate basis, pulling him out of an important dig in Egypt, and Ragnarok had come in person to deliver that order. The problem was, all he had to go on was that he was to assist a friend of the Goblin Nation. He had no idea what the job entailed. Being a friend of the Goblin Nation was no small thing for a wizard, so he was quite curious who he would be dealing with, and more than a little apprehensive. Worse, Ragnarok had then produced a wizard-made portkey and told him to go immediately. He didn't say it, but his message was clear. No delay would be tolerated. Whoever this person was, they were held in very high esteem indeed. He arrived in the waiting room of the Parisian hospital without fanfare, and before he could even approach the desk, he was whisked away by a rather cute healer. She said nothing, not even her name, and led him to an elevator that took them to the second floor. He wanted to flirt, but sensed that it would not be well received at the moment. She led him down a hall and into a room near the end, and Bill stopped dead in his tracks when he found himself facing a very attractive Vila. He would have put her age at about 20 in a human, but for her, he guessed it might be more like 50. She was incredibly beautiful, as were all Vila, and he couldn't stop himself from peeking at her left hand. Damn, he thought. Married. You are Bill Weasley? She asked. Yes, ma'am. He nodded, thankfully unaffected by her allure. Director Ragnarok sent me. What can I do for you? The woman didn't bat an eye at the reference to the goblin leader. You can take an oath, Monsieur Weasley, she said seriously, that nothing you see or do e'er will leave this room without our consent. This is very serious. And I give you my word that it is nothing illegal or immoral. She's nothing if not direct, he mused to himself. It was definitely a risky proposition. If he took the oath and found something untoward in the job, he would have no recourse. Then again, he did love danger, and the request came from Ragnarok himself, so it was damned if you do, damned if you don't. He elected to do. He drew his wand and held it in the air. I, William Arthur Weasley, do hereby solemnly swear on my magic that I will keep the secrets entrusted to me by the people in this room on this day, barring their permission to speak. So mote it be. He felt the magic take hold and fought down a sense of foreboding. Thank you, she nodded, her voice softening slightly. We, Ave, requested your assistance to deal with a matter of dark magic. My son-in-law is affected by something, but we do not know what it is. We need to find out and take whatever actions are necessary. Bill nodded his understanding. It seemed a reasonable request. Well, I can't say what I can do until I see him, he said honestly. What's your name? You may call me Ariane. Not recognizing the name, he just nodded again. And what are we looking at? He asked. A curse scar, said the healer next to him. And I'm healer Naomi Parks. Mr. Weasley, I know your brother Charlie if you need a reference. In any event, we believe that the scar is somehow connected to a dark wizard, resulting in an occasional merging of consciousness. We don't understand it beyond that. All I can tell you is that the patient had a vision this afternoon, seeing from the eyes of the wizard in question, and was subjected to intense pain when the wizard cast the Cruciatus curse. Bill frowned deeply as he listened to the explanation. There were very few ways to create a connection with those properties, and none of them were good at all. He was liking this less and less, but at least the people involved so far seemed to be on the level. That's not good, he admitted. You should be prepared for bad news on this one. I'll do what I can, but something that works like that is the darkest of magic, and I only know of a few things that can cause it, all of them heinous. Ariane closed her eyes, and a pained expression crossed her beautiful features. You must do what you can, Monsieur Weasley, she said softly. He has been through too much, and I do not think he will be able to take much more. Bill's own expression softened at her obvious compassion, and he nodded his understanding. Then let me see him, Ariane, he said gently. I'll do everything in my power. This request came from Director Ragnarok himself, and if it's important to the leader of the Goblin Nation, then it's important to me. Ariane smiled at him. Then come, she nodded. She led Bill to a curtained-off area in the corner and motioned him inside. But when he entered, his heart leapt into his throat. Whoever he expected, it was most certainly not the two people that were in the small area. It was Harry and Fleur Potter. Oh boy, he breathed. Monsieur Weasley, nodded Fleur quietly. Will you help us? Bill didn't react at first. He had learned of Harry's abrupt marriage from his sister's letters, and also of the falling out between Ron and Harry and just how well-deserved it was on Ron's part. On top of that, he was aware of the howler that his mother had sent, and he knew his mum well enough to know what that was likely to entail, even if Ginny hadn't known the exact content. His little sister had a lot to say about the idiocy of certain family members, and the less said about her opinion of the Potter marriage, the better. Bill felt for her, he really did, but she needed to get over it. Harry Potter was married, and that was that. The boy could still be considered a friend of the family. Not only was he a good kid by all accounts, but he was still friends with the twins, and, at least theoretically, even with Ginny. But he wasn't entirely sure that Harry would so easily accept help from him given the situation with Ron and his mother. Are you sure this is a good idea, Mrs. Potter? He asked slowly. I like Harry well enough, but I'm not sure how he'll feel about me being the one to do this. Fleur frowned up at him. I do not know either, she admitted. Then let's wake him up, he suggested. I won't do anything unless I have his permission. Bill had to admit that, forced marriage or not, Harry had done well for himself. Fleur was gorgeous, even for Avila. Had she not already been married, he would likely have asked her out, and the cute, thoughtful frown on her face did not do anything to dissuade him from that opinion. Very well, she sighed. Eler Parks. There's no reason not to, shrugged the healer. And don't you dare get all formal with me, Fleur. Fleur snorted cutely in amusement. The healer waved her wand over Harry, and it was only a few seconds before his eyelids fluttered open, and then immediately tracked to his wife. His confusion was apparent in the way his forehead scrunched up. He yawned widely before going back to staring at her. Fleur, he asked sleepily, Ave brought a curse breaker to look at your scar, mon amour, she said softly. I think you know him. Harry frowned slightly and turned his head to stare at Bill. He probably couldn't see without his glasses, because rather amusingly his eyes flicked to Bill's head for a moment. He almost couldn't suppress his chortle at that. Bill, he called tentatively. Hey, Harry, he greeted. Ragnarok asked me to check you out. but I wanted your permission before I do anything. I'm not real sure how you feel about our family right now." A sad look passed briefly over Harry's features. "It's fine, Bill," he said in a quieter tone. "Ron has his own problems. It's not your fault." Bill noticed the lack of mention of their mother, but let it pass. Obviously, Harry wasn't going to hold it against him, which he could only count as positive. Now all he needed to do was pray that he didn't find something horrific. "I'll tell you the same thing I told them," he said seriously. "I only know of a few things that can connect two people like they described, and they're not pleasant. I want you to be prepared to hear bad news. All right? I'll do whatever I can to help you, but I don't want you thinking there's a miracle cure here." Harry nodded. "There never is, Bill," he sighed simply. Bill grimaced at his fatalistic attitude, but put it aside for the moment and turned to his wife. "Mrs. Potter, I'll need to ask you to step away from him. On the off chance that something goes wrong here, I don't think he'll want you getting hurt." "Fleur will do," she said quietly. And then Bill watched as she turned to have a quiet moment with her incredibly young husband, and was blown away by the depth of emotion he saw passing between them. He was not a particularly romantic man. He was more partial to the wild side, but he could recognize true love when he saw it. They were in deep, and he doubted they would ever surface again. Finally, she leaned over and gave him a gentle peck on the lips and moved off to the side of the enclosure. Bill took that as his cue and moved forward to stand by Harry's head, contemplating the best way to approach it. He really hoped this wasn't as bad as he thought. "I'm going to cast some detection spells," he explained. "You shouldn't feel a thing, but be prepared just in case. Let me know when you're ready." Harry nodded immediately. "Go ahead." Bill took a deep breath, raised his wand, and set to work. Curse breaking was not really as much about breaking curses as it was about determining which curses needed to be broken. He had an impressive arsenal of detection spells to work with, and only rarely did he need a special spell to break something. More often than not, it was just the application of standard spells along with a great deal of finesse. But this was not going to be one of those times. He hit on the answer in a matter of mere minutes, and he did not like it in the slightest. It was one of the darkest forms of magic, and how Dumbledore had failed to notice it for 4 years running was a complete mystery. To say that he was unhappy would be an understatement, especially given the other implications. After casting a few more specific spells to get the details, he sighed and pulled up a chair by Harry's bedside. "Bill," prompted Harry. "Is everyone here who needs to know this?" he asked. "My husband is working," frowned Ariane. "I will tell him later. Please tell us." Bill nodded, closed his eyes, and took a deep, steadying breath before speaking. "There is a little-known dark object called a Horcrux," he began, noting the blank looks on every face in the room. "They're used by wizards trying for immortality. In simple terms, the wizard splits his soul through an act of murder, and then uses the Horcrux ritual to encase the split fragment in an object of some kind. So long as that fragment exists, the wizard cannot leave this plane of existence." "Voldemort," breathed Parks, obviously quick on the uptake. Bill nodded. "That would be my suspicion," he agreed, "but I don't think this was intentional. From what I can tell from the fragment that's lodged in that scar, Voldemort must have made 5 or 6 others. His soul is probably so unstable at this point that the rebounded killing curse ripped off a shard, and it went the only place it could. EET must be removed, growled Fleur. Surely they're ES away. Bill closed his eyes and bobbed his head from side to side as he considered the options. He had only come across an actual Horcrux once before, and it was extremely difficult to destroy. Of course, he hadn't known how at the time, but still, they were remarkably resilient buggers. There are two ways I can see to do this, those being the dangerous way and the unlikely way. The dangerous way is to use an exorcism spell to remove the fragment, and then hope we can destroy it before it attacks and possesses one of us. Grimaces went around the room, and Parks asked, "And the unlikely way?" "Well," said Bill slowly, "unless you have a basilisk and a phoenix handy, it's basically impossible. I suspect I know where we can get the basilisk venom." He shot an amused look at Harry, who grinned sheepishly back at him, "but I'm not sure about the phoenix. I know Dumbledore has a phoenix companion, but I've heard you're not on good terms with him at the moment." To Bill's surprise, Fleur and Harry exchanged amused looks at the comment, and Harry responded, Fawkes likes us, Bill." He smirked. "Actually, he kinda moved in with us. I'm sure he'll be willing." "But he just burned," frowned Fleur. "I am not sure if he can travel." Harry frowned for a moment before. "One way to find out, I guess," he shrugged. "Fawkes." Bill had no idea what Harry's point was until a small ball of flame erupted over the bed, revealing a slightly smaller than usual crimson phoenix. And, to Bill's utter amazement, it first landed on Fleur's shoulder and nuzzled her cheek, and then quickly relocated to Harry, where it curled up in his armpit and laid its beautiful head on his shoulder. Harry smiled softly at it and gently scratched its neck. "Hi, Fawkes," he smiled. "I hope we didn't put you out too much. We were hoping you could help us get rid of a slice of Tom I apparently have in my scar." Turning to Bill, he asked, "What would he have to do?" Bill snorted in amusement as the phoenix flipped over on its back so Harry could rub its tummy. He had never seen such an affectionate bird before, let alone a phoenix. But that was beside the point. They had more important things to worry about right now. "We'd have to put some basilisk venom on your scar," he sighed. "That would destroy the Horcrux, but it would also kill you in short order. The only way to prevent that is for Fawkes here to cry some tears on you afterwards to neutralize the venom. And even then, it's risky." "What are the time frames?" asked Naomi. "Probably 5 to 10 seconds to destroy the fragment." He frowned. "And so long as his skin is unbroken, I'd guess maybe 30 to 45 before the venom is fatal, but you would know better than me on that score." "Risks in partial completion?" "None that I can think of," shrugged Bill. Naomi then turned a questioning look on Ariane, who to Bill's amusement turned a similar one on Fleur. They were passing the buck. Not that he could blame them. He wouldn't want the responsibility either. Fleur thought for a moment, and then turned to Harry. "I think you should try E.T., she told him. Harry nodded. "I don't like it," he admitted, "but better that than keeping Tommy alive." Bill snorted. "I'll also record the signature," he told them. "The goblins have ways of tracking things like this down, so hopefully we'll be able to take away his anchors pretty quickly. If you had a vision of Voldemort, then I have to assume he has some form of body back, which isn't good. The sooner we get rid of these, the better." "Definitely," nodded Harry. The next hour was spent getting everything ready. Fawkes apparently decided that they didn't need to go down to the chamber, and flashed away, returning shortly thereafter with a fong, presumably from the basilisk, and the thing was huge. Upon seeing it, Bill found new respect for Harry. Fleur paced nervously for most of the intervening time, while Ariane and Naomi sat on the periphery and had a quiet conversation. Bill and Harry enjoyed watching the women, both quietly amused. The women were more nervous than the men, including the one this was about to be done to. Finally, Bill sat down and asked something that was bothering him. "Harry," he said slowly, "what's going on with you and Dumbledore? This kind of thing is right up his alley, so I don't understand why you wouldn't have talked to him about it." Harry snorted grimly. "He probably already knows, Bill." He sighed. "Bastard stuck me with abusive guardians and then kept me there on purpose. And on top of that, he stole over 80 million galleons from my estate, which I didn't even know existed. I think it's pretty obvious why I wouldn't trust him after that." Bill paled at the content of Harry's matter-of-fact recitation. If that was true, then they had serious problems. Although it went a rather long way toward explaining how Dumbledore ended up thrown out of Gringotts on his arse. Even all the way out in Egypt, Bill had heard about that one through the Gringotts grapevine. And the goblins didn't like it when people stole from their clients, let alone one of the 10 largest, which he knew Harry to be. "You're serious?" he breathed. "You have proof?" "We do," nodded Ariane. "That man will pay for his crimes, Monsieur Weasley. Of this you can be sure. He has already made it much easier for us by being so foolish with Z trials. His reputation is not what it once was." Bill had no idea what trials she was referring to, but it really didn't matter. He would find out later. He nodded slowly and turned his gaze back to Harry. "Let me know if I can do anything to help," he said seriously. Harry just smiled. "Thanks, Bill," he offered quietly. "That means a lot to me." "To both of us," smiled Fleur. Her smile was breathtaking, and Bill had to admit he was a bit jealous, but he wasn't as stupid as his brother apparently was. "You know, for a scary bird woman, you're not what I was expecting, Fleur," he said with a boyish grin. Harry snorted in amusement, and to Bill's relief, Fleur grinned toothily back at him. "Your brother has a very different opinion, I assure you," she retorted. "She transformed in the middle of the Great Hall," said Harry, literally scared the piss out of him. Bill sadly noted the pain in Harry's eyes. What was Ron thinking? This kid could easily grow up to be one of the greatest wizards in history, and Ron threw his friendship with him away like so much dirty laundry. The kid was an idiot, and what was there to be jealous of, anyway? Fleur was pretty as hell, yes, but what he had to go through to get her. Shaking himself, Bill put those thoughts aside for later. "Let's get this done," he said finally. "It should only take a few minutes, but it'll hurt like hell. Harry, you sure you're up to this?" "If it gets rid of Tom," he asked. "You're damn right I am." "Then let's do it." Chapter 40. Calm Before the Storm. The Potters arrived back at the gates of Hogwarts very late that night. Harry was so utterly exhausted by then that it was a wonder he was still up and moving at all. Fleur took most of his weight as they trudged through the gate and up to the carriage. They entered their suite to find Hermione passed out in a chair with a book on her chest. She popped awake immediately, though, and her eyes widened as she took in the tableau. Fleur shook her head at the girl and silently indicated that she would be back shortly. She then hauled Harry into their bedroom, relieved him of his clothes, and tucked him in. She could read his vague disappointment that she would not be joining him immediately, but also his understanding. Hermione was worried and needed to hear what happened. She figured he was probably just glad not to have to tell the story himself. With a gentle peck on the lips, she told him to get some sleep, and it wasn't like he needed telling twice. She was tempted to crawl in after him, Hermione or no Hermione, partly out of worry for him, and partly because she, too, was exhausted but duty won out. Hermione was waiting for her when she arrived back in the other room, practically bouncing in her chair. Most would have interpreted it as impatience, but Fleur could see it for what it really was. The girl was deeply worried. It was written all over the crease in her forehead, and in the way her intelligent brown eyes followed Fleur's every move. Or maybe it was just the fact that she remained silent. A truly impatient Hermione talked a mile a minute. Whatever it was, Fleur could practically feel her concern over her best friend. "Is he okay?" she finally asked. Fleur started at the question. She had leaned back in a chair and closed her eyes for a moment to gather her thoughts, or at least that was the intent. In actuality, she had started to drift off herself. "He is now. Hermione," she sighed in French since it was easier and she was tired. It was convenient that Hermione was fluent. But that bastard that calls himself a headmaster has a lot to answer for. Hermione frowned. "What did he do this time?" she asked. "He left a piece of Riddle's soul in the scar on Harry's forehead," Fleur said bluntly. The manner in which Hermione's jaw dropped open would have been comical under other circumstances, but the subject was too serious for Fleur to find any humor in it. That Dumbledore would allow such a thing to stand was outright insane. She was really starting to wonder what exactly the old man's motives were when it came to her husband. "A piece of his soul," echoed Hermione faintly. "You mean that literally?" Fleur confirmed the girl's supposition, and that led to a brief description of Horcruxes. While she admonished the girl to tell nobody of the situation, she didn't mind Hermione herself knowing, and knew that Harry wouldn't either. Hermione Granger was probably one of the most trustworthy people anywhere in the vicinity. "So we have to find and destroy these things to kill Voldemort?" she finally asked. "I don't know where to even start with that. I guess I'll need to do a lot more research on his history." Fleur felt a warm glow ignite at the implied offer, and she knew that offer wasn't just because Voldemort had to go. No, it was because Hermione cared about Harry and would help in whatever way she was able. But fortunately, in this instance at least, it was unnecessary. "No, Hermione," she smiled. "In this case, we leave it to the goblins. Bill said they hate these things and will happily track them to the ends of the earth. And with Harry being a friend of the nation, the problem will get top priority. He will keep us updated." Hermione slowly nodded. "We can trust them?" she asked tentatively. "Yes," confirmed Fleur. "The goblins are many things, but honest and honorable figure very highly on that list for the average one." Hermione was clearly relieved at that fact, and Fleur wasn't surprised. She had actually sat in on what passed for a history class at Hogwarts. The ghost that taught the class had droned on about a goblin rebellion the entire time, and worse, was teaching outright lies. But that was a topic for another day. "We will need to help him, though," she sighed at length. "He also had a binding on his power, and I am starting to think that Horcrux may have had side effects." Hermione's eyes widened. "Okay, let's take the side effects later. What about his power? I don't know much about bindings, but I know he would need to relearn control." But Fleur shook her head. "We tested him at the chateau before we came back. He will need to practice, but he has very good instinctive control. I do not think that will be a problem. Figures, snorted Hermione. He might have been light on the theory for a long time, but he has never had a problem with the practical. Fleur grinned and stifled a comment that would probably only serve to make Hermione jealous. And Hermione, being the perceptive girl she was, caught it and rolled her eyes. And what about these side effects you mentioned? That wiped the grin off Fleur's face. It was truly just a guess of hers right now, but there were subtle changes in him that she was actually rather concerned about. Not because they were bad, but because he may have issues learning to deal with the situation. She wasn't sure of much on that score, and hadn't noticed it until after they left the hospital. I think the Horcrux may have affected his mind somehow. She frowned after a moment. He seems different slightly, not in a bad way, she added hurriedly at Hermione's alarmed look. Just subtly, and I think it has to do with emotion. What do you mean? Asked Hermione. My best theory is that it might have been blocking some of his positive emotions, perhaps. Fleur slowly replied. I only noticed the difference after we left the hospital, but he seems lighter somehow. Fleur closed her eyes for a moment to recall. There was no specific incident, no specific words that were said, no actions taken. It was just a raw impression that she couldn't shake. Finally, she shook her head again. I might be wrong, she admitted. It's just an impression right now. But please keep an eye out. If his emotions were suppressed by that abomination, then he may have difficulty dealing with them now, or at least with the intensity of them. Hermione nodded in agreement. Neither girl knew then just how prophetic Fleur's words were. The truth of Harry's issues surfaced first thing the next morning. Harry couldn't even say what started it, or even what he was truly feeling. He had awoken next to Fleur. As usual, he had no idea when she'd come to bed, as he'd been dead to the world at the time and for some reason was simply struck by her beauty. He couldn't stop the tears from coming, and they only came in greater force when he thought about just how lucky he was to have her in his life. His reaction woke her, and she simply held him for nearly an hour that morning. Harry was, in many ways, unemotional under normal circumstances. Not that he didn't feel emotions, of course, but he rarely let them affect him, and nor did he usually feel them very strongly. To find himself losing control and needing that kind of emotional support so randomly, especially because of a happy thought, was extremely unsettling. When she explained it, Fleur's theory made a whole lot of sense to him. Time would tell if she was right, but he had a very strong suspicion that she was. He felt different, and it wasn't his magic. That left only one real conclusion. While the Horcrux had also been suppressing some of its magic due to its leech-like properties, he suspected that the dark miasma was also affecting his mind. It made him hate Dumbledore all the more, though he was relieved to note that the intensity of that emotion hadn't changed unduly. If he suddenly found himself hating more strongly, he would probably have to leave Hogwarts entirely, tournament or no. If he felt much stronger negative emotions against his former headmaster, he might not be able to stop himself from pulling a Malfoy. That was not a pleasant thought, but so far it seemed to be a non-issue. The real problem, though, started during breakfast. Hermione met them there, and while his reaction to her was a little stronger than usual, it was easily dealt with. He was happy to see her, as always. It was just a little more intense than usual. And then the mail arrived, and he received his copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline article instantly caught his attention. Sirius Black innocent. Wizengamot in uproar over miscarriage of justice. By L. MacDonald. To the shock of all who witnessed it, Sirius Orion Black III, head of the ancient and noble House of Black, was declared innocent of all charges in his trial for the betrayal of James and Lily Potter in October of 1981. He was also cleared of the charge of membership in the terrorist organization known as the Death Eaters. To the surprise of most, the trial was expedited through the use of Veritasrum at the request of the accused. The results of the questioning made it abundantly clear that an innocent man was locked up in Azkaban prison for over a decade. Sirius Black was never a Death Eater, nor did he betray the Potters. This reporter was able to ask a few questions of Black as he left the courtroom, and it quickly became clear just how significant the miscarriage of justice actually was. I swore the Godfather oath. He told me, when asked about his relationship with Harry Potter, 14, I couldn't have harmed Harry if I'd wanted to, even indirectly like that. Not that I would ever want to. When asked what he would do about the Delacour family having guardianship of the now-married boy who lived, Black's response was enlightening. If Harry is happy with them, which I fully expect, then I have no intention of changing it. They stepped in when I couldn't, and I'll forever be grateful for that. No, I'll simply do what I can for him, maybe as a favored uncle. He'll always know I'm there for him if I have any say in the matter, but I'll never work against his wishes or best interests. The passion with which Black spoke on this matter was inspiring. It is clear that he is very protective of his godson. The court indicated that Black will be justly compensated for his illegal imprisonment. The full nature of that will not be known until the next legislative sitting of the Wizengamot. It will likely be significant. However, Black lost more than a decade of income rotting in Azkaban. An arrest warrant has been issued for Peter Pettigrew, who is believed to have faked his death that fateful day. He should be considered armed and dangerous, and should not be approached. Instead, notify the Aurors if Pettigrew is spotted. The shock that he felt was immense. Nobody had told him that they had set a date, let alone that the trial was happening. He wasn't sure why that was, though he imagined that they wanted to surprise him or something. Or maybe Sebastian hadn't known. It wasn't like he was part of the British government. But then, as the shock cleared and he reread the article, he began to feel something he couldn't recall ever feeling before. He was happy, very happy, but this was a happiness so intense that he wasn't sure what to do with it. He was giddy, and if he stayed where he was feeling like he was probably going to burst into song right there in the Great Hall. Not that he knew any songs really, but he certainly had something to sing about. Even if he no longer needed a new home, he still wanted and now had his godfather. Recognizing that he was about to lose it and start dancing in the aisle or something equally inane, Harry had just enough presence of mind to bolt. Hermione and Fleur exchanged a glance and promptly tore out of the hall after him. It took nearly another week for Harry to gain any kind of real control over his headier emotions. A consultation with Healer Parks also confirmed what they suspected the Horcrux had probably had a detrimental effect, dampening any positive emotions he could feel. The situation was annoying, but a few more occlumency lessons with Sebastian in the evenings had helped him regain some semblance of control. Well, outwardly at least. He was all too aware that much of that control was currently illusory. aided by his fledgling acclimacy. It would take time to get used to the new dynamics of his emotions and to actually be able to handle it without that crutch. At least he could walk by his friends without bursting into tears of happiness simply because he had them. Though, if there was ever a time he was glad for the exodus of Severus Snape and Draco Malfoy, it was definitely now. Had he had such issues with emotional control while they were still in the school, it would have been positively unbearable. He couldn't help but think that fate had done him a rather massive favor there. As the third task neared, however, his thoughts turned largely to the future. The end of the year was almost upon them, and then he would be leaving to live with his new family in France. It was something he hadn't really contemplated much. There was too much to do at school. Now, though, as he lay there watching Fleur get ready for bed, his mind for some reason turned in that direction. He was struck anew by the fact that this beautiful woman would be in his life forever. She wasn't just going to vanish when the year ended. Sure, he had friends at Hogwarts, but in every year previous, he had endured the summer months all alone in the personal hell that was Privet Drive. There was nobody there to talk to in any kind of friendly way, and there was certainly nobody there to protect him from the abuse. This summer would be different, though. He would never again return to Privet Drive. He would never again sleep all alone on a mattress so ratty that even a homeless man would turn his nose up at it. Instead, he would be living in luxury with this beautiful woman. "Harry," frowned Fleur. "Are you all right?" He blinked and shook himself free of his imagination. "I'm fine," he nodded, just thinking about the future. The fact that they were speaking French, as was becoming their custom when they were alone, barely even registered. Harry had to get fluent as quickly as possible, and Fleur was more than happy to help. From his perspective, it was about to replace English as his native language anyway. "Oh," she smiled, leaning up against the armoire behind her and crossing her arms over her chest. "And just what about the future were you thinking?" Harry couldn't help but smile back. "Nothing in particular, really," he admitted. Fleur raised an eyebrow in his direction, clearly wanting a better answer than that. But Harry was being honest, and his mind had already gone off in another direction anyway. "In fact, we probably do need to talk, though," he frowned. "With you graduating and me not coming back to Hogwarts, I have no idea what next year will look like." Frowning more deeply, he added, "I don't even know what you plan to do after school, now that I think about it. What does that say about me?" Rather than answer him, Fleur pushed away from the armoire and came to sit on the edge of the bed, where she could reach over and brush his cheek. He had to clamp down on his. Acclimacy again. Those small, loving touches meant more to him than even she would likely ever know. It was such a little thing, but it was something he truly craved. "It says only that we have been extremely busy, love," she said quietly. "We have not known each other that long." "I suppose you're right," he sighed. "It's been, 3 months since the wedding." "And the task was less than a month before that," agreed Fleur. "We did not know each other at all until then." They lapsed into silence, and Harry took a moment to consider that. His entire life had changed drastically since this situation came about, and it was really quite shocking. A lot had happened in the last few months. He was brought out of it by another gentle touch from Fleur. Most couples, they date for many months before marrying. "Harry," she continued, "and they do not have the demands on their attention that we do. I hope we will have much more time this summer to spend on each other, rather than on all of this." She gestured vaguely, and he could sense her frustration with the situation, and indeed, he shared it. His life was a nightmare, and it all seemed to center around or be caused by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The sooner they could get away from him, the better. And the answer to that, at least for now, was to get away from Hogwarts. But there was little they could do beyond what they were already doing. "What do you plan to do next year?" he wondered after a while. "I mean, given our finances, I really don't care if you work or not, but I can't really see you wanting to be a housewife or something." Fleur snorted and then started laughing. "Oh, definitely not," she grinned. "Perhaps for a few years when we decide to have children, but otherwise, no. I am thinking about applying to Gringotts as a curse breaker, though I have not decided yet." Harry deliberately let her comment about children pass him by. He desperately wanted to build a family, and that she seemed to want it as well was amazing, but he didn't want to get mired in that feeling right now. A clemency only went so far in dampening his newfound emotions. Instead, he focused on the rest of her statement. "I could see that," he nodded after a moment. "I'll probably worry because it's dangerous, but I'm not enough of a hypocrite to not support you." Tilting his head in thought, he added, "Hell, I might want to go that way, too. Maybe we'd like working together." "Perhaps," she smiled as she finally stood. "Or perhaps you will find something else. You have a few years yet before you must make your decision, and I will support you in whatever you do." As Fleur spoke, she slowly brushed her robe from her shoulders and allowed it to fall and pool at her feet. Harry couldn't help but lick his lips. While her allure didn't affect him in the slightest, the sight of her beautiful body most certainly did. And then she reached for her panties and slowly sent them to join her robe. "Of course, there are things that we already know we like to work on together, my love," she smirked as she slunk toward him. "Perhaps I should remind you?" And that was something that Harry Potter was hardly going to say no to. The rest of the conversation could wait. That concludes part 2 of Champions. And as you've just heard, this tournament is anything but predictable. The danger is real, the tasks are brutal, and every character is standing at the edge of transformation. What was your favorite moment from this part? Which champion do you think is hiding the most? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. We love hearing your insights and theories. If you're enjoying this high-stakes journey through a darker, deeper Triwizard Tournament, be sure to like, subscribe, and share this with fellow fans of magical storytelling. Join our Grimoire Guardian community or become part of the Wizard Army to help us bring more stories like this to life. Did you know? Thor's shadow is known for writing action sequences that feel cinematic, and the tournament scenes in Champions were inspired by epic fantasy duels from The Witcher and Attack on Titan. No wonder they hit so hard. Coming up, the final part where the truth behind the tournament comes to light, and not everyone will make it to the end. Until then, being chosen was only the beginning. Now, they must prove they're worthy of survival. Stay sharp, stay fierce, and as always, stay magical.